So what's the other hero? We have John's playing Oldhim.
Looking for, trying to see like a card or something. He's got it covered up.
All I know is I'm seeing white bordered cards as he's shuffling, and I like every time.
Is it Rhinar? It might be. What I'm like, you know what we can do.
I'm seeing white bordered cards.
Oh, here, hold on. Wait, I don't know if
I have headphones in here. I can just do it.
we've got audio up. That's good. Yes, all right. Yeah, an interesting matchup too.
And now we should be.
Yeah, it'll be on a delay too, so. You're live now. Okay. All right, everybody. So we're here live. We're doing this. This is a kind of a chaotic stream. So we it'll get settled as the day goes on. But right now, we're basically watching the stream, and we didn't have great connection to the convention center Wi-Fi. So I'm here. This is Blake from the Outcast Haven, aka Blakey Fresh. I am going to be joined all day by Nick the Body Gambler, and we're going to get started with this round. So currently don't have access to the comments for the stream, which is a little bit problematic, but we will get that sorted out, and we'll interact with you guys and stuff. So yeah, if you have any issues, we'll hopefully get them sorted as the day goes on. So the stream is only going to get better, I can promise you that. So Nick, thanks for coming and being here with me.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to get started here. And it looks like we got a spicy one to start the day off. We have an Oldhim versus a Rhinar here. And the Oldhim is doing a little bit different of a setup. He's got his Earthlore bounty, and that can only come with some extra shenanigans. So it looks like to start this off, Oldhim on the play, going with a Channel Lake Frigid to start the game, pitching that ice card, and just going to move to his end phase, arsenal his card, and make Rhinar start the game off with a little bit of attacks here.
Yeah, we're going to see what Rhinar can do to try to work around this Channel Lake Frigid right away. See if he drew a blue heavy or red heavy hand. He's got a Beast Within in there, so we'll see what's going on.
Right. And as the Oldhim player, Blake, you know, oftentimes we have a decent amount of experience into Rhinar. We have some big Brute fans in our meta. How do you generally feel like this matchup is for the Guardian player? It can be a little bit tough with the Intimidate, but...
Yeah, I think that the Intimidate is definitely problematic, and he's going to try and do as much of that intimidating as possible to interact with John. I'm curious what John has in his deck in terms of defense reactions, because those can actually be a little problematic in this matchup, and they can cause some issues with just what you're capable of doing.
While also being really powerful, if you are able to sneak them into Arsenal, they can pull out a lot of good work for you, especially because Rhinar has a lot of those cards that they get added benefit when you don't block with 2 cards. You know, your barraging beatdowns, your all his go again effects that have that dominate clause, so that he can, if it's not blocked with 2 cards, he can get an extra attack in on the chain.
Yeah, and I think John's gonna, he has plenty of experience in this matchup to know what's going on. It looks like he just went ahead and took that Wrecker wrong, so he's ready to play a relatively aggressive game plan. I think he might be trying here. Yeah, he's got the CNC. Does he have the pummel? Is he going to be able to get the... Is there a pummel in Arsenal? Is he going to be able... Or in his hand, it looks like he's got a pummel in hand, so it's probably going to be able to pummel this CNC, keep the Channel Lake Frigid around. He's going to take the Arsenal, he's going to take the cards.
I'm looking to Crown here, maybe looking for a better card to Arsenal to keep that pressure up on the next turn.
Yep, there it is. There's the pummel.
And this is a pretty big tempo play. Stealing a card from hand, card from Arsenal, and keeping that Channel Lake around will really kind of take the wind out of Rhinar's sails as he tries to turn the corner.
Yeah, that's a big... I mean, 10 damage is also a huge swing in this matchup if John's able to just be aggressive. So he's going to take that card from Arsenal, so he got a big swing, which is huge. And then he got a barraging, which is huge. I did see a Tome of Fyendal in Rhinar's hands. So I assume he's going to try and maybe club here, and then just Arsenal that Tome, maybe gain some life back, try to get a little bit of tempo back in this game. But John right now seems real comfortable Just playing. Yep.
Yeah, pitching it 2 cards there for come in with the club for 4.
Yep. John seems pretty comfortable being aggressive in this matchup, not playing. If he's not getting intimidated, there's no reason to even dance around anything. He seems like he's just ready to play a really aggressive match here. And this is another play where it looks like he has another pummel in his hand.
Yeah. 2 resources, card in hand, card in arsenal, is just screaming pummel. And this is pretty hard for the Rhinar player. The choke slam doesn't have that much relevant text, though it can be nice. You know, it's shutting off some of the barraging beatdown turns, but it's not the end all be all for this Rhinar opponent. Looking like we're blocking with some equipment here.
He's definitely trying to. Yep, there it is. See, I think he was trying with those to set it up to where he could not be hit by the effect, but he's going to get caught by it anyway. We know he has that tome in arsenal, so I think he's just trying to gain life. I assume his tunic, it looks like his tunic is up. It should be up this turn. So he was trying, I think he was trying to do a big, like, six life gain turn with the tome off of a couple of action points, maybe doing something real huge. Curious what he's going to do here. It looks like he has a reckless swing in his hand.
Yeah. See how he chooses to handle the situation, what card's going to be pitched. It's still not the end of the world for him. Like I said, the choke slam, it can have relevant text. It's not a bad card in this matchup, but it may not disrupt his turn going here. And having 4 cards in this tome and arsenal, if he gets a 4 or higher off of the scab skin, he might really be able to get the party started.
We're going to see what's his play here. I assume rolling the scabbies. I don't know why you do anything else. It seems like that's what he was set up. So he's got his tunic ready. We're waiting for it. I mean, a 9 life deficit isn't huge here either. Okay, Here we go. The big roll.
And
was that a 1?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, 55 minutes.
Okay.
There we see this tome.
See the tome. So we're going to gain 5 life. Close the gap.
And Tome is a great tempo play into these grindy matchups. It can kind of wipe away some of the damage that was done earlier in the game and give you a strong suite to swing back with. But it looks like...
Yeah, he rolled a 1 there. Didn't want to break his gloves, so he just accepted that he was gaining 5 life and playing off of the same 4-card hand anyway. But seems dangerous to just gift John the opportunity. Ooh, does he have the Earth card in here? We see the Polar Blast came up. Or Polar Blast was in his hand. He's got the Oaken, or is he just going to set up the Oaken for the next turn?
All right,
He's checking his blocks. It's fine, okay. Yeah, he doesn't have the Earth Guard. That must have been what he was hunting for. Or no, I think he took the Oaken off of the Crown. So. The Crown is interesting because, like, offensive Crown doesn't do much in most matchups, but in a brute matchup, it's interesting because it can prevent half of the reckless swing damage.
Oh, absolutely. And as a Guardian player, I have felt the sting of the reckless swing more than once. You can see me famously losing in the finals to our local Guardian, Peter, who killed me with the reckless swing at the end of the game, and nothing feels worse. It looks like we're going in for a 1-card block here on this Spinal Crush.
Yeah, I'm curious though. I think he's going to reckless swing him here finally. He must have 2 6s in hand. I assume he hasn't been doing that because he had the tome, and then he had some non-6s in hand he didn't want to lose. So now he's finally set it up. So he's got it. Yeah, that's going to be 2. Let's see if John. Yep, John caught the Crown, of course. I mean, I would assume that John. I wouldn't expect John to miss that. But yeah, there's a prime example of mitigating a single point of damage that doesn't seem like much, but in a matchup like this where it can be a little slow, it can be a little grindy.
And these are decks where they really are just about the numbers. Rhinar is pretty resilient to disruption, and he can fight through quite a bit of it and still push through relevant damage against the Oldhim players. So just big numbers is very much a good thing. Then taking 4.
Yeah, he's just taken that. He's got that Oaken in arsenal. Curious if he drew an Earth card. He has an Oaken in hand, so he's going with the Oaken. Doesn't have the Fuse. but he does have a pummel in hand here. So I think he's trying to play for the next turn Oaken after a pummeled Oaken this turn. Put significant damage through. Yep. It's gonna pummel it. That is a
big
boy 10
number
right there. Yeah, I mean these 10 life hits. Feels like John came ready for some brute matchups where he's just gonna go blow to blow with some big boys.
Mm-hmm.
Two big guys, the big old man and the big old beast, taking some cracks at each other's faces.
And Rhinar is a deck that can struggle to kind of break that parity of 12 damage offensively. And so any of these big number attacks taking one card, limiting the power of his combo turns, even just taking away one card can be very relevant as far as his Blood Rush Bellows turns having one less attack in the mix. But here we are, that Blood Rush Bellow, and this is going to be the type of turn where the Rhinar can really pivot this matchup.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try and bring it back here a little bit because currently it seems like he's been playing from behind quite a bit, but this is a chance for him to strip some cards and just push some damage. The question with Rhinar in these situations is always what happens when you just give your opponent their entire hand. If you're not killing them here, if you're not threatening lethal damage, what value are you offering? And also, does he have the resources? Does he draw the resources here to not interact with the Stalagmite? Because I think the Stalagmite definitely presents that threat of a Frostbite. Can John just stop the Blood Rush turn with a quick Frostbite?
And Rhinar is a pretty resource-hungry deck. So the Stalagmite can do a lot of work on these big combo turns, coming in on attack on the chain and preventing a swing with the club. But it looks like we are just attacking with this pack hunt here. No extra action points.
A lot of it's going to depend on what John drew as far as. Yep, see, he's got the Stalagmite. There's no extra action points, though, so I think John's just preventing damage here, potentially. Trying to stop some effects. Yeah, giving him a Frostbite. Might be trying to interact with a pummel here. Not sure if the Rhinar is running pummels or not. There's a big swing in there. Curious what the play is here. Curious why he didn't roll the Scab Skins.
He may have that. Might be a dice indicating extra action points.
Okay.
Let's see, a block for 5 here. 2 from the Reckless Swing, taking 3 damage on this 8 power pack hunt. And yep, we just moved to our arsenal. And now we have 4 cards coming back at us from the Oldhim player.
Adjusting the volume on the stream right here. I have my wife is listening to the stream. She just texted me to let me know that my voice was a little bit quieter than yours. So we're gonna we're getting some outside help. We got a producer at home who's giving me some information. So presenting another choke slam. He's got that Oaken parked. I think John's just content to wait for his fuse.
And we are at the point of the game where 8 damage is just a lot. Taking any more than 5 puts you in pretty risky territory here of falling prey to just 2 big turns where you can't interact with their dominates, and that ends it. So it looks like we're blocking with 2 cards and taking our 2-card hand.
The 12 is dangerous here. It looks like he went big swing. He's setting up the big turns. He's able to present damage. The issue is, this is kind of the issue with Rhinar inherently, right? Is that Rhinar doesn't have a great means to really press the advantage. Like once he gets ahead, he doesn't have anything that threatens like, hey, you have to block this, you have to do something about it. Barraging beatdowns are really his only option there. I mean, I think he's playing it the correct way. He's doing the right thing. Let's see if John has the fuse. We saw the ice. We saw the earth. Yep, he's got the fuse here, and he's got the pummel.
Yeah, and this is a pretty powerful turn here. Having this extra go over the top effect on top of the Oaken Old is going to really put this Rhinar on the back foot and put him to the question here.
Yeah, this is a huge thing here is what the Rhinar. I mean, he only gets 1 card. Does he have a defense reaction arsenal? Does he use any sort of equipment? Because right now we're looking at 9. The pummel is lethal. More importantly, the pummel basically just takes away his turn completely.
Yeah, if he blocks with one card, the pummel will strip the rest of his hand with the Old on-hit trigger. And then any Old Dominate will get the job done. But it looks like we're going to give one card to this Old, soak up a little bit of the damage.
Yeah, I didn't see what he put in Arsenal, so I'm not 100% sure if he has a defense reaction here. He is trying to mitigate some of the damage. This puts it, it looks like a red pummel. That's 13. So he's going to take 9 here, go to 3.
Oh, that's your life.
Oh, that's your life, John, yep. Here we go. Yep, down to 3. You got it. So John is going to trigger... He's going to choose to order this if he wants to do the randoms or the discard. So he's going to take the random cards first. Yep. So it looks like he's just doing it with the dice. So it looks like that's the card that he's keeping, which is going to get... Oh, that was a reckless swing, too.
Oh, having the reckless swing in there with the high roller, it does not feel very good.
He had a blood rush, too. So he was right there. I mean, if he... With the dominate, that's like the reckless swing doom is just being stuck with a reckless swing and only 1/6 because you're putting yourself in a position where you may get 0 value out of it. Curious why he didn't use it anyway, I guess, to just get the 4, an extra life point.
If you know the on hit is coming, your hand value isn't that important. Oh, but here we are, a little tome out of Arsenal. Gain a little bit of life. And every little bit of life matters here in this matchup.
Yeah, depending on what he's fusing and what he puts for the dominate.
Being at 5 is a pretty relevant break point. It means you, with your Tunic, now you could survive a fused Glacial or something of that sort. And it looks like, one, there is a Glacial. So John using that to crown away.
Looks like he has a couple Earthlore Surge. Curious if he's got the resources to play an Earthlore Surge into that Spinal. Because that's a real big number. Might not matter how many cards he has. Yep. Yeah, so that's... Is it a blue or a yellow Earthlore? I mean, that's plus... Either way, that's plus, 3 or 4?
I believe it's a yellow Earthlore Surge. I know that should be in his deck. And that would mean the Spinal's coming in for 13 damage. And we're poking. We're getting through it. If he blocks this whole hand, we're still getting some damage.
And now he's in a position, as the Rhinar player, he's in the position where he's playing that backseat game. This is where the hand intensivity of Rhinar really becomes problematic, is when you're behind a little bit, you have a much harder time catching up. He's trying to
blocking with the Tunic.
Looks like he's blocking with the Tunic. Yeah, he's trying to decide what cards. I mean, that Blood Rush is all but dead without the Tunic resource because he's going to have to give up a couple cards here. Not a lot he can do about this, except give him 3 cards, try to swing back club.
And looks like that is what we're doing. Put 9 block in front of it, 10 with the Tunic.
The Tunic.
Taking a little bit of damage here. Oh, and a
reveal
pack
the
call
top
there.
And then put the barraging on the bottom. That's a little unfortunate just because the barraging does offer him some actual value late to try and push damage and kind of mitigate John's hand, limit his choices.
Okay.
John still does have 3 armor block and 1 with the shield, so he's got... I mean, he could just cover up a club. I mean, obviously he doesn't need to. He's got the... Looks like he's got the Terra Sunder in there too, so... If it's just club here, even if it's a 6 attack, I don't think there's a lot that really bothers John. He's going to dominate.
Oh, Sand Sketch plan.
Okay.
So this is going to let us tutor up a card, and then we'll discard a random card. If it's a 6, he'll make an extra 2 action points.
I don't think he has anything to do with 2 action points, but at least he's going to get Intimidate here. I think that's probably what he's more concerned about, is trying to get Intimidate off of this one. Not see if he... Okay, yep. I'm always curious with Rhinar players, how you can tell like how much they've played Sand Sketch plans based on whether or not they flip the card over and show somebody. Because it just says go get a card, right? Some certain cards reference the card text. They say like it has to be this type or it has to be this class or whatever. Specifically, Sand Sketch just says go get a card. It doesn't tell you what to get. So in that case, it's always funny because people will sometimes just kind of show it. You're like, oh, you don't actually have to show me that, but I appreciate that you showed me that.
Thank you for being a gentleman.
You're a gentleman and a scholar. Now, granted, in this case, John's going to see both cards anyway, so
right.
It doesn't really.
Unless we choose to just Arsenal. He may have gotten, if you can tutor up a defense reaction with the Sand Sketch plan, he may have tried to go tutor up something like that, try to discard the other, and then stick this defense reaction in arsenal, and hopefully use that to pivot into the end game.
So he's taking that one. He's going to get intimidated off of this.
Yeah, it looks like that was a Brajing Bighorn.
That's what he went and got, I believe, because he had a Wrecker Romp in his hand.
Yep.
See if he just arsenals that Wrecker Romp. I assume he's just going to swing club now. Yeah, if he didn't get a defense reaction, to your point, I think there's no reason to. John does have, let's see.
Yeah, going to throw this Earthlord Bounty in front. Kind of no reason not to. If he feels like he has the...
He has Iyslander in hand too, which feels a little bad, because if he had a card in hand here, you could potentially take a defense reaction away with a Earth Ice react. But since he doesn't have another card, I think if he had another card, John probably Earth Ices him there. But now he's got the Terrace under. He probably just puts the hammer out there.
Yeah.
I don't think he has any more armor block, so he has to have a defense reaction. The answer here is defense react me or die, because that's his only fours.
And this Terrace Under is just so devastating once you've stripped away all the equipment. It's almost all but guaranteed to hit, and it only needs to hit for 1 damage to strip away those 2 cards. And while being at 2, any little bit of damage will seal the deal here.
Yeah, we're at 5. I mean, unless he has the defense reaction, I think he's just doing the classic. He's looking at his hand. Yeah, extends the hand. And there we go. That's going to be the game. So, John here, classic John comes with a deck that's just pummel heavy. Just pummel. Just going to try and do those Okins. We're going to go ahead and switch the view here. Come off the table. You guys can let us know how everything looks. I don't have access to the for some reason my phone won't give me the comments, so I'm relying on my wife's text messages to basically tell me what's going on. That's not the best way to run a stream, I suppose, but it's okay. She said that the comments on the stream so far are just thanking us for doing the stream, so we appreciate you guys tuning in. We're in a convention center, as I said, so we looked into the internet. It was pricey.
It's a bit pricey.
Yeah. They wanted for hardwired, I think it was like 4 numbers. There was a comma.
Yeah, commas were involved.
So we're gonna run the stream off of phone hotspots all day. So if the stream ever goes down, just know that we will get another phone and we will bring it right back up, because we got the wireless internet, and
Yeah, the convention Wi-Fi was not cutting it either.
Yeah.
But glad that we got it all set up and we can be with everybody today. Really excited for this event. Hasn't been anything big in the Midwest quite yet, and it's exciting to get to welcome everyone to Minneapolis and kind of show them what awesome flesh and blood we have here. Getting to highlight a staple player from the local meta, John Magnuson, having a great showing at Nationals this past weekend, getting 10th. And bringing the extra spice for you guys today.
Yeah, we're going to try and mix the matchups up. It won't just be table 1. We'll try and find some interesting ones. We have a lot of really good players here.
A lot of people made the travel.
Yeah, a lot of high-ranked players. I know Michael Fang is in the room. We've got the young legend Brody Spurlock, fresh off his top 8 nats last weekend, making the trip to Minneapolis now for another event. So he wants it. He wants it bad. So we'll probably get them on stream at some point. If you guys,
we'll try to highlight what they've got going on today for everybody.
Yeah, I know T is here. He's back there, right there. He's standing in the background. So you'll see some people wandering around the back. We've got the event. The event space is actually this direction, right over there. It's kind of weird to point. So the door they're coming in and out of is over here. So you'll see people wandering. If you say hi to somebody, you can wave at them. They might wave back at you later at some point. So I think the round, we still have quite a bit of time left in the round. We are going to try and resolve some more issues. I'm going to try and get connected so I can see the comments. We can interact with you guys a little bit. So we're going to go to the next round starting soon screen, and we will be back here in a minute. We'll do some talking. I think we're going to try and get some interviews on, bring some players on that made the trip, and maybe some local legends. We might try in between rounds to bring the great one, Chris Bates.
Absolutely.
We gotta give Chris his props. He's always doing things. We might try and sneak Terrence on if he's got a minute. He's the TGG over there on the side. He's the one hosting this. His store is putting stuff up. So they put up money. They set up the event. They got us here. They're running events all 3 days. So top-notch, top-quality event. They always run good stuff. They get every event that comes to the cities they're
absolutely.
hosting. So,
And they always get a good turnout.
yep, very well run. So we are going to switch it. We will be right back, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
All right, everybody, we are back. Just commentating. Just wanted to give everybody kind of some details about what's going on in terms of like in between rounds, stuff like that. They're running everything real tight on time. They're doing a good job of that, getting us moving along. We are, I think they said about 100 players registered for the event. So we do have deck lists turned in for everyone. We've got 3 judges doing a great job running the event, making sure things are going smoothly. So basically what we're doing is when we get an opportunity, we're going to be able to have someone go through and give us just like a count of how many heroes. Nick and I may try and do that between rounds if we can. So Nick is currently in the room waiting for the pairings to go up. He's going to pick a match, and we're going to get it to the stream table. So that way we can choose who is playing. Hopefully we can get a good variety of decks going. So I do have the comments up now as well. So we'll be able to talk to the comments. If you guys have any questions you want to ask, we can try and get you information as much as possible. We have a number of really good players here that made the trip down or up. I guess we're in Minnesota, so most people came up to get to us. But yeah, so if you guys have any comments, I know I'm trying to go back through and just check everything. If you have any questions, the first round was John. John finished 10th at Nationals. We actually did a deck tech. He made some changes, he said, made it a little more spicy, but we did do a deck tech on the channel if you're looking for that. If anybody has a cool deck that you see or anything that interests you on the stream, let us know. We can try and do some deck techs there as well. I do want to give a thank you to TGG and Terrence for hosting the event. They're running a great job. They got us to the convention center, which is a huge deal. If you didn't catch it before, we are running the event off of phone hotspots because the internet was very expensive in the convention center. And when we got the Wi-Fi was incredibly slow. So we had the best of both worlds. The good internet was too expensive. The cheap internet was way too slow. So we're running off phone hotspots. So if we have any disruption or anything, just stick with us. We are going to get it back up. We may have to switch phones in between to make sure that we're not burning through battery on people's phones. But yeah, we're getting ready. It sounds like they are sitting people down right now. They announced the pairings. We are running the stream table kind of independent from the event in terms of their time might be off just a touch. So it may take a second when we say like the pairings are up, people are getting seated. It may take us an extra couple of minutes. We're running the time for them. If you do see anything with the stream that looks, not great, something goes weird at the table, let us know. I think Nick is going to pick the pairing so we can give you names. And yeah, I think that's the information I have right now. So we're just going to hang out and wait. I know we're excited. We're excited to have it here, and we're grateful to have the opportunity to host it and run it and to commentate it. Nick and I are excited to be here all day with you. And yeah, talk to us. So interact with us. I've got the comments up, so I actually have them now. So I can bring up. For some reason, my phone wasn't doing it earlier, but we're excited. I'm going to switch to the table view just so we can see once it gets ready. Cody, Jason is playing. Dane is actually helping judge. So we've got all the outcasts are here, all of us filling different roles in this place. So yeah, Andrew, my wife actually texted me and she said, I like the golf voice. It's very different from the podcast voice. So looks like we are getting situated at the table. So I'm going to make the switch over there. Nick will be joining us momentarily. Let's see what we can see here for our pairing. Ooh, a Phi versus Oldhim matchup. Not 100% sure who the players are. We will find that out once Nick comes out here. All right, Nick is back with us. So what players do we have here, Nick?
So we have Michael Fang here on Oldhim and Joshua Cahey on Phi. And This will be a pretty exciting matchup. These were kind of the talk of the town last weekend at Nationals. There's a lot of hubbub around Phi, and really quite the resurgence for him. He had a pretty good tournament, was the most represented deck at Nationals last weekend, and kind of making a case for itself as a really strong contender in the metagame. I know a lot of people were a little down on the deck after the banning, thinking that it didn't quite have the same oomph as it did before, but it's proven to be a really resilient aggro deck that's able to sneak through damage, and even if it just puts you in a really bad spot defensively. It's really hard to cover them up efficiently and not leak any damage.
It's also one of those decks that I think sometimes people get stuck on this. It's bad because it has a really low matchup into, or poor matchup into, like an Oldhim, because Oldhim has a really efficient ways to deal with those 1 and 2 points of damage, whereas other heroes don't. But that's kind of always been the case with like that Guardian Ninja matchup with the Bravo Katsu. There was always that feeling of Katsu was fighting an uphill battle from the beginning because Bravo was efficient with lots of life gain, was happy to cover up lots of damage and work to a fatigue second cycle game. And I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. In fact, I think that in any card game, you do need decks that have bad matchups. And it puts the onus on those players to either find a solution for it or play the dodge game. That's,
right.
We were just joking about that beforehand, where, Body and I have historically, even during the Prism meta, we were like, you know what? I mean, Bravo's the best deck and everything else, so we're just going to hope we dodge Prism. We have always kind of had the lion's share of luck in that, and then poor Jason has always kind of
eats them all for us.
Yeah, he catches all the Prisms in those early rounds for us, and then the Prisms are over at his table, and he's fighting for his life over there, and we get the benefit of it. So I assume in this matchup that Oldhim will just flip Stalagmite. Could you see any reason for anything else?
I know that there's been some talk of the Rampart plan. In general, I think if they're on the Kadachi plan, and they're on those Belittles, that Brand with Cinderclaw version, they really have a lot of resources on their turn, and the Stalagmite loses a little bit of value in that specific setup. But if it is so good into the Emberblade plan that I would be surprised if we saw, if we didn't see the Stalagmite here, as long as it's in his list. And Phi really kind of has the interesting option of which weapon does he want to go? Is he going to be on that Kadachi plan, the Mask of Momentum, and really just try to be death by 1,000 cuts, or play to these big, strong combo turns? Because we did also see in the top 8 a combo Phi that was playing some pretty interesting tech, some In Flames, a lot of those 0-for-1s to just ping you to death, and then come in with 2 Salt the Wounds, tutoring 1 up with the Mask to have 1 super explosive turn.
Yeah, I think the big thing in that matchup is just, in this matchup specifically, is you see a lot of this, like, Oldhim has to choose how to combat Phi, but a lot of it depends on the weapon choice and his headpiece choice. So it always strikes me as interesting that there is something to be said for tournament knowledge. Sometimes when you're with a larger group of people at a tournament, you can get a little bit of information that you don't necessarily get in a normal tournament setting, where maybe you're with a group of 2 or 3 guys, you may never run across a pairing. But if Michael knows that, for example, this is a Kadachi Phi build, it might be to his benefit. It may be advantageous for him to put Crown and Shield in, because he gets more of that paper cut damage.
Right. The jig is up and he knows what's going on. I mean, we saw that last weekend at Nationals, and Michael Hamilton was on his attack action Iyslander, and when he played against Alexander Vor, Alex had those sink belows in. The jig was up. He knew what was going on, and having that little bit of extra information can be a big difference. And as they flip over the equipment here, we see that, as expected, we're seeing that Stalagmite and the Emberblade chosen for Phi. And it seems like that is sort of the standard. I think that Kadachi might have been a little bit of a flash in the pan. Yeah. And people sticking with the tried and true. 2 resources for 3 damage ain't bad.
So we got some comments here we'll make sure we interact with. So looks like, so the player count is 98, so just shy of 100. So it's a nice turnout.
I think it's the largest Battle Hardened. That's what our head judge was saying, that it is of these standalone Battle Hardens, this is the most attended. So that's pretty awesome.
Pretty good. We had a lot of travel in. Chris Ray said it's Emberblade. We don't run Kadachi as a team. It's a JK, it's Talishar. I'm not gonna lie, if somebody just whipped out a Talishar in one of these lists, I would just lose it, only because it would be so fantastic to watch somebody run a weapon that breaks. But this is round 2.
So we are just starting round 2. We're going to be here all day. We'll be commentating all the way through the top 8. So it's going to be a long day, but hang out with us. So looks like Michael there had that ideal option to deal with the 4 right away when you don't have the crown or the shield, the standard shield. He did run, he did draw that pulse, which is that sweet,
amazing turn 1 value. Taking away that break point, throwing a card back on top, basically says, I'm not leaking any damage this turn.
Yeah. Being able to get out of turn 1 against Fi with 0 damage is fantastic. It does look like we don't have life on the screen. I didn't even think about that. Let me go try and resolve that. You got the screen? Okay.
I got you. And it looks like we're just coming in here, playing as Channel Lake Frigid, pitching that ice card to come in with the whale. And this is really a great tempo play for the Oldhim player. It's coming right in, the first taxation on their hand, you're bringing in this Channel Lake Frigid and buying yourself quite a bit of time. You can arsenal a powerful card and really take minimal damage as you set up and hopefully keep this Channel Lake around for multiple turns. And now the question really is what is this Fi going to be able to do through this Channel Lake? Does he have the resources to be able to pay through the Frostbite token, or will we see some cards jump in front and bite the bullet, move on to the next turn, and see if we can set up something a little bit more explosive? Perfect. And Blake coming in, giving us the life totals. Excellent. And
Okay, there we go. Sorry, we're still working through some of the minor details of the stream. If you can't tell, we're trying to do all things for all people. But yeah, if you guys see anything like that too, like, hey, what's the life? Go ahead and
feel free.
Yeah.
Feel
Because
free.
we'll try and make a little note to ourselves. I'm gonna write it on my little notepad here. Life counter.
And it looks like we did see the Fi throw his 2 cards in front. He just doesn't want to leak any damage. Feels like his turn is disrupted too much. He's not going to get much done. So we'll just come in with the Ember Blade. Try to save maybe a power card there in hand for a little more explosive of a turn. And Michael just sinking below that Ember Blade and coming at him with a 3-card hand. And this is a really ideal turn for the Guardian player. Pitching 2 ice cards to play this Spinal Crush. He's saying you will do nothing next turn.
Yeah, I think the goal here always in Defy as Oldhim is to just maintain tempo for as long as possible. Keep your life total as high as possible. Never leaking damage, never giving up an inch, because it feels like with Fi, that's the one thing about Fi that you run into the big concern that you can run into is if Fi starts to gain some tempo, starts to chip through some damage, things can really start to spiral on you. The wheels start to spin. You lose a lot of ground, and once you lose a little ground with Fi, it feels like you lose a lot of ground with Fi.
Yeah, Fi is a tempo menace. When he's able to get you on the back foot, he can just present so much damage turn after turn, and is able to fight through if you're only presenting a Frostbite Hammer. He's able to fight through that pretty consistently. But when you really combine these disruption effects, you have the Channel Lake sticking around with the Spinal Crush, and he's got to throw 3 cards in front and still leak a little bit of damage, and this is just where you want to be. And Fi has so many 2-block cards that it's very difficult for him to be able to cover up these big attacks while still do much on his own turn.
Yeah, we see right there the product of what happens, and I actually think that this is, I know everybody has opinions on where aggro and where Oldhim needs to lie in this game's health and how the game is healthy with this, that, or another thing. But personally, I think that this is the proper design for aggro, which is they have the option for these incredibly explosive turns. But more importantly, here we go.
Ooh, wow.
Here's a Pulverize. Lots of 2 blocks puts them in a tough spot, which is fair.
Pulverize is really powerful in this matchup. Being able to come in with 3 blues and your Tunic resource, is relatively reliable to set up. And there's oftentimes, like we saw on this last turn, where Fi, you're presenting a disruptive effect that he won't be able to have a turn with, so he just gives you his hold hand and tries to kick the can down the road. So you'll very often have these 5-card, 4-card hands where you can present this big, powerful threat that is going to guarantee a little bit of damage. And it looks like we are just saying no blocks, taking that 14. Whoa. He likes his hand.
He's going to give him a 1 here. Give him the 1 or the 0 up front. Minus 4 my Phoenix Flame right now.
Yeah.
Do it. -4 my 0. Does that mean Michael gets to gain 4 life if he has a -4 effect? How does that work?
Yeah, if only. It's like hitting you with hugs and kisses at that point. And exactly that. Throwing that Phoenix Flame out, eating the hit trigger, and now he can come in with his damaging attack, that Blaze Headlong. And this is a pretty good combination to have in face of the Pulverize. Obviously not ideal in that you have no block cards in your hand. You're kind of guaranteed to take a little bit of damage here, but the Phoenix Flame coming out first, being able to give that Blaze Headlong go again, lets him present somewhat of a turn here. And if he has another powerful card in Arsenal, we could really have a pretty explosive chain. But a Sink Below from Arsenal going to come out and cover that up.
Seems like so far Fang has had every answer. Oh, another one. Okay, so we're going 4 and then 4 again. Let's see what we get here. He's trying not to leak through anything, trying to maintain that big life advantage.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, this is really an ideal setup to have it coming back from that Pulverize. Still presenting. We'll probably be coming in with the Ember Blade, the Phoenix Flame, maybe another attack. This is a nice 12 damage turn, in spite of being hit with that big attack.
Well, now you wonder how much Michael is looking at his hand and thinking about this, because we saw a Spinal Crush, so he looks like he's going to try and just tear that go. He's going to say, you know what? I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to spot you right here, buddy. This is going to be the one time that you get it, right? It's like this is like leaving a shooter open and like making him prove it. Like, you know what? I'm going to step back, hit the 3, prove it to me.
Right.
Prove me you got this shot, because if you can't kill me here, I'm going to come back with Spinal Crush next turn. I'm going to maintain my whole hand again. We're going to just start looping.
Mm-hmm. And that is really what a lot of these proactive Oldhim decks are doing nowadays, is they're not using a lot of their defensive power to stall the game out. They're hitting you. They're smacking you in the mouth and putting you to the question. And it leads to a little more interesting gameplay. And we see that if you try to play too defensively into these decks, it can be tough to stop their onslaught, especially a deck like Fi that goes so wide and presents so many awkward breakpoints. It's hard to prevent leaking some amount of damage.
Yeah, he just keeps going here, keeps going. We got a card in Arsenal too, so we wonder if that's Assault to Wound. That's one of the big things. So we've got 3 attacks so far. He's tunicking, so he's got something that costs 1. Oh,
ooh, a nice little Flame Call Awakening, and this can be a pretty powerful turn here.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we see the Stalagmite come onto the chain here. As he tutors up this Phoenix Flame, this is a pretty good opportunity to potentially pop our Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and go search up that Salt the Wound. So we'll see how Michael chooses to block in this situation.
Yeah, now he's in kind of a difficult situation, because he is presenting the opportunity that if at any point here, one of these next 3, because he's going to be able to pull another Phoenix Flame back from the graveyard.
Or he just did this previous attack. So he got 2 on the chain, 1 in his hand.
Oh, there, yep. Sorry, missed the last one. I was trying to view the comment. So we've got, yeah, I mean, he's got 1, 2, 3. This would be the 4th hitting, 1 in his hand, that'd be 5th. Yep, there he goes.
There's the Lynx.
He's going for the Salt. So now he's going to present him. Now you wonder if he's going to go direct. I mean, he's got to go directly into the Salt to Wound here, right? Because if he puts the Phoenix Flame, he's just asking for trouble.
Yeah,
so he puts the Salt right out there. Doesn't risk the Stalagmite stopping it.
This is really some pretty tight play, too. Taking away his opponent's opportunity to interact with his big combo and not getting too greedy, taking what he can get. Because this Salt the Wound, if we've hit already with 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks, this Salt the Wound will be coming in for a solid 6-7 damage here. And a really nice turn coming after this Pulverize. And it looks like Michael just taking that. He likes his hand. And he's at the point where he's already committed to no blocking.
Yeah, that was
and starting to put cards on the chain might just give you the worst of both worlds. You don't really prevent enough damage, and you don't really do enough in response.
He got the Lava Burst there. Sorry, he went off the table on us. We actually don't have any better. What you can see the table is what we see of the table. So we're trying to maintain everything. The stream. We're trying to maintain comments. We're going with the Choke Slam.
Coming back with the Choke Slam. And this is a great attack into the Fi deck. taking away all their little +1 effects, the Spreading Flames, the Art of War, the Phoenix Flame ability. It has a lot of relevant text, and even a little bit of damage means a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, and we'll try here on the next one. We'll try. We know we got the glare. These are all things of the. This is round 2, so we're still trying to figure out where everything is in the room. So we do have glare on the life counter. We'll try and make sure the foam gets put in a place in the next round, so that way we don't have that same glare. So he took damage again. He's got another one coming back. I think he's just going to try and let's see how effective this stalagmite is. See if Michael draws ice and earth, or he's got a little bit of everything in there, it looks like. But he does have some. He has at least 1/2 block.
Yeah, it looks like we have multiple ice cards in hand here. And our 5-player having a hand that isn't being disrupted by this choke slam. Just coming in with his powerful go-agains.
Yeah, that looks like a Spreading Flames.
Or a Soaring Strike on this.
Soaring Strike.
Mm-hmm. So if this hits, he can banish a 0, give it go again. But generally at this point, all of his zeros are going to have some sort of go again, unless there's a snatch that comes in on the chain.
Yeah, always curious to see what those additional cards are that people choose to add if they're on the Salt the Wound plan, if they have snatches, if they're running, what kind of efficiencies are they trying to make up for in certain matchups? This is a matchup where, snatch is always interesting because it could just be blanked, basically. Oldhim doesn't mind stopping a card like that. And we see Michael has Iron Rot boots on too, so he's got a break point off of a 3-block card with nothing else from his hand.
Absolutely, yeah. And it looks like he's banishing a Blaze Headlong. And we just trigger the banish here to get that card out of hand, protect ourselves from the ice react, and we're putting our hand on the table, but still saving ourselves from some of the disruptive effects that might come out.
He does have the 2 resources floating too, so I mean a stalagmite would stop the Ember Blade, but that's basically all it would stop here. Everything else, so it puts him in a spot where, unless he's just trying to preserve the life total, it doesn't make a lot of sense to throw it out there. But we'll see if he makes a decision here to try and just preserve some life. He doesn't have... Yeah, see, it looks like he's just trying to... He doesn't have an Oaken. We haven't seen one yet. We've seen choke slams. So I'm curious. This seems like one of those matches where the match is going fast and Oldhim isn't seeing those hyper disruption pieces where he's stripping hand and stuff. Everything so far has just been damage, which for the most part, Fi is happy to take damage. He has 0 issue just letting some damage run through, as long as it doesn't interfere with his ability to go super wide and hit a ton of break points.
Yeah, we had the early Spinal Crush turn, but Fi being able to fight through a lot of the other disruption that this Oldhim player has presented, having a nice turn there, and it looks like that is 15-9.
Yeah, that's hard to tell with that. That's 9 or 10.
And 2 cards being pitched, and Spinal is a great pivot here, asking for cards from hand and presenting a breakpoint that can't be covered up by the 3-block and that Shuko.
Yeah, and it looks like in hand, I want to say we see a Fine Center, maybe a Fluster Fist, looks like a Belittle in there. I thought I saw a Snatch, but it's hard to tell. He's got a nice clean hand shuffle going on there, so it's always hard to pick it up. I know that that's like a nervous tick for most people. I do it. I'm 100% a hand shuffler.
Oh, absolutely.
Card snapper. I know Hayden and Brendan on Arsenal Pass joke about that. How Hayden gives Brendan a hard time all the time because Brendan's a card snapper on the table.
Oh, I absolutely am too. I love that.
Yeah, it just feels good. That little like snap.
That's the sole reason I double sleeve my cards, so they have that tactile.
You got to get the snap. It's powerful. It adds some strength to the.
It makes them feel this Oakenold in their body.
Oh, there it is. Yep, he does have the snatch. So I think he's just trying to do the math here to see what he has to block with. Maybe he goes Ember Blade into the snatch and just tries to present something that Michael has to interact with. I think that's the big thing for Fi, is like Oldhim is almost always going to present something that you have to you have to interact with him. And I think that's where sometimes when you're trying to counter Oldhim, that's what you have to do, is you have to present things that he has to interact in the chain with you, where he doesn't just get to say, I'll just take the damage.
Right. You present relevant on hits that sort of threaten the unknown as well. And we know that the 5-player has this Phoenix Flame in Arsenal as well here to help get get things kicked off if he needs that beginning chain.
And there he does have a couple threes there, so that's having 2-3 blocks there is such a huge thing, because he didn't have to give up armor yet. Now he gives the snatch where he is saying, hey, you're going to have to interact with me, because if you don't do something with this, he's got the snappies just sitting there waiting.
Yeah, if he lets this damage through, then we'll probably see a snap activation and go a little wider on the chain.
Yeah. Making the choice here. I assume that he's not running any sort of attack reactions, but you never know if you do that one sneaky one in.
We do see in some of the lists there's a little bit of
maybe a razor
reflex, some ancestral empowerments, but it looks like Michael just opting for the stalagmite, kind of taking away his opportunity for any shenanigans. If he wants to activate his snapdragons there, he'd have to pitch his card.
I do think that he sided out the ancestrals, if I saw it correctly. When he was doing his pregame sideboarding, I was trying to watch and see what they were taking in and out. It did look like he took ancestrals out there, which is smart. He's trying to.
Here we see
get him. Okay.
Channel Lake Frigid.
Okay, what do we got coming? Oh,
and an Endless Winter.
No fuse, just 8. But 8's a big number, especially when you have to play through Channel.
And the Endless Winter on-hit trigger is actually pretty good in this matchup, adding an extra Frostbite whenever he comes in with the Emberblade, whenever he activates his hero ability. And that can really make the difference in some of these matchups where they are very resource tight, and they're not going to be able to go nearly as wide on the chain, getting those extra Frostbites. But we see him just throw his whole hand in front, try to move on to the next turn.
Yeah, both players are playing this matchup incredibly clean. They're both playing to their outs and playing the right lines. Very interested to see what these next few turns look like, because we haven't seen Michael draw an Oaken, which I'm starting. Now he's got me wondering if he sided him out in the matchup, which seems crazy to me. But I mean, you don't question.
You don't question some of the
Michael's
masters.
thing, you don't.
And we will see a lot of players just throw their whole hand sometimes in front of a big attack from Oldhim, because it's hard for him to consistently present relevant disruption turn after turn.
Yeah.
He might hit you with his one big attack, but on the next turn, he just has some good peaks and valleys. He's playing a lot of blues to where his hand could potentially not do very much depending on what he draws into.
But a pummel there.
Yeah, getting a pummel off the tunic is very nice. Giving us some sort of disruption, a way to go over the top, steal some cards.
Does have the Cranial Crush. Does he have 1 or 2 ice cards? We see 1 ice card for sure. He has an earth card in there. Just not 100% sure what that.
Looks like it's a So Tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, it's a disable, it looks like, underneath there. Or that So
coming in with this Cranial Crush.
So no drawing cards, which I suppose could be relevant because he's got that E-Strike.
Yeah, E-Strikes, Art of War. The draw trigger is pretty relevant in this matchup. There are a lot of his biggest turns involve drawing cards, and taking away that option can really limit what's coming back at you. He has to already have an assemblage of go again attacks, the resources to pay for it, and it's limited, right? He's not going to go as wide on the chain, present those 20 damage turns.
Yeah, we're gonna. I know everybody's one of the things that people have been mentioning is the names on the screen, so we know who's playing. We do have some ability to do that, I think, in between rounds. So I'm going to try in between rounds to get names if we can, because I know that will help. We know some of the players. We know all the locals. We know some of the people who've traveled in, but obviously not everyone. So trying to make sure people who are on stream playing incredibly well and efficiently, they get their clout, they get their fame,
get their recognition.
Get their recognition. We want to make sure people, get their.
And we see him reaching for the Shuko here. We're getting pretty late in the game, and this is a point where we'll see the 5-player throw some of their equipment on the chain so that they can try to make their last push, close out the game, and try to leave himself not vulnerable to a pummel as best he can.
Yeah. Because he's right here, you block one more card, you get pummeled anyway. You totally lose your turn. Let's see. Was that a sink? Man, that looked like a sink below, but have we seen any sink belows in that?
We have not seen a sink below from him yet. I've seen some sink belows from Fi.
Yeah.
As a good way to cover up their hammer, and So we may have another sink below in hand.
I think they're doing. There's an Easter egg. Maybe it was the Easter egg at the right angle. It's always hard. Some of those colors, you get like the color shading of the cards. He's trying to decide what he wants to do here.
And it looks like, so only one ice card in the pitch zone here. So this Channel Lake will be going away. And if that is a red pummel, we'll be taking 7 damage here.
With the discard. No drawing cards, but I don't know that he had cards to draw anyway necessarily. That Easter egg just could present him the opportunity. Oh, that looked like a sink below. Looked like a flash to sink below. Yeah, lava burst. Yeah, we can't do a lot about the glare on the cards, but we can definitely get the life counter in between rounds, so. Yep, just going to go with the Easter egg. Just present 7, I assume. Yep. I appreciate, big shout out to Josh for dropping those dice on there for us.
Oh, absolutely.
We got a thing of dice on the table here, actually. We probably could just put them on the table and ask them, hey, could you just set them on the attacks? This stream's only going to get better, people.
Only better.
Only better.
Nowhere but up.
Nowhere but up. We started with a good foundation, so if I do say so myself, I mean,
Interested to see how Michael chooses to block here. 7 is just a big number. If he looks like he's at 9 here, so 7 very much puts us in range of any little piddly attack coming through, closing the chain, and 5 can really put you in tough scenarios where he is showing you a 1 early on in the chain, and you have to give a card to it because you're just at that low of a life total.
Yeah, never a moment against ninjas where you want to be playing in that sub 3 range. Like once you get to 3 and less, you start to get into really dicey territory where your block efficiency just isn't good enough.
And any defense or attack reaction becomes very live and very threatening.
Oh, that's interesting. That looks like an ice quake in Michael's hand there.
We've seen Icequake has been gaining a little bit of popularity. It's another one of those cards that helps just make your 5-card hands a little bit more relevant.
Yeah,
so you get stuck with a bunch of blues.
It's very good paired with the hammer too, just presenting more. Yeah, it looks like he's probably just going to go the hammer route here because that's threatening multiple frostbites now.
Mm-hmm. Hammer coming in for 5, threatening 2 frostbites on hit. And 2 frostbites is a lot more than 1 frostbite. It is a pretty significant tax.
Yeah, the frostbite is one of those things where it gets exponentially worse. It's not like a just pure numbers, 1, then 2, then 3. Like every one gets exponentially worse because it gets closer and closer to requiring multiple cards to pay for a single card, which just affects the efficiency of a deck.
So we'll see how Josh chooses to block in this situation. The 5 is also pretty relevant. He's going to have to give 2 cards to cover this up no matter what. And if he's stuck with a bunch of 2 blocks in hand, now we're really in a tough situation. Potentially forced to give 3 cards to prevent the disruption, or give 1 card and try to power through as best we can.
Yeah, he's got a snatch in hand, so I think he's got a 3 block. So he's going to take 2 here, go down to 3. He's going to have 2 frostbites. Yeah, there you go. They're both getting the frostbite numbers. Josh is keeping his game state clean. I love it. Okay, here we go. And he had the blue.
So we're going to see this brand with Cinderclaw.
Still has 1 floating. Still has his tunic resource. I saw a snatch in his hand. So he's got a snatch in his hand too, which the Cinderclaw is going to pair with really nicely.
Mm-hmm. And we know we have this Phoenix Flame in Arsenal as well. So we can have a potentially pretty wide turn here, throw a few Phoenix Flames on the chain, poke in a little bit of damage. And Michael, without an arsenal, is in a tough position here.
Yeah, we've got some equipment. It's going to be, I would expect Michael to just, he's going to Blizzard. That's significant.
And it looks like we're Blizzarding before attacks here, seeing what our opponent will do. It really taxes that tunic resource that we have, saying eating up these last 2 resources we have to swing in with the sword and really limit his turn.
Yeah, he puts him in a tough spot too because Stalagmite's still sitting there. So if he uses the tunic, if he activates his tunic to get that second resource to pay with Blizzard, Michael can just slide, his boots and his gloves in the Stalagmite out there and potentially just shut it down. Yeah, he's going to do that. He's going to demand that Michael does something else here. Michael does have a Macho Grande, so there's part of me that wonders if he can keep 2 blues in his tunic resource, he's going to be able to present a dominated attack. But again, that's going to take his whole hand. He continues to be kind of in this weird spot where that's the one thing about Oldhim right now is he gets in these loops sometimes where he goes without an arsenal and his headpiece, if you do that too often, your headpiece blocks 2 or 3, you start to get in that weird territory where you have to, in deck design, you have to ask yourself, am I actually getting crown value anymore?
Right. When you have an arsenal, the one ping effects are not nearly as scary. You can use your crown to kind of eat those up. But when we're forced into situations where you can't get that card in arsenal, those ones start to poke in for a lot of damage and whittle you down. This deck does not use crown as other iterations. Those hyper defensive versions that we're looking to crown most every turn, use that to take away break points. The stalagmite plan and the punchy Oldhim doesn't quite use the crown as much, and we were seeing that play out here. Michael multiple times being comfortable throwing his whole hand and saying that'll be good enough.
Yeah, and we saw it with John, and John did it in the first game where there were times where he would just opt to take damage, use his crown offensively with the intention of not sinking resources, because that's the one real negative to crown without Rampart, is that the crown gets in this weird spot where it's very inefficient because you're trading a card for 1 block and another card. So not knowing what's coming, you may trade a 3 block for a 2 block, which feels real bad.
Right. Pitching a card when you have the stalagmite to use your crown of seeds can be very punishing, especially into this Phi matchup if you aren't able to use the remaining resources. And it looks like Michael potentially going to block here with 1 card from hand. Or reaching for
equipment, maybe. It might be an equipment block here, which could be real punishing because we obviously know Michael doesn't know that he's got that snatch in his hand, and snatch could feel real bad. But if he just does the
it looks
boots,
like those are just iron rot legs.
They are, yep.
Oh, wow.
He's just doing the iron rot. He's giving him the frostbite here.
And trying to keep his hand as we move forward.
Yeah. So he's going to take a damage. He's leaking 1 here, down to 4. It is 3 to 4. Evan snatched and cracked them boots and walk into a sink below. That would feel horrible. Yeah, that's the Guardian special, baby.
And it looks like we have this frostbite is really going to do a lot of work on this turn.
Yeah.
He's not able to follow up with this snatch. He'd have to pitch a card to be able to play it, and he's put in a pretty tough position here. The stalagmite really showing its power in this matchup, being able to really significantly disrupt turns, especially in these late game scenarios.
Yeah, he seems like he's deciding here. He's trying to decide if he wants to try to poke this 1 with the Phoenix Flame. But it is going to cost him that last card. He has no arsenal, and he has to assume that he's going to get an Icy Hammer coming back at him at the very least. I think Michael's just trying to maintain. He has a Cranial Crush in his hand, and presenting 8. It's big numbers. Against Phi, sometimes just big numbers matter, and.
Opting to come in with this Phoenix Flame, poke him down 1 more, and that just makes any of his attacks relevant. But yeah, Michael, having that Macho Grande, his Tunic resource coming up.
Yep, happy to take the 1. Yeah, does he present? The Macho Grande.
Yeah, that puts him in a tough position. He says D-React. I don't even think a 0 for 4 will do it with his Tunic as he comes in for 8. Oh, but choosing a red choke slam.
Again, 8 is just 8. He's trying to get that. It looks like he's just trying to get back to his arsenal.
Or is that may be a blue choke slam here?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know how many. If Michael is running things like Blizzard, you always. That's definitely something you want to kind of protect yourself against, because that is the one thing that Crown does feel good about, is if you've got the Crown and you do draw that Blizzard that you don't necessarily want to play because you're in a tight spot. It gives you a chance to turn a no block into something, which makes a huge difference in your defensive turn.
It looks like giving 2 cards, so it looks like, or 3 cards there.
This is okay. Just presenting 3 here. He's at 3, so he has to do something. The question is just what's coming back.
Blocking with 1 card.
Yeah, but now he just gets to give him another big number and hope that he has poor blocks again. I'm just gonna keep giving him 8. He's just an 8 over and over and over. Just presenting 8. He still has that he's still got an arsenal, so continues to demand blocks.
Yeah, and five being 2 block central, these big numbers are really hard for him to cover up. Looks like he does get.
He does have 1/3 block there, right?
Yeah, 2-3 blocks there.
2-3
Having
blocks.
the lava burst and the blue really nice there. Then just coming in with the rising resentment for 3.
Oh, do we just see the first Oakenhold? We do. We finally see it. How? Wow, man, that is one of those moments. That's tough. All right, he's tuning this up. He's just going to continue to present big attacks. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There's the Macho Grande. That's the dominant.
Pitching his hand for this, and this is going to be a tough situation here. On 1 life, I do not believe there'd be a way out.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't think he has an out. I mean,
it'd have to be an unmovable
Yeah.
and your tunic to cover this up.
yeah. And I don't think we've seen it unmovable at this point.
Reaching for his tunic, so there may be an unmovable in hand here.
Have-
The sink below.
Oh, no, but
there.
just showing him that he finally drew the defense reaction. So
And a really close game there.
Yeah.
Macho Grande coming in to close it out.
really close, really well played. So we're going to switch off the table view. Oh yeah, looks like we just made the jump. So we didn't make a smooth transition there. Yeah, it's been good matches so far. We're going to continue to try and keep grabbing some quality matches. Maybe we'll try a non-Oldhim match this next round.
Yeah, see if we can hunt
Yeah.
down some non-Oldhim players here.
We don't want you guys thinking. Now, granted, we are both Guardian players at heart, but we don't want you guys thinking that we're only going to show you Guardian all day. We wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah, we'll try to get some spiciness on here.
Yeah.
See if we can show you guys some Jemais, some Icelanders.
We do. I know Andrew Rothermel is here, so a very good player. Andrew is on Droma, I believe, today.
Yeah.
So did you know that he's the reigning Star Wars Destiny World Champion?
I did know that.
You did know? Okay.
But yeah, we do have quite some big Star Wars Destiny players that have
Yeah.
transitioned now to Flesh and Blood, and him and John Magnuson, many other players,
Yeah.
made the leap and really kind of putting us to the test in this game.
Interesting, actually, that recently it was funny. I hadn't seen his brother in a long time. I hadn't seen Luke, John's brother. Luke's a very good player. He's a very good Star Wars Destiny player who just had mid leap. I always ask John, I'm like, when is Luke coming out? And he's, I don't know, man. I'm trying to convince him. And we see Luke out now. It was funny because we went and tested a couple weekends ago at a game store here locally, and he walked up and I looked at him twice. And you know that feeling when you see somebody that you haven't seen in years, and you're like,
Is that them?
is that
Is that you?
how about that? It's good. So we got Hamish. Oh man, look at all the tons of people in the comments. Everybody's saying thanks for the stream. We're happy to run it.
Oh, absolutely.
Going to keep emphasizing just so that way, in case it drops, if it drops, it will come back. Currently, right now, this is one of those things where I want to take a picture of everything that we brought to make these streams possible, because I do really appreciate when people set up streams because. We set them up. It took like 4 people's cumulative equipment to put a stream like this together, and a ton of time preparing. Jason is playing, but it is some of his equipment that he brought. He actually is the one he always brings a laptop, so he's the one who has to do the most prep because he's got to get the stream,
Get everything ready
screens
for
and everything
us.
ready for it. So we appreciate that a ton. We appreciate that. We have a great team running the event. We brought microphones and computer screens and everything from home. This is like we dismantled our office streaming setup so that.
My desk is ravaged.
I have to go put my stream back together, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but it's okay. Anything to bring a high quality stream to you guys. We'll be here all day. And yeah, if we do drop, we will be back momentarily. We might just have to go hunt down another phone, because while my phone, I finally got the comments on it. I don't know why, but my phone does not like this location of this building.
Yeah, the hotspot's not happy over there.
My hotspot is not so hot.
It's a bit chilly.
Very chilly spot. Yeah, it's much like the Minnesota weather. It has taken a turn for the cold. I got ice reacted by an Oldhim. It killed me. Body was like, ice react? I was like, no, my phone. My hotspot.
So devastating. Reverberations through the electronic airwaves.
Yeah, we're going to try. I am going to try in the next round. We might have a moment where the stream looks very unprofessional as I try to add text boxes. but we will try to get names up because we want to make sure people know who's playing without their faces on stream, which would have required us to bring even more cameras and maybe light Jason's laptop on fire, trying to process all that information.
It'd be an airplane taking off.
Yeah, you would hear it in the background. You hear that like fans just going. So, I thank you guys for tuning in. We have a ton of people here. The tournament, we keep getting that question. The tournament is 98 people
98
registered.
players. We should have a metagame breakdown coming for you. The judges are working on that for us. That should be coming as soon as they get it finished. They'll bring it over here, right? So you guys get that first thing. But a really great turnout. Yeah, we are very happy that people making the travel. I know people coming all the way from Texas, New York. People really showing out to play some Flesh and Blood and make a tournament an awesome experience.
Yeah, it's exciting to get a battle hardened here. We have a really great community. We'll try at some point to get Chris on if we can. He's head judging, so it's hard to get a head judge in the middle of an event. But if at any point we can sneak Chris away, we're going to bring him in. Chris is our local community leader and
Father of our Fab.
The Fab father in Minneapolis. We were lucky enough in the Destiny scene to have Chris, and that was one of the things that we were incredibly grateful for, was that Chris works so hard to keep an updated. If you guys run a local community and you want to know what a Facebook page's interaction and activity should look like in terms of keeping that information going, you can just join the Twin Cities one for a minute and then drop out if you need to. But if you just want to see how things are run, Chris posts almost every day in the Discord and on the Facebook page about where he's playing.
Yep, where events are.
Other people doing that as a result. Stores then, because they see Chris doing it, stores do it, and they host events. Chris has tags up at the top. It's an incredible thing that he does for us. We're incredibly grateful. And then on top of that, he head judges basically everything.
Yeah. Everything that we have coming our way. It's a real blessing to have somebody to organize everything, keep the community going, especially through COVID era, still organizing tournaments, still organizing events, and finding a way to keep people connected.
Yeah, we do have, so the prize pool, it is all the standard battle hardened stuff, and it's a $2,000 prize pool that they're going to be giving out in money. So
cold hard cash.
TGG stepping up. Again, want to thank TGG. We'll do that as often as we can. Terrence, always running great events, always hooking us up with great prize pools. I live a little bit of a drive from TGG, not a long drive, but a little bit of a drive. I can get to a lot of places faster, but I'm happy to drive down to TGG because Terrence always puts money in packs and he's happy to throw stuff up. We did, when new sets come out, lots of stores just do their sealed pools. He always does boxes and throws lots of stuff in the pool. So we're grateful that he got it. They definitely deserved to have an event and run an event. We've got lots of great stores. There's a lot of competition for great stores here in the cities. And he's top notch. So
absolutely.
We did get some more comments about the meta breakdown. That's coming. The judges are running all that.
We should have that for you guys next round, or if not by round 4 at the latest.
Yeah, we'll have it here in the next couple of rounds. We'll also have an exact number. I assume 7
rounds, I believe. Yeah.
So we should be 7 rounds. We'll be here for all of that, and then we'll be here for Top Cut. So we're gonna stick it through all day for the people.
Oh yeah, keep bringing you that fab action, and we've got like we said, a lot of really strong players here. It should be a really exciting tournament as it breaks down towards the end.
Should be a loaded top 8. So where people didn't make the trip here so that they could lose and not play top 8 for cash. So people expecting to win, but we I think we should be closing in on the end of the round pretty soon. Our timer is at 14 minutes. And our timer was a little behind, so we usually give the stream table starts just a little delayed so we can get the matchup that we want. So we are going to take a quick break. We will go check in on all of that information for everyone, and we will be back with it here in a minute. So
back shortly.
Again, if you guys have any comments, if anybody has anything that we're going to continue to try and make it better throughout the day. So who's a dark horse player in the tournament?
I would think there are a lot of really strong kind of unsung players in this area. A dark horse pick.
I don't even know who the dark horse would be. It'll be interesting. We do have a lot of very good players here locally that have an opportunity to play against some very good players that maybe don't travel as much. So that's probably one of the coolest things about some of these more local battle hardens is you get people who don't necessarily have the opportunity to travel as much, whether that's work or finances or whatever, get to play in some of these events that are shorter travel or locally to them. You get a chance to take a crack at it. Local or non-local winner? Oh man, local.
I'd like to say local. I feel like we got a lot of strong players, but
Yeah.
there are some contenders. We have Brody
Yeah.
Spurlock showing up, Michael Fang showing up, and that's just a drop in the bucket amongst other people. So
Hamish, we do not have an Azalea player.
No
that
Azalea.
I know of. That I know of at least.
well,
so.
we know there is one guy that's a local that plays a little bit of Azalea. Who
Yeah.
knows if he had the guts to crack it out today?
Yeah,
But we'll get that information for you all.
We did have a laugh in a group chat the other day because somebody posted about the meta breakdown of all of the nationals, and I thought it was hilarious only because we have a little young buck who runs around Bergie who loves his Katsu, just loves him to death, and I couldn't help but laugh when somebody pointed out on Twitter that in nationals there are 16 legal constructed heroes, 15 made a top 8, which first off, let's just take a minute and acknowledge the fact that how good the meta is. I know people have their opinions about they hate Oldhim, so the meta sucks because they don't like playing against ice. But the meta is good. It's good. It's diverse. Lots of different decks represented in the top 8. But 15 of the 16 were represented in the top 8. I sent it to a group chat and someone goes, that's an easy answer, Azalea. I said, wrong. Azalea made it at Poland. You know who it was? Katsu. And the absolute devastation of Bergie in that group chat to realize
No Katsu.
no Katsu.
That's hard to take our classic ninja when you got 5, such a powerful deck, goes so super wide on the chain, and can really present a combo turn without cards that say combo on them.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, with Katsu, you need to see the combo cards. You got to draw the right ones at the right time. You got to Katsu. You need things to hit. You got to set stuff up. Fi goes, let me see what. I just did 20.
Yeah.
It just happens sometimes. You know, sometimes the skill overrides the I drew kind of a weird double Art of War.
Right.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we're
we'll
gonna be
figure it
okay,
out.
or we're gonna be all right. So. But yeah, so let's get the information. We're gonna take a little break. It is the two of us doing, for right now, all the commentating, running the stream, doing all the running around, setting things up, doing timers and stuff like that. So we will need a break if nothing else because we got to hit the little boys' room. So
Or the big man's room.
or the big man's room. Yeah, that might be a little bit of extra delay in the stream for certain things. 2 coffees deep. So the high quality stream just really.
Yeah, we took a turn for the worse.
We took a turn for the worse. That's okay. We took shots at Katsu and mentioned the bathroom, so you know. But we will be right back. The round should be just about up, so it shouldn't be too long of a break, and we will get you guys some more Flesh and Blood.
Stay tuned.
All right, everybody, we're back. We're gonna do a little interview action here, like we said we would. We had sounds like we had a little bit of an issue with a deck check or deck construction or something. Something happened, and they had a pretty sizable time extension. So we thought, well, let's get Josh on. We'll do an interview in between rounds because that would be great. If you guys have questions, throw them in the chat. I've got my chat here live. But you just played the Phi versus Oldhim matchup on stream. Very tight. I mean, everything out here was just us. I think you played it. I don't know that there was any way you play it cleaner. It was just a kind of a classic Oldhim. Michael knows how to navigate that matchup. You know how to navigate that matchup. So what made you choose Phi for this specific event?
So I played Chain exclusively while he was legal, and Phi is the closest thing to Chain. So that's pretty much the reason I'll probably play him until he rotates. But glibness aside, I did explore other decks kind of as this new meta has been evolving. And in doing so, I kind of learned that I am an aggro player at heart. Phi is, to me, the most consistent aggro deck. You're pretty easily presenting like 10 to 14 damage a turn, even with what feels like a dud hand, versus, say, Viserai or Briar, who have that fail rate of being Rune Blades and having to fill their deck with 50% non-attacks. And so, even though I come from like a Rune Blade background, I felt like Phi had the consistency that gives him the edge, especially when a lot of these games are very tight and it comes down to navigating key turns, and you want to have that flexibility that Phi provides.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Chain was definitely he's a Rune Blade. He presented mixed damage, but the thing that it seemed like as it kind of got later in Chain's existence, like once Seeds went away and some of those cards went away, it did feel like he was more intended to be built as an aggro deck. And to your point, he countered that fail rate of Rune Blades very well. Helped, of course, by his Banished Zone. Sometimes you would draw a hand that wasn't great, but you could catch a couple things in the Banished Zone, especially when you play those slower matches, you could set it up. So in the matchup of Phi into Oldhim, what are your thoughts on like siding in, siding out, different things? What do you think? I noticed we kind of mentioned, cards that push over the top, and we talked about Ancestral, but I thought I saw you side Ancestral out in that match.
I did, yeah. So I pulled out the Ancestrals. Ancestral's really, really good in matchups where the player wants to block like just enough, because you can just go right over the top, gain the card advantage. Usually you're getting an on-hit trigger or a mask trigger out of that, and so it's really, really key. It also then turns into a 3-block if you have to be the one finding tempo through blocks, so it has a lot of flexibility. Against Oldhim, there are so many ways that Oldhim has to mitigate damage between the Crown, the Earth React, if they are running defense reactions as well. So getting that just like that one peak of damage, it's not enough. So the Razors replace the Ancestral in order to give you that go over the top potential. Unfortunately, seeing them in the first couple of hands there is not really where they should be. So they ended up just kind of blocking in this particular game. Yeah,
you're kind of forced into certain matches. I mean, it felt like he had at the end there.
Starting round 3.
Starting round 3. Oh, okay. All right, cool.
And this is a list if you want to pick players.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I will let you get back to the round.
Good.
You got a pairing, so thanks
Nice
for coming
chatting
on.
with
We
you.
might catch you later again,
All
so
right.
we appreciate you coming on. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
There is a few minutes because we're getting some people registered,
Okay.
but I want you to go ahead and get these people moved, whoever you
Okay,
want.
perfect.
And you're good. You're not going to be late or anything.
Yeah, sorry guys, we're going
You're
live.
not registered for tomorrow? Are you still
did.
live?
Yeah, no, you're fine. We're good live, so
Okay.
I am registered for tomorrow.
Good, because we have a cap of 50 people for the event tomorrow, unless we...
All right, guys, we are going to go off here for just a second to get the pairing set up, and then we'll be right back. All right, so we have the round about started here. They are getting situated. We're going to switch to the stream table. Like I said, Nick and I are kind of running the stream table, getting them started a slightly separate clock so they can have their time and not interact with them as players. That's our primary goal. So I'm going to switch to that. I'm going to try and get names up. We do have T. Tabo is playing Dash versus Dylan Dietz on Iyslander. Dylan's a local player here. T made the trip, so we wanted to get them on, get some Iyslander Dash, mix it up a little bit. So we're going to try and get names up. So excuse me while that happens. Hopefully I don't screw anything up. This is not the program I'm typically used to, so. Riley, we have 98 at the event. So I've got the body is back with me. He made a food run for us, so don't worry, we're not going to be eating on camera for you guys. But
Oh yeah, you won't get to see that. That's for the OnlyFans.
I mean, the Outcast Haven does have an OnlyFans. It does exist. I think we're still at 0. Unlike our YouTube channel, where like my mom and Dane's mom are subscribed, I fully expected maybe the OnlyFans to be wives only, but even they don't have any interest
Even the wives don't want to see
even
that.
the wives don't want to see it. It's free.
It's free.
It's free. I don't
You're
get it.
giving it away. All right. So here we are with the game here. Looks like we have a Dash into an Iyslander, and Dash going first here, opting to just load up their items, arsenal their last card, and you'll see them very often pitch many times into that single, into their pistol, just to filter their hand, get cards out that they don't want, and move on to the next hand. We're going to Iyslander opting to set up a Frost Hex. And just come in with their Waning Moon, keeping the last card to shove in the arsenal, attempt some disruption. And it looks like the Dash player is presenting AB4 here. So it's going to be really hard for this Iyslander to chip in damage as the game goes. And they're likely going to have to rely on that big over-the-top control combo. And our Dash player just choosing to play their Plasma Purifier, set up here, and stay high in life total, not give their opponent any windows to chip in some damage until they can start swinging in with their pistol. But finding this Plasma Purifier this early in the game is really nice, upping that pistol's attack value just that 1 point of damage when it's coming onto the chain multiple times makes a big difference in these long, grindy matchups, swinging in for 3 as opposed to 2. And our Iyslander opponent just playing out that Cold Snap from Arsenal at the end of the turn, having him draw a card and see if he can chip in with a little damage from this Waning Moon. And Dash having that resources in hand, pitch for that Waning Moon damage, and keep their life total at a reasonable place. Some Arcane coming through with that Frost Hex and the Frostbite that was sitting there on the table. And we see Iyslander opting for this Fiendal's Fighting Spirit. And this is definitely sort of the Michael Hamilton-inspired a play that he really popularized this past weekend. The Fighting Spirit just being really efficient. A 2-card 8 is really can't go wrong with that. And a card that will gain him a life, come in for 7, and really make their opponent decide, are they going to give me cards from hand to block this, and then potentially leave themselves vulnerable to some arcane damage coming in at the end of the next turn, or choose to take some damage here and present a little more pressure.
Oh, blocking with his own Findle's Fighting Spirit. Here.
Who will have the fightingest of spirits? And is that all you got? So it looks like we've opted to keep in. That all they got is kind of a hedge D-React. It having the yellow pitch value gives it some utility if the Iyslander opponent is on that full arcane plan. But paying off here is a nice little 3 block coming in to cover up some of that fighting spirit damage.
Yeah, I wonder in these matchups where people are playing this very, very control-y, very defensive, D-React heavy, like centric build of Dash. Sometimes the biggest issue you have when you run into a wizard is that you just don't have enough cards to take out to replace, because then you're just left to choosing, your best options in these matchups. He's got the Last Ditch, doing some loading here.
And it looks like just coming in with that pistol to chew for 2, opting not to load up the Purifier before coming in with that first pistol, playing it conservatively, and trying to keep some cards in hand, really looking to not leak any damage in this matchup. But keeping your life total high is really important in these long, grindy games, so that Iyslander is put in a hard position where they have to go for that big over-the-top combo. And if you're able to interact with them, keep your life total high enough where they can't kill you, you can grind them out of deck to where they have nothing left to do. And an Insidious Chill coming here at the end of the turn.
I think my favorite is that Dash players have almost, you see a lot of the Dash players. Now, granted, it seems like based on the chat, T and Jacob worked on this deck together going into Nationals. And it's I like that they both have the universe. They have different Pokemon tokens, but they both have them. T going with the poison tokens, Jacob going with the little Band-Aid. I don't know what the Band-Aids are. I never played Pokemon, so I don't know what the Band-Aids even represent. But he had the Band-Aid tokens, I believe.
Yeah, so we can, if he's on that similar list, we can expect to see a lot of life gain effects in this game. And he's really prioritizing playing conservatively. And here we are, just the spark of genius, looking to develop our board even that much more. And always prioritizing keeping that card back in hand to protect themselves from that arcane damage from the Waning Moon.
Letting him search here. Going to put it out. I mean, having these sparks early where he's not being super disrupted means he's going to have a lot of capability to build up that board and get his items out and prepare himself for some of these later onslaughts where he really puts a lot of damage in.
Yeah, getting these down sooner rather than later always pays you off, especially when Iyslander has cards like Channeled Weak Expanse and things that can impact you even being able to go and search out your card.
Hypothermia is pretty nasty in this matchup. Does a lot of work. I like T there. My first reaction after seeing someone riffle shuffle their deck is always straight to the comments. I gotta see people's feelings, because it feels like riffle shuffling a deck is something that will create something, like it'll spark an emotion in everybody.
It certainly generates a reaction. And it looks like T there pitching it a blue, soak up that Waning Moon damage, and taking 1 out this Frostbite as he moves to his end phase with the Frost Hex in play. Now, Iyslander with the 3-card hand, playing out that Amulet of Ice and just Waning Moon for 2. Just looking to develop his board here. It seems like we can expect the Iyslander to be building towards that big combo and looking to go over the top of any defenses that the Dash could present.
Put that Emeritus in his arsenal there too. He's holding the, looks like he has the Ice Eternal on hand with a full blue grip. So curious if he's going to try and get back to that next turn, what he's going to do here, how defensive he's going to play. I mean, you assume he just has to set up. You can't, I mean, Dash is happy to block you out and play that grindy, slow game.
Yeah, if you're trying to tit for tat with arcane damage with Dash, she is very, very blue dense and can make a lot of work happen with just 2 cards in hand. So I would...
Callum seems to be more triggered by the sideways deck and discard than he is by
I can't help you there. I'm a sideways deck guy myself. You can tell there are some Magic players on the screen here.
Don't worry, I am in the straight up and down correct posture only because I'm all in on decks with zones printed on them, or like mats with zones printed on them. I'm married to my zone mats, and I can't. My OCD will not allow me to turn my deck sideways. I would have to print a mat with a sideways zone on it and like totally shift it. Which, I mean, maybe somebody will do it and then I'll be fine doing it. But I just can't bring myself emotionally to that point.
So as this pistol comes in for 4, it looks like we block for 3 there, take 1 damage, and opting not to activate that induction chamber there, just happy with getting his damage in and keeping a card in hand, keeping those counters on his equipment as well.
Okay,
and now we see
setting up the clearly setting up that Ice Eternal for late game. Wants to be able to play all these things. Kind of if he didn't have to block with that 1 card there, he could have played the amulet first and then fused off the
Aether Hail left in hand.
Aether Hail left. But I think here also prioritizing just playing slow, working through their lines.
Yeah, it looks like we pitch 2 to the Insidious Chill trigger. We'll AB 2 and then pitch the remaining 2 resources to that Aether Ice Vein triggered effect.
Dylan keeping the Ice Eternal with an ice card never want to get to the Ice Eternal setup and then brick on the ice card. That's the 1 card you can't afford to miss on.
So you see him sticking those cards in Arsenal, keeping them together, setting that combo up for the late game. And that's really going to be the Ice Eternal that he probably looks to combo with.
Has 2 E-strikes in hand on Dylan's side, too. So he's got some big physical damage coming if T doesn't present enough here.
And it looks like activating both of these Purifiers, pistol coming in for 4.
Yeah. Very much appreciate that both of them are playing. There's clear communication here about windows. T trying to activate 1 thing at a time. You know, obviously activating both Purifiers, but I think he and Dylan are having the shorthand of like activating Purifiers. Dylan saying that's good, him hitting both, and then giving Dylan an opportunity to interact in between those 2.
Iyslander is that hero that can stress your communication as a player because there's just so many windows, so many opportunities for her to interact with you. And as we load up this pistol again and come in for another 4 damage. And we're seeing that this power of Dash with these 2-card hands, just pitching his blues, even there, 1-card hand presenting 8 damage with his equipment already loaded up, is a great tempo swing and getting himself a nice life lead in the situation. But when Iyslander is going for this combo, it is not uncommon to get a pretty substantial life lead and see if she is able to wipe some of that away.
Curious here if the play is the play E-strike for 5 and E-strike for 7. I mean that's seems to be the clear play here.
Looks like we are going for that go again on that Enlightened Strike.
T knows something is coming. Obviously, when he gives him the go again, and it's not just the hard 7. But yep, Dylan just going to present that 7. T happy to block. Keep that blue in hand and just set up your turn. Try to present some damage back. Maintain a nice life lead. Oh yeah, we just realized we're asking about round again. You know, I went through all the trouble to put the names up, and I didn't put the round up. Round coming soon. Round coming soon. I told you every round it's going to get better. We've got the names. Next round we're going to get a round up. We're doing this thing.
But we are on round 3 here. Both of these players at 2-0 right now.
Yep. This is. I like the as somebody who is partial to shiny cardboard. You know, I like my cardboard, but I prefer it shiny. I very much appreciate this matchup. If I had known this was the matchup based on purely a shiny standpoint, I would have picked it based just on that.
To see the bling out. And here we are at the end of the turn. No cards left in the Dash opponent's hand. We're coming in with this Meredith Scolding for 4. Using this opportunity to chip in for some good value here. equalize some of this the life totals as best we can.
And it looks like Dylan has the Aether Ice Vein in hand too, so probably gonna try to just keep that hand advantage here. Maybe try to get a card out of his hand. This is probably one of those turns. Oh, being able to arsenal that hypothermia would be huge. Yeah, pitch in there. He's gonna show it to him too. That makes it even better. Is when you can show them a card like a hypothermia. It always feels fantastic.
Right. Being able to jam that into the arsenal and kind of use it at our discretion, because your opponent will always have to commit their induction chamber counter, or you can just leave it in there, block, move on with your day.
It looks like T has he has a purifier in hand here too, so he's kind of in a tough spot because you really want to get that purifier down, but I don't think he's able to unless he keeps all these cards, and he's just not going to be able to keep all these cards.
Having this Aether Ice Vein paired with the Insidious Chill is one of those plays that really just says the tempo is mine now, where you are guaranteeing 2 cards from your opponent. And what an Oasis Respite coming in here to cover up this Aether Ice Vein is really nice here.
Yeah, we have to assume that this turn he's not going to be able to maybe get as set up or as prepared as he wants to, but
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to just see.
Yeah,
just drop the Purifier.
Drop the Purifier. Not even going to load.
But the third Purifier is big gains in this matchup.
Yeah, Dylan. I mean, and he knows too, right? That Dylan has that hypothermia, so it's kind of an interesting spot to be in here because he's got the hypothermia, so you might as well just set up, get yourself prepared,
and you're not afraid of any additional arcane damage coming from a spell in the arsenal at the end of your turn.
Yeah, he's going to have to just waste it. But Dylan just
another Aether Ice Vein here.
Yeah, just Ice Vein after Ice Vein. This is a lot. Get the Insidious trigger, continuing to just that onslaught of hand rip. And he's got the Frost Hex. The question is, how do we get that Frost Hex on T?
Will we see him pitch this Frost Hex or keep it around? We're getting to the point in life totals where maybe we don't go to set up for this full combo. Already being at 17, only having 1 Frost Hex down, having our opponent around 23, we might see the Iyslander opt to pitch this Frost Hex and see if they can play more of a tempo game rather than a combo game.
Yeah, he's T has been kind of in a tough spot. The question is, now that the chills are gone, Dylan is forced into either committing that amulet at some point or trying to get to another chill. And that's the real challenge. Is like Insidious Chill does so much work in this matchup that it's hard. It's hard to do anything really in response to it.
And looks like he's even going to just get value out of his amulet now, take cards, and we see that Sunkiss go to the arsenal. Sunkiss, an interesting card, probably had never been registered at a major event until last weekend, and it was taken to top 8. Really innovative deck building with that dash deck that we see here. It just something that was not expected in the field, and really is a tough game plan to try to get through. All the life gain is keeps them at a high enough life total where they get to the end of the game and they just mow you down with their pistol.
Yeah, they gain so much life that they really offset a lot of what value you were getting throughout the game.
But T opting to just arsenal, pass back, and give Dylan this opportunity to come in with this Fiendal's Fighting Spirit. And it looks like we did keep that Frost Hex in hand on the previous turn. I'm going to see if we can find a way to stick that onto the battlefield. Having 2 Frost Hexes, we are at a point where you don't really need the third. Getting the second one down will give him the ability to build towards sort of a mini combo where we're at life totals where that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, now he's got another hypothermia in hand. He's got Insidious Chill. So that's the toughest part here is like with the Frost Hex and the Chill, they're really like at that tension point where Dylan is desperately trying to get all those things down. The question is whether T will give him a window to prioritize both of those. But that becomes the question. If you're playing this matchup, do you prioritize that Chill or do you prioritize the Frost Hex?
I think at this point I would. It looks like we're going to have a strong pistol attack coming in here. We know we have that hypothermia in arsenal. We may look to try to get greedy here, use this hypothermia to counter the rest of the pistol swings, play that Chill on your own turn, and then hit them back, arsenal the Frost Hex. But that would lead to a little bit of damage, only gives us the opportunity to block with 1 card here if we do opt for that line.
Yeah, it seems like he's really working through this one. We
Yeah.
gotta give some what's ups to people who were tuning in. We have the pitch stack. He's a big Iyslander guy. We got DM Armada, another wizard aficionado, somebody who loves himself some wizard. We got Mo Bogsley, a Kano guy. I mean, all the wizards joined in the chat. Hello to my people. As much as I love Guardian, I'm also a lover of wizard.
You're probably more of an OG wizard at this point.
Yeah.
Since Starvo came out and it injured all of our souls just a little bit, we had to get some TLC with some wizards. But we see here, you have the hypothermia coming in, taking away that go again after we've activated the induction chamber, and now using this waning moon to poke him while he has no cards left in hand.
He's got himself, I mean, he's setting up for exactly what we talked about, right? Getting the chill and the frost hex down, which is huge. The challenge is when you put that frost hex in your arsenal after playing the chill, it feels bad because you don't get. Yeah, see, I think this is.
Yeah, going for the frost hex first.
The frost hex first.
Oh, and pitching that chill.
Yeah.
This is probably the right way to go. Instead of playing 3, not disrupting them, and then playing another 3, not disrupting them, when they have so much power already on the battlefield with these 3 plasma purifiers, taking the conservative line and looking to just get in with this frost hex.
Don't get further behind at this point. Now you're starting to creep into an area where you have to be very careful, like, because he is setting up pistols for 5, just 2 pistols for 5. It's 10 every turn. It's a lot of damage. Iyslander has some cards that block for 2s or block for 0s. There's nothing that they can do about it, really.
So it looks like I thought I saw a Channel Lake Frigid in the hand, as well as
he has a third frost hex.
Frost hex.
Yep, he has an Emeritus Scolding and he has an E-Strike.
And Channel Lake Frigid is really the linchpin of this matchup. You want to get that Channel Lake Frigid down, tax every single item activation that Dash can present. Channel Lake Frigid really limits their capabilities, and I bet we see Dylan really prioritize getting that into Arsenal or getting that down even on his own turn to tax our Dash opponent while he sets up buy him some time to set up for a strong combo.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot here because he has to keep the Frost Hex. He has to keep the channel to get it set up next turn, which I assume he wants to get it set up even on his turn just to try and, as best he can, not lose cards to defend if T draws a full grip of blues.
And there's a hypothermia from Arsenal. This is really important here, buying him some time and essentially saving him another 5 life.
Yep. And it was a huge resource sink for T, right? Like losing all of the resources that he invested into those purifiers for one shot. It did become 1 card for 3 damage, which isn't terrible, but is still something that he sunk a bunch of resources into, and now he's kind of left in a place where he does need to keep 2 cards to really present his Big 10 back. And
it is very advantageous to see no counters on those pistols going into your next turn, knowing he's going to have to keep things around if he wants to present good damage here. And it looks like coming in for an E-Strike, probably putting that 3rd Frost Hex on the bottom.
Yeah, and then putting the Channel Lake in the arsenal means that he can tax the first thing by 2, and then everything else by 1.
Right when he goes for that first load on an equipment, we'll see that Channel Lake come out. And
which I think is the right play here, especially because T has, nothing on the equipment. So he's blocking with 2 to preserve life. You probably assume he's blocking with 2 here to preserve some life, but that puts him in a spot where the second he loads something, you just freeze him out of the turn, hopefully. He did draw that Oasis too, so...
Oasis combined nicely with that 1 floating, soak up this pistol hit.
Appreciate Dylan jumping in here and trying to say, hey, before you resolve that next counter, let's go ahead and have some interaction here.
And Channel Lake Frigid is just a house here. 1 card in hand. He's basically going to have to give him everything left, and then still may not even come in with the pistol.
Yeah, and he risks the fact that if he loads everything here and doesn't keep a card...
it just goes in for the healing bomb.
Paying 2 for it, gaining 3.
And we'll see if...
So does Dylan just give him the Oasis and that 1 floating?
or does he save the Oasis?
I think we'll see him pitch this Oasis here, especially as we're moving into the end game. He really doesn't want that risk of drawing a second red and having a 2-red hand where we don't have the option of hopefully keeping this Channel Lake around for even another turn. Yeah, so there he goes and pitches that Oasis and just undoes the healing bomb.
Yeah, but assume here he's just going to pitch to Coronet to try and get something in his arsenal to get another Frostbite. Trying to keep the tax going. Okay, just going with it. Okay, so he's presenting that. That's a red one, it looks like. So, I mean, presenting 6 damage here off of 2 cards.
Keeping that channel around.
Kind of giving himself a little room as opposed to just taking 1 resource. And the classic accidental read where T ran into 2 CNCs, so he could have presented Dylan with an opportunity where he just gave him a blue for the channel and dropped a CNC into his face, and then T just goes, "Oh well, guess what? I'm stuck with this CNC now. It's not good anymore."
Now it's just a 6.
He's got the cracked bobble. No, that's his heart, I believe. Mm-hmm. He got a proxy for that one from the judges. They were talking about that this morning when we first got here. So. Let me see. Oh yeah, he's just showing him. Appreciate that.
And yeah, it looks like he just ABs it all, eats it up, keeps his life total high.
Yeah.
And this Channel Lake sticking around to taxes.
Oh man, Dylan has the Ice Eternal in there too. DM Armada, jeez, I wish that cracked bobble was for real. I mean, that would be the ultimate, right? If you could just drop the cracked bobble in. I know Tarek actually last year at Nationals, he attempted to and was told that he was not allowed. So it's only for limited play.
Mm-hmm. It is technically a token.
Yeah.
But pitching both of these CNCs to load up on our equipment.
So now the question is, right, Dylan knows he has no resources. He's got 2 Frost Hexes on him. I think Dylan here is potentially considering throwing that Ice Eternal off of his boots.
We may see the boots come out here. If we're able to even make 3 Frostbites here, that can present 9 damage, put him to a pretty low threshold to where any arcane spell at the end of the turn combined with the additional damage from the Frost Hexes can steal the game away.
Because we're talking about the math is 12. He can pitch 2 blues, making 3 Frostbites, which off of Ice Eternal Fuse would deal 3. He has the Frost Hexes, which would deal 3 each, and then he could pitch his Fuse card to the Waning Moon for another 3. So, he's presenting potentially 12 damage here, but it looks like he chooses to not run into it.
We may see him try to keep his channel around on his own turn here as well. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to have the resources to do so, but keeping your channel around and arsenaling an Ice Eternal in this situation would be very nice.
Yeah, it looks like he does, because he can pitch an Ice to this Emeritus and then pitch an Ice to the
Waning Moon,
and he's going to be able to arsenal the Ice Eternal.
So Iyslander setting themselves up into a pretty good position here, keeping this Channel Lake around and sticking a strong card in arsenal to help close out the game. We're stripping cards from hand. We may get a pretty powerful window here.
2 under. He's got it in the arsenal. He's loaded. He's got his Tunic up. He has the channel out. T has 2 cards. He does have the sigil. He does have the sigil. He's got a blue. He's in a position here where this is that cat and mouse game that Iyslander plays with, decks like Dash that have lots of blues. He's just paying for it. Going to pay the 1 to do the sigil. The question is, does Dylan present something on the stack before that sigil resolves? Can he do something prior to it? I don't think he does enough. Is the issue. He's not going to. I don't think he's going to kill him before the resolution of the sigil, so the sigil is just going to offset.
The sigil will likely resolve. It's very often Iyslander needs to go to the end phase when they're using this Frost Hex plan for that extra arcane damage to really make the difference, get you over the line. So it's likely that we will be gaining this 3 life, but it looks like we have a pretty strong blue hand. We may see, we are pitching deep into the...
pitching. The question now is it's just the
should
number.
Be making 5 Frostbites here.
Yep. I assume keeping 4 frostbites. Okay, keeping them. Oh, he used his tunic. I think that Aether Ice Vein is a red.
Yeah,
so
must
that,
have a red in hand here.
Yep. So this is 8 making. Just going 4. So there's 2 floating.
So nice little 12 damage turn here.
Yeah, and T's in kind of that weird spot where he can't pay his way out of the Frost Texas.
No, yeah, he can't. He doesn't have a way to break these frostbites, so he's gonna have to pitch to Arcane. Looks like we have 2 floating here. We'll be taking 10, going down to 6, and then gaining back up to 9. I mean, that's still, all things said and done, netting some life, or only losing 7 life into this Ice Eternal turn. Looks we'll probably have a window where we have our full 4 cards and our arsenal. Ooh, and there's an Oasis Respite. That is very nice here. Save ourselves some damage.
Yeah, it's interesting too because Dylan also does have that hypothermia. He's going to be able to arsenal that hypothermia, which basically again tells T, you're not playing again. I'm going to take one of your turns from you. So he puts it back down. Yep, we're going to Dylan's turn. Life totals.
Life total
back to
equalized.
equal. Yep, Dylan's just trying to do the classic wizard thing where you like get to an end of a turn on the opponent's turn. You're like, hold on, let me try to get my head straight. I gotta figure out where all my cards are at.
Another Channel Lake.
Yep, his channel dies, but he knows he has the hypothermia.
Ooh, and there is
Ice
an
Vein.
Ice Vein.
It looks like an amulet in there too. Okay, so he's gonna load everything, basically asking if he wants to respond. Giving a window, coming in with the pistol for 5.
And 3 cards enhanced here.
Yeah.
Basically saying we will not be taking damage on this turn.
Yeah, this is the tough spot for Wizard, is like the unknown. When someone has high AB, like pushing through the AB and a full grip is just really tough. Like Dylan's kind of in that spot where I think he probably wants to get a channel out again, doesn't want to take a ton of damage. I think he's trying to, probably considering his best options here. The hypothermia gets him out of this turn with limited damage. He can maybe get the channel out.
Yeah, we may just see him play out this hypo, block with 1 card, and then use the peak on his own turn while
he's got the Ice Vein in his hand too. He's got all the options. This is the classic again Wizard where you're just like, I think there's too many options. I don't know what to do. So
see it blocking with the Channel Lake Frigid. Hypothermia coming out here.
Giving him the Frostbite. So he's going to respond. There you go. Yep.
Sigil to break the Frostbite is really nice here, netting him some life.
Yep. Looks like he's going to do it. Oh, it looks like he's doing it beforehand, not paying into it. But he still, just doesn't get to resolve that. Go again there. Not sure what that comment is, but I like it. I like it. We got tree frogs are a diverse family of amphibians that includes over 800 species.
Oh, thank you.
Tree frogs can be a variety of colors, but most of the species found in the United States are green, gray, or brown.
Well, the more you know.
The more you know.
Chatter's coming in with those hot science facts.
Yep. See, okay. So he's prioritizing that. He's gonna get that channel and arsenal.
Really
Tree
looking
frog,
to strip cards here.
Tree frog dash is best dash. I see we have a new dash animal.
Oh, I see.
The last dash animal was wombat, I believe.
Wombat dash.
Wombat dash.
So tree frog dash.
Tree frog dash. I like it.
Keep your life total high up in the trees. But this Aether Ice Vein here is really what Dylan is looking for. Strip cards from hand. Put this disruptive card into arsenal, and try to buy himself the time where he can swing in for the end of the game.
Yeah, he's in that tough spot because part of the way that you win through AB is something to fuse that strips a bunch of cards, and he doesn't really have that option right now.
Yeah, having our opponent on 13 without an Insidious Chill on the board or Amulet Devices on the board is a pretty tough position, but we do still have our Storm Striders.
Yep.
And the ability to maybe Strider something out at the end of the turn to kind of push us over the top. And just pitching the Sift, loading up, and here comes the Channel Lake.
Again, always appreciate the high level play of he knows the channel's there, loads the first thing, gives him the response window, doesn't blow past it. I think this is the tough spot where the the permafrost or weather vane dashes really, this is where they tend to be the better option is into some of these matchups, or they give you options in some of these windows. Because like the challenge in this matchup, I think that T is put in is, or that Dylan has put in against T, is that through high AB he doesn't have an alternate option to strip cards except off of, like the items and
his Ice Veins and his Insidious
stuff,
Chills. But T opting to play out another Induction Chamber, and we have assembled Exodia. We've got our 5 items on the board, and this is really the time where T's looking to draw up 4 blues, 4 blues, 4 blues, and just put his pedal to the metal to close out this game.
He wants to donate 2 blues to Dylan's cause and then 2 blues to his own. That's what he's going to do, turn in and turn out from here on.
And we know we've churned through two of those hypothermias, those cards that could really stop us in this late game. We've already eaten through, so it kind of feels like the coast is clear, but a nice Fiendl's Fighting Spirit here. 7, just a big 7. We are pretty late in the game, pitching that blue to keep his channel like Frigid around.
I mean, it's such an interesting thing. It's a 2-card block with a 2-life swing.
Yeah, 2-card 8 is just great. It's above rate, and you really don't have to do too much setup for it. I think we will see a lot of these Fiendl's Fighting Spirits just become pretty core here.
Drew double Blizzard here. So one time when you're playing an ice hero, you're like, man, what I wouldn't do to be an Earth Ice hero with the Crown of Seas.
Looks like
Unhappy.
I'm not sure if T just opted to move to his end phase, keep his cards in his hand, not pitch anything. I don't see anything else that would have given us a priority window for Dylan to come in with this cold snap.
Because he didn't load anything. There's no pitching.
Looks like we have just 2. That looks like a Sigil of Solace and maybe a Healing Balm in hand.
I think that might be Brutal Assault. That blue Brutal Assault.
Oh, blue Brutal Assault.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got the Sigil. The one thing about Iyslander is once that Frostbite resolves, Sigil, it dies. Dylan has the Brain Freeze in hand, which is interesting. He also has the Ice Vein, it looks like. So might be playing back to that Ice Vein.
Yeah. Brain Freeze a card you think that would be very, very strong into these dash decks, but T on this control plan, opting to play these blue Brutal Assaults, these other blue threats, not really the blue 0 to 60s or cards that you might be able to put on top of this Brain Freeze. I'm kind of making it more of just a card that says blue on it and black for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's just pitching here for the waning.
Yeah, and that is that Brutal Assault. Pitching the resources for it. It looks like he is going to opt to just Arsenal. Yeah, Arsenal that Sigil, keep it around for a time where he needs it to break those Frostbites at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and I mean, right there, he was willing to take that 2 Frostbite damage. So where Dylan probably doing his best. Not sure if he has. I don't think he has 2 ice cards. Does he have 2? Oh, he does.
Looks like he does have 2, an Aether Ice Vein there to pair with it.
Yep, he's got an Ice Bolt and a Blizzard. So now he can keep the channel. He can Ice Vein. He can Fuse. Curious to see if that's what he goes. Yep. Looks like a blue. So I mean, this is coming in for 3, but he's gonna get to keep his channel. The Brain Freeze and Arsenal doesn't feel great necessarily, but
yeah, we'd really love to be arsenaling like a damage spell here in Ice Bolt. Ideally that Ice Eternal, but that might be a little asking for a little too much.
Losing the channel is definitely not worth pitching his Brain Freeze for the wand.
Yeah, keeping this channel around is going to be really important, buying him this time to whittle away at his life.
Both players playing very quickly. We still have 20 minutes on the stream table, so we're at no concern of time at this point. So we'll see what happens as we continue to grind it down. But I assume we'll have a resolution to this game. So he does have the Oasis in hand.
Yeah, and we see that.
Is that the healing balm? It doesn't look like.
It looks like that might be a healing balm in his hand as well. Or yeah, Oasis.
And a Fighting Spirit. Pitching Fighting Spirit. That's a yellow, so covers up everything this turn. Dylan gets to keep his channel. Is T just going to go life gain here?
We may just see him because he'll have to pitch for each of the effects. I bet we'll see him pitch this Oasis Respite, play his Healing Balm, try to gain a little bit of life. Because he's still at a threshold where he doesn't die to anything except for specifically Ice Eternal at this point.
Yep. We are back to pitch. Dylan is holding his heart again. Mm-hmm. So we know we've gotten fully cycled around.
We've got this Ice Eternal coming up soon as if he might sniff this out and try to find his window.
Yeah. Dylan seems to be playing towards that. Mm-hmm. It's kind of his one option here. They continue to be. This is like the posturing, right? Like this is that moment where you got a couple fighters who are okay. Oh, this is gonna. I mean,
Brain Freeze potentially stripping a card here. Let's see if we get.
So now the question is, does he play the Sigil in response, pitching the Healing Balm to not top deck it?
Yeah, we may see him just go for the Sigil here, and that is what we're gonna do. He doesn't want to give him that additional value.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to give that to Beats? Thanks. We got our producer, Robert, in the background. He's helping us out with some stuff. So, yep. So the life gain's resolving. He's going to now... Dylan does know that the Oasis is going to go into the arsenal of something else. Okay, yep. Just asking for clarity on what he fused with. Obviously, neither player really concerned much about it.
And pitching the heart here right after he gained the life just feels great. Getting that value and wash away all the life he just gained. But having this Oasis is not ideal here. You'd really love that to be a blue to be able to pressure with this 3-card hand. Yeah. But it looks like we may just have to opt to set up and maybe use our Tunic resource to Waning Moon and get this Oasis out of hand.
Just going there. Yeah, just gotta get that red out of there. Has the Ice Bolt in hand, which you assume he's gonna want to put in his arsenal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We just see.
Tunic. Yep.
Really prioritizing getting this red out of his hand, especially as he's arsenaling a 2-cost here. He does not want to be stuck with the multiple reds in his hand.
We've seen him cycle through and through and through. Yeah, we do have a breakdown of the meta, so we've got that coming, but we want to make sure this game gets finished first. So, and we see the Ice Eternal, full blue hand, has the fuse, Amulet is out. Ooh, this. But I mean, T with 3 cards is the tough thing.
He knows that this is an Ice Bolt in Arsenal because Dylan showed it to him off the Brain Freeze.
Yep.
And
Dylan
this
knows
really
that T has the he's got his Oasis in his arsenal. Like this is very interesting.
Right. Figure out how much as the dash can you pressure here. This is your window. You know that he doesn't have heavy disruption in his arsenal. You want to take cards from hand here, but any little overextension could leave you vulnerable to him bootsing out a threat from his hand and ending the game.
Mo, we've got about 16 minutes left, slightly over 16 minutes, so plenty of time left in this round. Once we get close to time, we're managing the time here, so I will... If we get close to time into the 5 minutes, I'll run in and let them know, and then I'll run and grab a judge to give them an opportunity to play the game out. Both players are playing very quickly. Appreciate the pace that they're playing at. Clearly want a resolution. Yeah. Yeah.
And this really is the pivotal turn here. Both players knowing that this is going to be the one where they have to take their time, find the right line, find the perfect amount of pressure.
Yeah, neither one of them wants to overextend here. They're both well within that lethal problematic range. So that's the real scary thing for both players here is that neither one of them really wants to give up a ton. Hilariously, this is much like a wizard mirror where there's a lot of posturing. You're kind of standing there waiting for the other person. You want them
seeing
to
who
make
will
the
blink
move.
first.
Yeah. You want them to make that move. You don't want to be the one to make the first move.
And here we go with this Ice Bolt coming out in response to him loading the pistol, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like he let him
load up the chamber.
Loading and unloading, and then prepare himself. So we'll see here. He's trying to disrupt.
T, I can't
It
tell,
looks like
was that a fighting spirit in his hand?
it looked like it was either a blue and maybe a healing balm, another life gain effect. And a life gain effect on the end of the chain here could potentially be devastating.
Dylan has double Ice Eternal in his hand right now, it looks like.
We may even see him
trying-
opt to
Oh, zipper, okay.
blue zipper head.
Yep.
Taking one.
One, okay. 15 minutes. Yep. Thank you. I'll come. With like 5 minutes left, I'll run to you.
Okay, let me know, because we only have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, there a little bit of interaction with some judges there. We're trying to keep everything clean and tight. They're running. This event has been just smooth as butter
sailing.
so far. So we're trying to do our part to not bog the event down. Nobody wants the guys out running the stream table to be like, okay, hey, thanks for making the event go 3 hours long, you morons. So we're doing our best part. We're doing our best to fill our role, which is bring the games to you, but not screw up the event.
And it looks like he's pitching in, and breaking this frostbite here with his pistol. Or he may still be holding his priority here.
Okay, breaking using
Boots.
boots. Gonna sink in.
Oh, and a red. Is that a red
Okay,
Aether Hail?
giving him another frostbite. He's gonna be at 2 frostbites here. No fuse yet, so I mean that amulet is obviously.
So just a blue Aether Hail. He's just really looking to disrupt here.
I think that's red. I think it's red. I think he pitched the blue, so
2
I think he's
floating.
presenting 2 floating, so that he can still wand him for 3. So there's another 4 damage. I mean, I think what he's doing here is he's trying to get all of the cards from T's hand. I think he feels safe outside of lethal. So he's
so using his floating resources
to break 1 frostbite. Yep, to get a floating resource for the other frostbite.
And this is just really clean here,
Yeah.
keeping his life total high, coming in with that Oasis
wow,
Respite.
yeah.
We are living in Value Town right now.
Yeah, maintaining 2, so he's going to break that other frostbite. Going to break the other frostbite, going to resolve it. He's going to gain a life. He's going to stop all of that. Dylan can still present him with another 3 here. Yep, looks like, and there's nothing he can do about it. Dylan's going to be able to arsenal an Ice Eternal.
But do we still have 2 floating from the dash here? So we're kind of off to the races right now. Going to be coming in with for 8 damage.
I think what Dylan is doing here is accepting that he's going to lose some life. That he's going to shoot him for another 4. I think he did the math, realized he wasn't within lethal, and felt safe extending a little bit to try and get all the cards, because this is a scenario where not allowing him to get a 3rd shot off does prevent you 4 damage. So being able to present some damage yourself.
And leaving 1 floating here, and presenting another 4. This is a really strong turn here from T, really navigating this well to prevent as much damage as possible and still come in with 2 relevant attacks in this turn.
Curious here, I was going to say, I assume he's going to be blocking with some equipment. Doesn't offer him any more value. Barefoot wizards are not as fearsome. I've always said that as a Kano player, I think my favorite, image is that Kano always loses all of his equipment by the end of the game. So I like to think that at some point he casts a spell like a Gandalf, you shall not pass, but it's so strong that it actually blows his clothes off, like Zeus flicking Thor's clothes off. You flick too hard, damn it!
Right. And he just goes to Arsenal this Ice Eternal. Drop.
Does have a red, which is a little tough. But I mean, he can't overcommit here, or those pistols just blow him out.
And we can only assume at this point in the game, T's just going to have a primarily blue hand, if not all blue. Have the resources available to load these pistols up, push through disruption, and still pitch to some arcane.
I think Dylan needs him to lose as many cards as possible, but T just needs to make sure he doesn't overextend and get iced out. He doesn't know what that last card is. T did get back to, looks like that all you've got in a Command and Conquer.
Oh, so 2 reds in the hand here.
Yellow and a red, I think.
Yellow
I think,
and a red.
I think that's all you've got. So.
So leaving himself with 2 floating, pops off these pistols, choosing not to load it all the way up, just keeping it at 4.
I think he's doing the math here where he can get to that 4, that break point.
And here we are with this Oasis coming in nice here, covering that up, gaining us a life.
Yep. Because Dylan is at 6. Sometimes that 6 into 9 can really throw you on those apps where your head position. That's why we try to do the stream sideways as opposed to one way or the other. Because nothing throws you more than your opponent touching their life down. You're like, wait, you went to 9, not 5?
Right.
Or you went to 8, not 5?
And then here we come in with another pistol. Just going to block here.
Block 3, take 1. I think Dylan's just trying to get a handful of blues and a fuse.
We may just look to land that last card.
Oh,
The CNC here is just
and at lethal.
CNC here is very devastating.
T there with the perfect.
Really good sequencing here. Stripping those cards from hand. And now we're all but guaranteed to take take both of these cards. He's got to block, but he won't be able to cover up this Command and Conquer.
So now the question is, does he just play the Ice Eternal for 2? I'm curious if he's going to play it with that 2 floating and fuse it. Does he have? I believe Frosting is what, or no, Frosting. Did he block with that? He might have. What does he have in hand?
I believe it should be like an Amulet of Ice in his hand here. Oh, another
He does have the
Frosting.
Frosting. Okay. Oh, so he's going to pay for that. He's going to take the 4, but he's going to go down. He's going to. Oh, but that doesn't work though. The Ice Eternal needs to be fused, right?
Yeah, he needs to show the Ice Eternal. But I don't know what he's.
Yeah.
Just looking to take it out. Oh, but they're.
Oh, but it won't deal damage. It's going to make the frostbites.
It
but
makes the
won't-
frostbites,
yeah.
but it won't deal damage.
So for right now, 7 minutes.
7 minutes from now. Yep.
Yeah, and this
Yeah, we're
CNC is just a power play here. Really important in this situation.
Yeah.
And now T's going to really have the opportunity here.
Yeah.
Load everything up. Know that the coast is clear. There's no boots. There's no card in arsenal. It is
Yeah.
just off to the races.
Hard to really. I mean, if you're Dylan in this place, there's really nothing you can do except hope that your math works out. But if T just has a full grip of blues, he's got a springboard. That's a yellow. But I don't think it matters. I mean, he's going to present 5 over and over again. All of these 5s are going to take 2 cards.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think the writing is on the wall here.
Yeah.
This should be a 15 damage turn.
yeah, which is going to be too much because with the cards in hand, even if they're
All 3 blocks.
all 3 blocks, it doesn't matter because he's going to have to give up 2 per. That last one's just going to get through. Yeah.
Blocking 2 cards. Giving it a go again.
Dylan just hoping that T has too many reds. I mean, there's nothing you can. I mean, all it could be is if like 2 reds there. Yep.
And there it is.
Yep. That is it right there.
Really
Well
an excellent
played.
end game. An excellent end game there.
Yeah. That was very, very well played. I mean, I think both players
Giving themselves good opportunities to come in for the game. And, dodging and weaving with what their opponent was doing. Just a really nice back and forth there.
So we're going to take a quick fade out here. The round for everyone else is over. So we're going to have a quick turnaround on this one because the stream match was...
Who won that?
T.
T, yep.
Yep.
Want to leave T there?
Sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. Yep, for sure. Sorry, having a discussion there with the judges, just trying to line up next stream table, keep the event moving. Again, we don't want to be the reason that the event goes slow. Real quick, let's talk through. We've got a meta breakdown just so everyone can hear it. We have Oldhim at 10 decks, Phi 18 represented, Briar is 6, Iyslander is 10, Dromai 15, 2 Lexis, 8 Rhinars, no Levias.
No Levia.
No Levia.
No Levia love today.
No. We have 2 Katsu, 1 Kano, 10 Viscerai. That's a high number. We have quite a few Viscerai.
We have some
dedicated
some Viscerai lovers in this area.
We have 3 Bravos, 8 Dash, 3 Dory, and that's right, people. You heard it here in Azalea.
We do have the Azalea.
I don't know how they're doing. We can try to get some information on who these play, like who is playing some of the less represented, how they're doing. Pretty sure we know that Anthony is our Kano player.
Yeah,
he
it's
said
almost a sure.
He said round 1 he took the classic Dromai pairing, turn 1 Thamai.
Oh no!
Never found the answer. And,
that's just all she wrote sometimes.
That's the ball game. I mean, that's pretty much it when it starts. So,
but Vi and Dromai really taking the top spots here. Dromai, so that is surprising to me. After seeing a pretty successful turnout from aggro this past weekend, maybe people thinking that they'll try to attack the Icelanders in the room as they switch to the deck. But I feel like that attack action Iyslander, having the Scar for Scars, having that density of poppers, really it gives them a little bit more of an edge into the Dromai matchup than other wizards may
right.
have.
I think they have a much better matchup into Dromai because Dromai is then forced to kind of play around the pops on top of the answers and solutions to killing things. Iyslander has a better matchup anyway into them because most of their cards say any target versus target hero. So it kind of puts, it puts the Dromai in an interesting spot. But at the same time, if you think that Oldhim is going to be well represented, your matchup into Oldhim is pretty good.
It's pretty good,
yeah. I know Jason said he played a Dromai very close and basically won because he got to the end and they had a no block card. And
yeah, Dromai is a pretty skill intensive deck, and it is, that matchup is really grindy. It's all about your minor advantages, and if you have stacked it well, you have some experience as the Dromai into that matchup, you can really set up some powerful endgames with your Ghostly Touch, the Passing Mirage, Semblance, to come in with huge attacks that are pretty uninteractable.
Just working here on trying to get you guys, again, I told you I'd get the round up next round, so I'm going to do it. Every round, the stream's getting better. I told you, I'm a man of my word.
Bam.
I would never lie to the people. If nothing else, the Outcast Haven is a channel of integrity. I don't know if that's, I mean, I don't even know what that means, honestly. It's all right, there we go. We're prepped.
sounds like we're going to keep T. Oh my, cardboard cast. Sorry about that. Take it off. All right, see you, buddy. Cardboard cast pointing out. This is pretty fantastic. So we mentioned that Levia has 0. We, however, didn't even say the name Bolton. There are 0.
There are 0 Boltons.
But I do feel kind of bad about the fact that it was pointed out that we didn't even mention his name. We pointed out that there are 0 Levias.
When I was writing down the possible deck list, I was like, ain't nobody playing Bolton.
Nobody's playing Bolton. He had to count. We do have a couple locals that play Levia, and they're pretty committed players. So.
And our local Bolton is a good friend of ours, and unfortunately he's given up on our light guy.
Yeah,
in recent weeks.
The fact that he sent our group chat a question about, hey, does anybody have a Mask of Momentum and a Pouncing Lynx and a Shuko?
Yeah. We're like, well, it seems like let's just play the aggro deck that has a 4-card hand.
Yeah. You got to. Do I want to charge and then attack for 4, or just attack for 4 with 1 card? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm
Hard
just
decision.
not sure. It's a tough one. I'm very curious. It looks like we're getting set up for the next round. Just realized it never asked. Need to get a name for the other player. So you know what? I'm gonna put you in charge for a second.
All right.
The stream is all Nick, people.
Whatever. I won't let it destroy itself.
Wait, I need to go the other way.
So yeah, getting T to stick around, and it looks like we might have a Lexi. I think I see a Voltaire there in the box. Ooh, getting to see a little bit of Lexi dash action. A nice, interesting matchup. And we have some big Lexi faithfuls in this area. Love to play the ice decks. I mean, up in the north, people love their ice, and Lexi's always a big fan favorite. Somewhat surprised to see Oldhim sitting there around 10, tied with Iyslander, tied with Viscerai for representation. looking like people opting instead of playing Oldhim, kind of being the target, they're looking to target that matchup. You play these decks like T is that play that long game excellently and really punish these defensive decks that struggle to present enough offense to go over the top of this Dash defense.
Look, I'm nothing if not prepared. So smooth. We have a round. We're on round 4. This is a local Eric Meyer. He's rocking the Lexi deck. So T and not T. Oh, I was very confused about that. I thought somebody said I was spelling his name wrong. I was like, I specifically asked him the correct way to do it. But yeah, looks like we are prepared, or we're getting prepared for the round. Just setting up. Very curious. I mean, you have to assume that in this matchup, T is going to go 100% pistol fatigue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are really going to get to see the defensive power of Dash in this matchup, and I think it's going to be difficult for Iyslander or for this Lexi to push through damage here. T having some of these sneaky defense reactions, the springboard somersault, some of these lesser played defense reactions that also give us some good value. And when they're stuck in our hand, we have to pitch them. Can help us break some of these frostbites that Lexi might be giving us with flipping these ice cards from our arsenal. Lexi, though, does have that power to go pretty wide on the chain, strip cards from your hand with her disruptive effects, the chilling ice veins of the world, and presents some pretty powerful damage. 3 of a kind is really going to be something we're going to see him try to build towards. These 3 of a kind turns, Art of War turns, are going to be really important to push over the top in this matchup, push some damage through, and get Lexi into a position where she can close out the game, potentially. And it looks like we have getting the life counter all pulled up for everybody. Perfect. And Blake for joining us here.
Yeah, they're just setting up. I got the life counter out. We did let them know we'll be prepared once they get settled. We're gonna get the timer started. They get a little bit of an extension because they have to move tables.
Mm-hmm. Get everything set up. And we want to make sure they have enough time, aren't feeling stressed by being in the feature match. Get to have a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah, we've got them set up in the back of the room, so they're a little ways away from everybody. That people have lots of. They have plenty of room. There's not a lot of noise, and we can keep the stream nice and clean. And we're actually outside in the hallway. We've been banished out of the room.
Yeah. Stay away from the players.
Somebody said that they thought my voice would carry, and I'm loud. And I've never in my life have I ever heard that I'm loud or full of energy.
I don't know why they'd say that.
Never once.
So this matchup, probably in a matchup a lot of us haven't seen very much of before. Do you think this is a matchup, Blake, where the die roll is really important, being on the play, being on the draw, or not? You know, we see some of these matchups like Dash into Oldhim. Dash does have some very powerful turn 1 potential, but there are times where she doesn't do much turn 1, he doesn't do much turn 1.
Yeah.
And you just kind of carry on with parity.
It's a rather interesting matchup in that Dash usually wants to go first, but Dash probably isn't going to be able to present a ton of damage, and it's going to be very measurable.
Really hoping
Lexi's
she can
side.
set up that item.
Yeah, and I think that if Dash wants to play an item, that actually presents Lexi with a tremendous amount of value if they draw the right arrow cards, because if you can load at least one arrow, you're in a great spot. And there's always the potential of the absolute monster high roll of, drawing a go again arrow if you run any sort of go again arrow, or being able to do something crazy and like have a 3 of a kind, get an arrow in your arsenal, play 3 of a kind, and now just fire 4 arrows, potentially 3 or 4 arrows. Here's what sort of equipment we're going to see from Eric here.
Yeah, a lot of different options Alexi's could be going for. I'm assuming we'll be on the Voltaire New Horizon, but there's a lot of talk as to what you would use in the foot slot. Do you go with that Snapdragon Scalers, the Perch Grapplers for the big turns?
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's super important. I think maybe my
like personally, my favorite play in Lexi, if you're trying to be the aggressor and you're really trying to go all in and push, is the dream setup is Arrow and Arsenal with a face down Arsenal 3 of a kind, because you're capable of playing, things from your hand if you need to, playing your 3 of a kind, breaking your boots, and just rocketing at least the arrow from your arsenal, and then potentially if you have like bolt-in shots and you've got the bracers, that offers like 2 more arrows. Like you can go 4, 5, 6 wide. If you got a rain razors that you get to start off with, I mean, you're talking about a 30 damage turn. It doesn't matter how defensive you are as a deck, you still only get to play 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah, we see Rain Razors is going to be very important in this matchup, getting us above those big block break points and presenting just as powerful as turns as possible. And Lexi really does have some strong potential to build towards some pretty large turns, combining Rain Razors with the 3 of a kind, Art of War with the 3 of a kind.
Just realized I have the little box in it. All right, we are ready to go. We're going to be back with the chat. We're ready to go. All right, here we go. Tree Frog Dash is best dashed. He's proving it right now. It's happening. Let's see what he does here. Looks like he's loading some stuff up. I'm trying to see what's in the Lexi's hand. It has an Ice Quake and a Polar Blast. For sure. Is that a... I can't tell what that other card is. Got to tell Eric he's got to get that hand shuffle going on. The scary thing about this matchup really is that Dash is kind of Dash has one advantage, which is she doesn't really care much about what attacks in her hand, but CNC is real good.
CNC is really good in this matchup. And being able to slap it on the end of the chain, potentially come in with pistol, play a CNC, can be really devastating to the Lexi player. And it looks like we're going to pitch a card, try to get this fatigue shot in Arsenal. And it's always a question of how much you want to commit as the Lexi player, because your opponent will always get priority back. If you try to go too ham and they throw a big attack at you, then you're leaking damage on that first turn.
Yeah. Kind of in a tough spot here. Hasn't even boosted. I mean, this is a 6. He's now saying, like, I hope your 2 cards block for 3 and you want them both, or you don't want them. Which we know Eric has 1 Polar Blast, so there's definitely at least 1 damage is coming through here. Oh, there's a Chilling Ice Vein in there, too. He's trying to set up...
Really, yeah, hoping to keep those together. Just throwing the Chilling Ice Vein.
Oh, he's trying. This is a class. He's trying to figure out how the life counter. I love that every life counter has a different point on it. Down, left. You take the life down. So I've definitely fallen victim to trying to tick my life down, and it goes up. So I try to change the location, and then it ticks it up again. And I'm like, okay, where do I touch this thing to like make my life go down? I mean, I don't want my life to go down, but I know at some point it probably will happen. At least once. As a Guardian, I don't push the down life button very often, but but as Kano, I do. The most common phrase in Kano is not pitch to Kano, it's no blocks.
No blocks.
No blocks. We blocks when we dies. Trying to process through this turn here. I think Tia's prepared for what he needs to do. I think he's just waiting on. So let's see what Eric's got. We got double fatigue shot. That's a toughie.
Activating Lexi. Yeah, fatigue shot not really the greatest in this matchup. It doesn't affect the pistol, and that's really what T's all about. He's looking at pistol. So this fatigue shot really just being a 1 for 5 with go again, and T opting to just take it. Asking him what's coming next.
Curious about what Eric's plan is here. If he's trying to set up specific big turns, or if he is... Yeah, I think he might have just drawn 1 more arrow there, which is tough. Interesting that he didn't. I'm curious what that last card is. It looks like an endless arrow. So yeah, he's kind of in a spot where he can't do much to get that channel on board without clearing everything. And at that point, it's not a ton of value, right?
Yeah, and this channel we really want to see that late in the game. Early on, it's not bad by any means, but Dash is fine with just blocking, playing, and then trying to play their 1 item off of a blue. And you really want to be using these Channel Lakes when they already have their items down, because they don't tax the items very well.
Yeah, I don't know what T has here, but I feel like it is big and it is scary.
It looks like we see an unmovable and maybe an item in hand.
Oh, so that might be, yeah, he's just kind of
Looking to just load
magnetic
up.
shockwave in there. So he's got a blue that blocks for 3. He's going to shoot with go again. Oh, Tannen Grace in the chat. The goat himself of the play-by-play. So y'all are doing great. Oh, man, really appreciate that. Yeah. Tannen, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Not obviously just if you have great name recognition, but
Oh, and there it is, the spark of genius. Really showing us that's why he's keeping his hand. He wants to get those items down, and he is happy to trade some life to do it.
Get in the chamber. Chambers are the obvious value in this one because the more cards you take from Lexi, the better. And just going 2 over and over again. Curious if he's running any number of purifiers or if he's trying to play defense. He's going to be able to arsenal and movable, which is very significant if Eric is able to put any sort of buff on the front of something here.
And Lexi does have the ability to play towards some dominated effects, knowing also that T had inadvertently seen that Polar Blast earlier, seeing it on the first turn, knowing that it's likely an arsenal, but I guess not. The endless arrow.
Okay, so he kept it there. Curious what he has. It looks like he's kind of drawn some awkward hands, which is sometimes the curse of Lexi, where you need a certain number of ice cards.
Yep.
And I'm curious in Dynasty. That's one thing I would actually like to see a lot. Is I know people will say Oldhim doesn't need it, and I understand that, but a single Guardian attack that's Ice Guardian would be a big boon, which I know people don't want to hear for Oldhim, but I think it sets precedence for the fact that then you can make it for Lexi. I know you can do one and not the other, but it does feel like if you're going to start making things for Ice heroes, you should kind of equally do it across. But I'm also not opposed to them trying to buff one and not the other. Lexi clearly needs an ice arrow. Like she needs an ice arrow.
I could see something like a Frost Fang type arrow, an ice arrow that has a strong on hit, really giving a lot of power. Just like a 0 for 4 that has, when you flip it from Arsenal, gives itself go again. That's all it says. It's just 0 for 4 lightning arrow. Seems great. But a sink below here coming in to cover up. Looks like that was that a Chilling Ice Vein?
Blizzard Bolt.
Blizzard Bolt.
So he's just preventing, I think mainly preventing damage here. He has the CNC, which is just that's the backbreaker. If Eric settles here and is happy to just put another card down in Arsenal and go 2-card Arsenal, that's where it's just rough, because then T is set up to where he could potentially pistol go against CNC, and that is tough. I mean, I think Eric needs to demand more blocks here, which is, I don't think Endless Arrow is the play for that. I think that Frostfang is probably the play there, but I think he's having a hard time just navigating what to play where. Like he feels like he's going to run into defense everywhere, and that's kind of the issue with Lexi into these more fatigue matchups, is you kind of get stuck in a world where there's just nothing you can do. You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Right, you feel the need to push, but if they're ready with the defense reactions, ready with these cards to limit your offensive potential, you can get stonewalled and fatigue yourself relatively easily.
Yeah, he's just trying to
poke in with this Endless Arrow.
He does have the cards in hand where if this Endless comes back, he can activate Voltaire to just put it in and then still arsenal a card. But
looks like there's an Oasis Respite in hand here.
Yeah. T looked like he was, here we go. Yep, he's going to Oasis it, pitching the CNC, which is, I mean, getting that CNC back in the deck for later, knowing that you might get to that cycle as the control, slow, grindy deck, there definitely is the opportunity to get back to that, and that is such a huge tempo play.
Yeah, knowing we are still early.
A 2-card CNC, just putting a CNC up against them and knowing that they have some 2 blocks. Oh, no. Have we run into the catastrophic hand? It looks like, I don't think that Eric drew an arrow. I mean, if it's going to happen, you want it to happen early, but
we may just see him pump up the jams on this Endless Arrow.
Well, the Endless Arrow's gone, but I thought there was a Frostfang somewhere unless he pitched it. Yep, there we go. Got the Frostfang. Going to give him a Frostbite. I think he's just going to try and, I mean, do you just Icequake Frostfang? I mean, that's kind of might be your only play.
Yeah, sometimes just got to bite the bullet. And I mean, red Icequake with this Frostfang, having the on hit, having all this disruption can be nice, but this control dash deck really laughs in the face of disruption. It is happy to block with 3 cards, pitch a blue, load up, and mow you down.
Well, and even more painful is if T has a blue in hand and Eric only pumps it once and he can't break 8, we know that T is just sitting on a red unmovable.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad.
Winter's Bite here.
It's got 2 floating.
And here comes this Icequake.
He is going to pump it. He's just going to have 2 floating. He's going to go with the Frostfang. Presenting another Frostbite and I guess depending on color. That's the only problem. This is the classic. I can't see what color that Frostfang is.
I think it's a blue.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to go unmovable. He's just going to cover it.
Yeah, not getting greedy with this unmovable.
Yeah.
Getting it when the getting's good.
Yeah, and then I assume T's turn is just going to be play Sigil, Arsenal, CNC because he doesn't have the resources to play the CNC. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll probably see him just gain some life. Yep. Move to his end phase. And this is really the dash happy place. He is totally fine.
Yep.
Covering up damage, gaining some life, and just keeping his life total high. So when he gets to that end game, he can declare no blocks and then pump up the jams with these pistols.
Yeah, we've got the CNC in Arsenal now, so we know he has the resource efficiency. Yeah, he's gonna play the Polar Blast. So pay 1 or dominate. I assume T just doesn't care. He's like, yeah, fine, that's fine. You can have your dominate. Okay, so Eric looks like he probably has a couple arrows here, which would be huge. Being able to get some arrows off would be, okay, yep. Got 1. He's going to be able to fuse it with Go again. It does look like a blue, though. So, he doesn't even... The Dominate is pretty irrelevant. We know that T's got lots of... Oh, maybe it's not. Okay, so he must be past a break point there because we know that this round's on me, blocks for 3.
And then come in with a Fatigue Shot.
Fatigue Shot. It is a fused Blizzard Bolt, so we know that presents another... Yep. T continues to be happy. Block. If he's got a blue in hand, he's still got the CNC. The question is always into Lexi, like the CNCs are good, but they're at their best when they have 2 arsenals. Mm-hmm. When they get in the turn with an arrow up, and then at that point, is the blue just better to shoot that pistol 3 times?
But no, opting to just come in with the CNC.
Yep. Pace the Frostbite. It does say, are you going to play off of which? Eric, the question is now, does Eric even bother? He's got a 3 of a kind. Yep, okay. Tunic isn't up, so he's going to have to pay for the 3 of a kind, but we know that 3 of a kind presents the potential of something crazy. Yeah. They're playing nice and fast. I like that. Oh, did he draw another 3 of a... Oh, no. Okay, nope, he did. Okay, I saw the polar.
There is another 3 of a kind.
There is another 3 of a kind. I thought I saw.
Oh, no arrows.
No arrows, and it was just going to be the classic. Yep, it's going to fuse here. Going to show him another Polar Blast. Yeah, this is kind of what we expected from this matchup. Eric is trying to play. I think he's in a tough spot because realistically, he does need a face-up arrow and an Arsenal 3 of a kind almost to have his turn where he can outvalue Dash's block.
Yeah, Lexi here really wants to be assembling those 3 arrow turns as frequently as possible. T's deck is built to block with 3 cards and come in with something relevant. Arsenal that last card.
Yeah, kind of tough here because he does look like he has another unmovable in hand, which is such a huge resource dump.
Oh, and opting just to save that.
Yeah, looks like he's just trying to set up a bigger turn this next turn, hoping for something more. It doesn't seem to care about these. He's like, pistol me to death. I don't care.
Yeah, he is content to take 2 all day long.
Yeah. OT has a purifier here, so that's what he's doing. Some loading, kind of drop a purifier, arsenal and unmovable. Just start to get himself set for those 3 times. Now it's 9.
And some really disciplined play here. T could come in with this pistol, give it go again, then play the purifier, but opting to keep these counters on his equipment.
Yep.
Give himself that option where if he wants to block with his whole hand and arsenal card, well, he's still coming in for some amount of damage, even with no resources.
Yeah, this is tough because he knows here, I think, that, there's always the potential of presenting more when you're playing into Lexi. Lexi has effects that do tax the hand and make you pay, and I think T is trying to play around some of this. He knew the Polar Blast was there, right, because he fused with it, so he knew it was coming, so maybe he knew that he needed to do something with the unmovable, just set up the unmovable to not get blown out by
A bit,
a chilling
big
ice,
dominated
a
attack.
chilling. So many ice veins now.
Ooh, and here comes this 3 of a kind. And this is really that turn that he is looking for.
Drew his other 3 of a kind. Oh, and oh my gosh, he has an E-strike in hand, I think. I think he was hoping to draw. Curious why he didn't E-strike first here. That's my only thing, is he could have gone E-strike for 5 with go again.
And this, yeah, here's this Polar Blast, draws another card, and
Okay, there we go. We did get another arrow. I think he might now have 2 arrows and the endless. Yeah, because he has the blizzard. Yeah. This is a matchup with a lot of moving pieces too. They're doing a good job of playing with pace, but not, completely dismantling the game state.
when here's that Fate Foreseen.
Foreseen.
Paying for that Frostbite. Oh, and it looks like we have another Sink Below in hand.
Yep.
And even a blue if we do opt to go for this unmovable.
He's fully set up to just blank this turn. I assume he wants to keep that. He wants that endless arrow to do nothing.
Yeah, saving that Sink Below to cover up this Endless Arrow. Oh, but here we go. Using the Sink Below here. Maybe eating up the on-hit trigger. If this is a yellow Blizzard Bolt. Denying any sort of Frostbite action.
Choosing not to sink it looked like he gave him the old hand. Nope, no sink, no sink. Not just a verbal cue, giving him the physical cue. Trying to decide here what to do. I think he just doesn't want to run this endless arrow into a block. He's been de-reacted twice. Not sinking there. Maybe just screams. I just happened upon all of my 0-for-4s, so.
Yeah, seeing a D-react here, with 1 card in hand, I may go for it, thinking, but opting to instead, he knows he has that 3 of a kind, and he really wants to combine that 3 of a kind with this Endless Arrow if he can. Like
to see as many. He'd like to fire that endless arrow twice at some point.
Having that E-strike in hand, we could potentially build towards a really powerful turn coming back here, where he uses that E-strike, plays out that 3 of a kind.
He's got his Tunic set up too. His Tunic counter will come next turn.
Yeah, and he's not even looking at the hand.
Yeah.
Just knows.
He knows the other stuff I have is good enough. I'm not interested. Yep. Yeah, he's trying to outvalue the blocks here. This is that. Yep. Ticking.
Here comes the Tunic.
At 3. Does he fire off the E-strike first? I think that's the play.
Well, I think that E-strike is an arsenal, so we can throw
we can
out
throw it at
this.
the end. I mean, he could finish with a 7. Potentially. He's going to play 3 of a kind.
Another E-strike. Ooh, and a lightning press. We'll probably see that lightning press go to the bottom with this E-strike here.
He's going to do something with that thing.
Yeah, 3 of a kind, very powerful card, but the drawback of only being able to play cards from your arsenal coming in to really bite us here, not being able to use this lightning press, use the other E-strike we just drew. Looks like we put the other E-strike to the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like he has a chilling. I assume there's value to the mental taxing of putting a lightning press in arsenal and flipping it. Just to present it, but also because if he can save it, right? If he can end this turn with the lightning press face down, he can flip it, potentially shoot that endless arrow with go again, knowing that he's demanding a response, doing his best here to, I think, try. Yep, gonna fuse this. I mean, that presents a nice on-hit trigger. It has 1 more in his hand too. Looks like, and has the resources. Ooh, it's gonna be tight.
to load one more time.
He's going to be able to load it. He's going to have to pitch the lightning press to pay and fuse, but
He doesn't
I guess
even
have
need to fuse.
the
Yeah,
second
we've
one,
already
you
got
know.
the trigger.
The trigger exists, so now he can pitch this ice card on the second one if he wants, save that lightning press. I mean, T...
And it's a pretty big turn here.
Yeah.
Coming in with the E-Strike and potentially 3 arrows in the chain. Because he's activated Voltaire only once this turn.
He's gonna get a second Chilling Icing off here, and then has the opportunity to end it with an Endless Arrow. T is in a spot where this could be the moment where if he can just shut it down.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Saying no blocks. T knows he's pretty set up here, though. He has his items down, and he is at the point of the game where he can opt to start trading some damage. But this next Ice Vein coming in, no fusion.
Yeah. But still has the trigger from the first one. And is going to have an Endless Arrow at the end here if he wants. Or he can just Arsenal that Lightning Press. If T gives him 2 cards here, he just Arsenal the Lightning Press, start it with the Endless Arrow, go again. Lightning Press showing in Arsenal.
Yeah, potentially able to keep that Endless Arrow going with the Lightning Press.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what we'll see.
Yeah.
Opting to hold on to the Endless Arrow, Arsenal that Lightning Press, and see if we can guarantee its hit trigger. And that really was the turn that Eric was looking to build towards.
Yep.
Going 3 wide on the chain, presenting relevant on hits, and really fighting back some tempo. Still having a 6-card hand as we move into the next turn.
And now we're playing this game of, I think T is trying as hard as he can to get to a position where he knows that Eric isn't going to block. But if he can keep that life disparity even. Oh, sorry, we got a little hey, come here. Okay. Just working through here. Yep. Looks like Eric's just willing to take it all. Curious what he's going to do. I mean, the real spice, maybe the real spice here is we got that lightning press. It looks like he drew a CNC. He's going to flip that lightning press. Do we just go CNC from hand with go again? I mean,
there is that unmovable in Arsenal. We may see him try to hold that to the end of the chain.
Yeah.
And see if we can, throwing out this Endless Arrow first, could bait those cards from hand,
Yep.
Especially seeing that face-up Lightning Press, knowing that
we may
he may willingly overblock here, knowing that, but instead opting to use that Channel Lake Frigid.
Which in and of itself is also a real,
Right, taxing those D-reacts in hand, and we are just going in for that. The CNC from hand with go again.
Yep, T just double checking that it won't target that CNC.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we've all been there, people. I've had somebody try to lightning press a CNC on me before, and I'm like, hold on now.
But this Channel Lake Frigid here, taxing their defense reactions.
Yeah.
But T opting, just giving us the 2 block. So instead choosing to prioritize this Endless Arrow on hit trigger and keeping that in his hand rather than the Command and Conquer here.
Eric played to that Endless Arrow, and T navigated it pretty well.
And we have a question from the chat here asking about attacks considered to be attacking. And yes, if you can wait to play your Rain Razors in the damage step to get that damage through. They've already declared their blocks. You can still go in for that Rain Razors and pump up over the top.
Yeah. Rain Razors is effectively, even though it is an instant, they played as an instant to maintain like the chain and not have it to affect the entire chain. Because if it was an attack reaction, it would the ruling basically attack reactions attack. They were on one card. Rain Razors being an instant affects the chain.
You can play it out before your 3 of a kind. Rain Razors being a very powerful tool in this matchup.
Can you react to a CNC? Not the CNC, but can you do it later in the chain?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. CNC is just on that card.
Yeah, CNC is it just can't be played on the CNC.
Yep.
Exude Confidence being the one that locks you out for the whole chain.
Exude is the whole chain. I was like, man, I'm 99% sure, but I don't want to say this out loud. That's why we have Lightning Press can't target the CNC. But
Yeah, Lightning Press needing to target a 0-cost attack. It looks like we're reaching for some equipment here.
Yep.
And as we're getting into life totals, this is really where we'll see T try to leverage his equipment here.
Yep.
And not just throw it out to soak up some damage, but throw it out so that he can keep cards in hand and push some tempo here.
Yeah, Mira, the lightning press, one or less. Yep. Not two or more. Yep.
Yep. T seeing that he's pitching this Chilling Ice Vein kind of tells us that we will be keeping our this channel's not going to be staying around. If he had another ice card, he would have just pitched that right from the start, knowing that we're not going to be able to put 2 counters on this channel like Frigid. It's a good time to get our equipment value in.
Taylor, I like the Blake ASMR whispers. Hey, just trying to get clarity on everything here. So my wife texted me and she said, "I like your golf voice." I'm trying to be respectable of the room. You know, I don't know. I'm not used to giving that. We might get some hype later. You know, once the money gets on the line.
Yeah,
you know,
once we get into some top 8, we might pump up a little bit.
We might pump up the jam. I mean, and we're also like 3 coffees deep each, so you're bound to get a little more hype as the day goes on.
Yeah, as
the coffee's going to settle in.
Yeah, and T opting, he's just going to block out here, keep his life total high. Now that Channel Lake Frigid is gone, and knowing that Iyslander is going to be passing up, or the Lexi will be passing up, having no cards in Arsenal to start their turn, their damage is going to be a lot less significant, and they'll only be coming in with 2 arrows here.
That's probably the thing about Lexi that can be tough sometimes is when you settle into the no Arsenal turn, you have to be presented with very specific cards to even present 2 fused arrows or 1 fused arrow and a second arrow and end up with an Arsenal. You have to typically kind of pass up a good turn to set up another turn. But at this point, with the life totals where they are, you can't really do that. So now the question is, you know, does Eric just go for something big? You know, a possibility here is just E-strike for 7, presenting maybe like, oh, I have a bad hand, lightning pressing it, trying to get 10, and then he maybe gains enough advantage in the life, that life game, where does he have then the tempo? Can he get ahead?
E-strike really being great in these low card scenarios, being able to use 3 cards to come in, having that lightning press still in hand to come in for 10 damage here at this low life threshold is going to be really nice, especially since 3 of this damage will be coming at instant speed, coming in after blocks have already been declared.
And now we run into, it looks like there's an immovable, there's an Oasis, last ditch effort in there. He's got the resources to pay for the immovable, so he does have an opportunity here to basically blank an E-strike with a lightning press, which is kind of crazy, but it does put him in a spot where he again cycles to deck cards.
Hopping in here.
Oh, okay. Jason's here now.
What's up, boys? And girls. 3-1, baby.
Oh, let's go.
Nice. All right. We got Jason in between rounds. He's 3-1, so representing one of the Oldhims in the room.
Yeah, one of the 10.
I'm one of the 10%, they call me.
You're a 1%er, aren't you? You got like 2 businesses.
Oh yeah, you
a
are.
job and a second
1%er
business, like,
too, 100 players, 10. 1%er over here.
What do we got, a
Jeez.
Dash versus Lexi going?
Dash
Oh,
and
yeah.
Lexi, yeah. And it's been a very good match so far. Eric has done a good job of maintaining the tempo and.
Yeah, this is a really defensive dash, so really hard to push through damage here.
So my question in for the chat is, it's a beautiful Saturday, at least at this part of the world. What's everybody doing? You know, watching Fab, you know? Are you like riding your bike, doing a jog?
Look, we even have, I mean, we've got there's some names in here, okay? We've had Tan and Grace drop by, DM Armada's been in the chat, we've got Taylor, Morrow from the Attack Action podcast, like they're all just coming by.
Hamish was in here.
Hamish was in here earlier.
Bogsley.
If you are in the chat and you're not subbing, my question is why? Because we're just trying to get to 1,600. We have small goals here.
Ooh, and the blizzard
So
here.
we got a not smoking a bowl watching the games.
We'll allow that.
Yeah.
Blizzard coming in here from Arsenal. Really, really
Blizzard
nice
some
here.
work. Dude, Blizzard installing Might Against Fi does a lot of work.
Yeah. We watched that earlier. That Michael got some of that. Fang had some timely blizzards and someone said working, of course.
Well, yeah, that's good. I got my big tournament versus Peter, like I always do. We got that match.
Yep. Yeah, Mara's in here too. I don't want to forget. Is that how you say your name? Now I feel bad because I like read a name and I always say it the way I think it's said, and then somebody will correct me later. I'm like, well, I'm just an awful person.
Little Channel Lake.
Ooh, Channel Lake Frigid is really nice here in this point in the game. Having your dash opponent on 7.
That right there. Did you see the tunic resource used? Some people are very like calculated. Eric went with the classic flick the die.
Flick the die.
Just
Get out
I
of
was
here.
going with the double tap when I used it.
Mara. Is that right? You guys stream from Twitch also.
We haven't lately.
We haven't lately. I don't know if this is like. I don't think this is dual streaming on there. Sometimes we'll go to Twitch.
This
too,
is my
but
setup, not
This
Dane
is
and
yeah.
Blake's.
We have different setups amongst the three of us because we don't have like a universal thing. So, Mara.
But
Okay.
this Ice Vein here, coming in with the Channel Lake on board,
Yeah.
not gonna, kind of locking us out of defense reactions, but opting
pay
here
for
instead.
it.
We
Okay.
will pay the 1 and be fine with having the 1 resource floating
Yep.
to pay for the Ice Vein trigger.
Showing him the ice card, making sure that he got the right card. Yeah, they're trying to play with pace. I always feel. Let's see. I mean, we got plenty of time in the round. There's 25 minutes left, so they have a ton of time. We won't be running out of time here. Yeah.
And
Eric with the classic, like just not even. He didn't even declare blocks there. He just reached for the life counter.
ooh, and choosing to save our counters here. He's really looking. Oh, I guess with the Channel Lake active here, looking to save those counters.
Store it up for a big
Flip
turn.
it up. Give him the frostbite. Now he's going to tax whatever he has too. I mean, this is where Lexi can sometimes do her best work, and T's in kind of a tough
Do you know how
spot.
many rain razors he's ran through already?
We haven't seen any yet. No Rain Razors
Has
have
he
been
even
played.
pitched? Has he pitched any?
I don't think we've seen any Rain Razors.
So he might not even
Yeah.
have them in his list.
He might not be running them. I'm not 100% sure. And I feel like we have to be.
Ooh, and it looks like that's a lightning press there on the end. Lightning press
Yeah.
at this low of life total can
feeds that
really,
Arsenal?
sticking
Yeah.
that into Arsenal could really be a powerful play here. Combining that with the Endless Arrow that's also in his hand right now.
Well, he's got an endless arrow, and then he has the frost lock. The frost lock is interesting just because if he can fuse it, it just makes.
We're really locked out of our
Really,
defense
yeah.
reactions.
What equipment did this dash start with?
Ironhide boots, Ironhide gauntlet.
Did they go purifier or chamber?
Chamber?
The chamber.
Yeah, chamber.
Mhm. Started with the chamber in this matchup.
Oh,
and a pulse.
Yeah, we might have a cracked bobble, but it's not actually a cracked bobble. Just so we're clear.
That is their proxy for their Heart of Fiend.
Yeah, that's their proxy.
And a Pulse of Volthaven is huge here, pumping up this Chilling Ice Vein. I think Chilling Ice Vein, it has, or this Frostlock, and Frostlock naturally has the text that makes their defense reactions cost more.
Yeah.
The fusion only adds the +1, and the 0 cost can't be pitched or played.
What's a nice 7er?
Yeah, a nice,
Yeah.
Was
well,
it
even
Quake?
more.
Was it Quake before it?
A Polar Blast, giving it Dominate, and then now coming in with this, a Pulsed Up Frostlock, and
Yep.
opting to overpay.
Way over. Yep. Showing him that it's the heart, gaining his life.
And covering up with the unmovable here.
As a Lexi player, there's nothing more demoralizing than that this late in the game.
Yeah, this getting good value from this unmovable is really important here.
So I was
Yeah.
playing Peter in the round before this, and he gave me a Quicken token, and I fused Oakenold into a Winter's Whale, and 0 damage got through on Peter's deck.
Woof. I mean, Eric actually had a great turn earlier where he flipped a lightning press and played a CNC from his hand with Go Again, which is always an interesting thing to present. T had an unmovable in Arsenal too, so he was in like an awkward spot, but he just blocked it out.
Ooh, it looks like we
Endless.
broke our bracers here. Put this Endless Arrow, so it's coming in for 5 +1 off this bracers.
Yeah.
And with 2 cards left in hand, and we know that we have this Lightning Press in Arsenal here, left in our hand is going to be a really important situation.
Yeah, now we're just wait. I think T is looking. He's
Well,
Yeah, it
he's
seems like he's
looking.
sniffing out this Lightning Press right
Yeah.
now.
Well, he's looking. I have a question. How does everybody in the chat feel about the setup? This is a lot of work to get this here.
yeah.
Where are we on a professional level of setup?
Yeah, we told him that we were gonna every round it was gonna get better, and so far we've added names and the round because we kept getting the round question.
I mean, you never
So-
know. Maybe we're giving away $1,000 by the end. So
I
you better
mean,
stay just in case.
They're gonna be giving away $1,000, but
Well,
it's
don't
gonna.
don't tell the chat that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you guys hear that, cancel that.
Yeah, having to pitch that Purifier.
Is there a term for the resource you get when you pitch? Just for leftover, there's floating resources.
Floating resources,
But yeah, there's
yeah.
no like actual term. So yeah. He's gonna just load here. He's gonna shoot him.
And we have a lot of damage here. Off this one card,
Oh,
we're
he's
going to
got
be
a
coming
blizzard.
in.
He's got a blizzard.
Oh, that is really nice here.
Clutch. Oh, what is he? He's just doing his math here.
Right, making
Yeah.
sure that we can afford to use this Blizzard and don't need it for the pitch. But Blizzard, even though we have 2 floating, it will eat those remaining resources so that we are not able to come in with the pistol again.
Well, see? Callum asking. He said, can we get the records for both players? You know what? I can do that. I can do that. You know what? Yeah. I will try and get that up before next round. I told you, better every round.
Better every
You
round.
could do a snapshot, and we could throw it up there maybe after the next round or two of where everybody's at.
Yeah, we can. I mean, definitely after
Before
we
I
get a
lose
few more
again.
rounds. Yeah. Before Jason once says X1.
Yeah, before I lose. Again.
Yeah, and this Blizzard is really important here. Eating up his remaining resources and stopping his turn.
Yeah. Not letting. Okay, he's got it flipped just to get the endless face up. He's got a 3-card hand still coming in here. Curious how many go agains he gets off of this. He just has to present enough now. I mean, the struggle. This is the constant struggle, right? That Lexi has. Where playing off a 3-card hand is. Does he have enough? Is his next hand going to be enough juice? Mm-hmm. You know, like he needs something to keep this pressure going. Oh, T has a purifier in hand. There's a no block card.
Yeah, and we
So he just pitches us to Icequake, doesn't he?
To Polar
Polar
Blast.
Blast.
Polar Blast, sorry.
Yeah, we may pitch it to the Polar here.
Probably has to. He only has 1 armor block left on his skull cap, and he's got to get that out. You know, he's in that funny spot where he's like, oh, got to get that out quick so I can use it. You don't want to lose your life.
We are getting to the point where
He does have
the
a fade.
Ranger is pretty low on deck here. It doesn't look like we're very threat dense remaining, so he may just try to go full block strategy, see if he can run him out of relevant threats, and find that window where the Lexi is forced into a suboptimal turn.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. He pitched there. It looks like he's just trying to. Is he just trying to keep the purifier? I'm not sure what he's doing. He did pay for it. It's interesting that he paid for it here, unless he thinks he's going to get.
We may
taxed or
have an
something.
Oasis Respite in hand, something like that, where
It
we're
looks
already
like
going to
he-
want to be pitching.
yeah. Looks like he has a Whisper the Oracle, a Purifier, and Fate for Oh,
Oh,
okay. So yeah, Eric is definitely feeling the pressure. I think he assumes his life will be high enough here. Probably going to use boots for something and just try to get out of this turn and hope that next turn he's going to have the yeah.
but T's not going to get the opportunity to arsenal this Fate for Seeing, and that's going to be really important as he goes into this next turn.
Yep, give him the tunic. Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, Eric is clearly playing. This is his turn.
Yeah, this is his
the turn
turn.
he wants to win the game.
And it is going to be really nice having this Fate for Seeing.
He's got a. Looks like he has an Icequake. Looks like, yeah.
Looking
Oh, one in
over.
hand, too. Wow. I mean, he has the opportunity here to present just a monster arrow. I think he has a Frostlock in his hand, too, potentially. He has a couple Icequakes. Is this a Polar Blast? Is he gonna try and get another card? I mean, he's buying a lot of cards. He just hasn't got the damage. T has that sigil. That sigil's pretty nasty. 'Cause, I mean, he might.
Yeah, Sigil throwing off some block value here. And we'll probably, so this being
Yeah.
fused, we'll probably see, this is a really important card here, turning off all those zeros. No Sigil, no Fate.
I mean, he can sigil in response, right?
Yeah,
So
we'll
he-
probably see that come out, but with that Frostbite means he'd have to pitch to play this Sigil.
Yeah, which is tough.
Putting us in a tough position for sure here.
Because he can't pitch it. He can't. I mean, it's just a dead card right now. So I think he's thinking here about responding.
Yeah, to this Frostlock being played.
Which is really, yeah. I mean, this has been. We have been gifted with some magnificent games.
Yeah,
so far.
some really tight games here, really close.
And I think this continues to prove that this meta is just really good.
Right.
Like, I mean, he's He's gonna fate, check the fate, gonna pay.
Able to play the Fate, so I must be misremembering the text on the Frostlock. Still
Is it
able.
only a hit trigger? If it hits,
Oh,
you
it
can't
is
do
a hit trigger,
The
yeah.
fuse,
A hit
just means
trigger.
things cost you more, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's paying, because he paid, looks like he paid 2 to play
Yeah.
that. So that means he's paying for the Frostlock and paying for the Frostlock.
And now we're seeing a Polar Blast from hand here, saying dominate,
Yep.
and giving him the dominate, saying we're happy with that.
It's going to be 4. So with Eric below life too, the Skull Cap is off. He has to have a defense reaction, or Eric's going to get the Endless Arrow back.
Yeah,
The issue is now Eric is in that tough spot where I think T. I mean, he does only have that one sigil.
yeah. We're probably going to see him go for the sigil here with our remaining resource.
I feel you, Taylor. When you got a good game on, he said I got to do chores, but this game is so good. I know. I feel you, man.
Yeah, see how these players navigate this end game here. Find a way for their opportunity to swing in for lethal. And here is that sigil,
Yep, paying
putting
for
us
it.
up to 8.
Yep, he's paying for it for the Frostlock. Yep. Good job, both players maintaining. Yep.
And taking this 4 here, letting him have this Endless Arrow. And that hit trigger from the Icequake, giving him a Frostbite, is really important
he's
here.
gonna pistol him. He's only going to get to pistol him one time.
Yeah, probably just load up the pistol with the Purifier and shoot in for 3.
Yeah.
Or opting. Yeah.
Yep.
There's that Purifier.
Yep. He's going to have to block, but I mean it's only one card, right? I mean this is the tough spot for
Instead,
dashes.
opting to load up the chamber and saying that 2 is good enough. 2 will still kill you all the same.
Either one's getting a card, right? Oh, wow.
Yeah, and setting up so he can go a little wider on the chain on the following turn.
And Eric has a Winter's Bite. That can be scary if he doesn't need the card for resources or anything. And that's a card. It buys a card.
Especially at this point in the game.
Looks like he has-
against a deck that's not pitching much on their opponent's turn.
Yeah, it looks like he has an E-Strike in his hand too.
Oh, yeah.
That's just a big number.
Even just going with those, blocking with the card here, and then going, play that Winter's Bite, play that E-Strike with Go Again, then play that Endless Arrow.
Yeah.
It's a pretty powerful turn at this stage in the game.
Taking a card from hand and presenting 9. I mean, his threat density in his deck is real low at this point. That's the struggle. I think that Eric is just weighing all of his options. Yeah, I think he's just trying to figure out which 2 block he wants to give up.
Yeah. What card from his hand can he afford? And we may even see him. I could see him reaching for this New Horizon here, depending on what he has in his hand. If that gives him the potential to play another attack in the turn, we may see him go for this.
Yeah, I think the struggle is it looks like he has Frostfang, Winter's Bite, E-Strike, and something. There's a third card in his hand, but I don't think that he has a resource.
He'd need another arrow to combine
he needs another
with
arrow.
that.
I think he still needs a 0 to do it. So,
Putting that Frostfang in front.
yep, blocking it all, not taking a damage, not leaking anything here because it's just the 2. Because T. So now, yep, gonna flip that over.
And here's that
Yep.
Winter's Bite.
Winter's Bite. Gonna pay. He does have a sigil. The sigil's kind of that interesting card where, the late game sigils. You never know. Do they save you or do they kill you?
Yeah, I've been choosing to
pay the
pitch that sigil.
Assuming he can block out efficiently here. Going with the E-Strike. Assume 5 Go Again. 4. I think Eric's just trying to buy as many cards as possible. He doesn't want to get in a situation where T can shoot more than once or twice.
It looks like, though, T will be in a position where he can block 1 card here, block 1 card on the Endless Arrow, go to 1, and then have that blue to go 2/2/2 on the next turn.
Yeah.
And that'll put Eric in a really tough spot. Lexi is not a deck that likes to block very much.
Yeah, and she doesn't play well off of very low card.
Has almost no 0 card efficiency. It's almost impossible for her to do anything on 1 card, and will really need to keep a density in her hand to push through.
Yeah, and Eric's in a tough spot here because if T can just shoot twice, then Eric's gonna he's gonna have to block this.
Yeah, it looks like we see him block with that 1 card. I
Man,
bet we'll
this
see him
is-
block with just one more
Take
and
advantage.
go to
That's- which is so scary. But I mean, he's going to be able to shoot twice, right?
one. Shoot 3 times. Yeah, load the
3 times.
pistol,
Yeah,
load it.
yep.
Or just
One,
2.
2, yeah.
So if he's only shooting 2 times, we may load that chamber then.
Yeah.
The purifier and go 3-3.
3-3. Demand that he has 3 blocks. I mean, now if Eric is going to have an empty arsenal, which means that New Horizon is up for grabs. So he's going to get, if he shoots 2, the New Horizon's going to eat one of those attacks.
Yes.
But then the question is, does he have 2 0-cost attacks off of the New Horizon that it can actually present damage with? You know, this is
Really tight end game.
really, really tight end game here.
And we are in the situation, we're low enough on deck where we could see T just throw his hand in front of this endless arrow, take away that arsenal card,
Yep.
and that's exactly what we'll see here.
Yep.
And hoping that Eric will draw up into a turn that
Yeah, if he
is
draws-
threat light. We are low on deck here.
Yeah, if he can just block, yeah. Oh man. Question is, does he? Oh, there's an arrow.
We see an arrow.
Are there 2 arrows? That's the biggest thing. Eric is looking right now. He said, he's trying to figure out if he's got 2, if he's got the arrows, the resources, the fuse. I mean, fuse doesn't even matter really here. Hit effects are pretty
Right.
irrelevant. Granted, if he can fuse it,
Oh, and it looks like,
Yeah.
we have 2 arrows here.
he's going to be able to fire. I mean, that is that a blue? I mean, that's a 1-card block.
Yep. Just a blue blizzard bolt, unfortunately.
But we are going to get a chilling ice vein here. Nine minutes. Okay, cool. Getting some clarification on time for everybody. got about 9 minutes in this round left. 3 minutes in the
Oh,
room.
and there
so,
is that
yeah.
covering that up, and
Yeah.
this is really a T's power point here.
He's going to shoot twice. He's going to be able to shoot 2 times for 2, but that's going to demand blocks. I mean, Eric is going to get to play off of 3 cards still if he gives up his New Horizon. Oh, but he's just going to Arsenal the
Arsenal
springboard.
pass.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
And
The
this is a-
springboard is very good with low threats left. It's possible that attacking for 3, and then he draws at that all you got. So if he shoots him with a 3 power arrow, he's going to get to draw.
We're still, we are still covered.
Yeah. Gonna keep fusing. I mean, he's continued to play fuse. I mean, after this, what's that card in his hand now? That's the question. Yep.
There's that springboard.
Springboard. Yeah, he's gonna have to just keep. I mean, now the issue is you can't take a turn off, but you're basically
Yep,
you're forced into playing everything to try and get as many cards. But T is in a spot where he's gonna just be able to get this with an Oasis, I think.
Yeah.
And shoot his arrow, get all of his cards left. I think there's a lightning press left in the deck too. So there is. I think is there a lightning press left, or did he use it?
I'm not sure. I think he had to use it. But if we have 2 blues here, we are off to the races.
He's just loading everything up.
Yeah.
Got a channel. Shooting up for 3. You have taken
Yeah.
time. That's
And
all you
it-
can do. But if he shoots 3, 3, 3.
And that is another blue. This is going to be a really tough position for our Lexi here.
Yeah.
Having to give multiple cards from hand.
Yeah, I think this might be a 2-card. This last one might end up being a 2-card block.
Oh, another
he's
brass
got
lock.
2
But
threes.
it is hard to block for 3 and then still present an arrow, saying we just have to pass
Yeah,
up.
It's just arsenaling. Yeah, it looks like he only has 1 card in deck. T's just going to present the same thing, force all of his cards out, and it's going to be a game.
Yeah, and this is going to be sort of the slow march to the finish.
Yeah. This is just they're both going through the paces. They're doing the thing they have to do. Yep. 2 cards, 1 card game.
Good.
Right.
Oh,
Whoa.
close game
Yeah.
there. Really excellent play by T to close it out in the end game. Keep his life total high. Navigate those disruptive turns where Eric was playing his Channel Lake, playing those Frost Locks, and really taxing his D-Reacts, but still finding good value from them.
We're going to get back over here to the commentator view. Back with you guys.
That was a good one.
Yeah, real good. I mean, so far, all of the matches have been fantastic. T just working away. I think we're probably going to go real quick to a break. We only have a couple minutes left in the round, so, I mean, a very short break.
Yep.
It'll give us a chance to, make some runarounds. We got to pick a match for the next stream. I'm going to try and get records. If we can get records, I'll try and get the records up with the names. And then give us just 2 minutes off of air. So
we'll be right back at it.
Yeah, we can try and get an idea maybe too of like the top 10 players if we got some notable names and what people are on and stuff.
Yeah.
So
See what's happening at the top tables.
we will be right back with you all in a minute. Thanks for watching, everybody.
it helps the stream. Alright. Well, we have the same equipment? Crazy. I was gonna go pouncing links just to get roasted by sir. You as well. Ronin for 3. Lava Vein for 3. Pitch. Ember Blade for 3. I actually don't I will 5. Grab a Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame for 1. Okay. And I'll move to end phase. Arsenal. A great hand if you let me go first. I'm trying not to do anything sketchy. Oh, it's super sketch. At least we don't have tunics to worry about. You got. I will take 3. 37. Block 3. Take 3.
So that's on me, but we should be back now. So hopefully, let me know if something is going on. Yeah. Oh, we don't have the life counter. Yeah. So if we can, Nick's gonna run in there and get that. Sorry, we are just running all over the place. We tried to take a lunch break amongst everything, and it just fell apart on us. So. Only 2 Draconics playing a little messy. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Sorry, we were trying to get the stream adjusted too, so we weren't paying super close attention. We're trying to pay our best attention to the stream. The judges have told us that if we need to, we can kind of stop in and say something to them and mention it. So right now we're just trying to get the life totals up. It's yeah, little chaotic all over the place on this one. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't pay for sword. All right, we'll get it under control here. Sorry about that. Okay, Luke here opting to fuel his arsenal with the E-Strike, drawing a card for 5.
Yeah, this is a nice little mid-ground play from Luke. Coming in for 8 damage off of essentially 2 cards, just recycling his arsenal.
So we missed us. So we'll keep an eye on the resource. Looks like there might have been a sword missed or something, but so things were a little chaotic there for a second for us. So we'll keep an eye on the resource tracking and stuff like that. If there's an issue, we can make a quick sprint in there. We are a little ways away from the stream table. We're on the other side of a door and halfway across the room. So
yeah, playing out this Midwism, going to be buffing our first attack here. Renegade coming in for 4. And Luke, a very quick no block here. You'll often see the Phi will get their first attack to hit because you never know what's going on next, and especially when they're playing Mask in the matchup. And this Ancestral Empowerment is huge here. Getting that second chain link to trigger is now going to force Luke to block with this on this next attack that he presents.
yeah, this is an interesting spot too because he needs it. I mean, he doesn't need another attack with Go Again, which is tough.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he might even summon up this Phoenix Flame here.
Yeah, force a block on it. I mean, Luke does have 1 left on his chest piece. I love the interesting, dichotomy of the Magnuson brothers. Luke rockin' Phi, John rockin' Oldhim. They're at the opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yep, and then this one coming in, and this is really just saying, give me your armor. Not expecting this on hit to go through and get that mask trigger, but we're basically requiring him to give him his armor. Coming in with the Ember Blade, we'll tutor up our Phoenix Flame.
Grabbing the Phoenix Flame here. He's gonna just put that on there. Trying to the old classic, this is like the chain combat chain all over again.
Oh,
where you just run out of room. They didn't make you need the mat. They need a wider mat. That'd be the ultimate joke. Is they sell those mat. You can get the custom mats that are longer. So they're like a keyboard mat. Would love someone to roll one of those out because they play Phi.
And they're we're gonna use all this.
I intend to use my entire combat chain. Thank you very much.
Brand with Cinderclaw here to start things off.
Yep. I mean, that one from the Arsenal is nice as well because it basically puts a card in his hand and gets another damage out of him.
And that tells me that the rest of our hand, we either don't have another attack with Go Again, and we're looking for that, or we are just for sure coming in with this Ember Blade next.
This is interesting here because Luke has a Snatch in hand. He's got those Snapdragons up. So if Adam is opting not to block along the way here, curious to see what he does with the Snatch. Because if he doesn't block this, I mean, he's gonna be presented. Yep. Nothing here.
Choosing not to block here. And now any attack that hits here. Oh, and a Blaze is
for 4.
Amazing here.
Yeah. I mean, this is a potential mass trigger.
Mm-hmm.
And then also he still has that Snatch. So if Adam doesn't block this, he draws another card. this becomes a very interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Adam reach for some equipment here to deny this mask trigger. Yep, and that's exactly what we're seeing. That 4 breakpoint is just really tough in this matchup, and you really want to get full value out of everything. You don't want to give a 3 block and an equipment because you're losing out on some of that block value.
This is an interesting one too here, right? Because he's going to try and maybe this is the old try to reset the old third attack. If he can puts out the snatch, if Adam chooses not to block it. Okay, yep, here we go. Oh, there we go. Yep, go again. And then he's just going to start a second chain. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, we'll just go down a little bit.
Adam's going down to the one end. Looks like Luca's like, I intend to start a second chain here. I'm going to draw off of this one into another thing.
And this snatch is really powerful here on the end of the chain, saying, I will get a card.
Yep.
Oh, and even going for the snap.
Going to put the snappies. Let's see here. I mean,
that
wow.
is the best possible.
What a draw. What a top deck. Oh.
And Luke knowing, like, there is some risk. Maybe he draws a card he can't use. But using the Snapdragon is definitely worth it in that you just don't have many targets for those snappies in this deck.
Yeah.
And get the value while the getting's good. But that Lava Burst off the top, just adding insult to injury on this turn. We've already baited out equipment, already baited out blocks from hand.
Got a defense reaction. Yeah, I mean, wow.
Yeah, putting it to 15. These are the types of things that you really need in these aggressive mirrors to kind of push you over the top. But Adam's going to draw a card here off this even bigger than that. And we'll see if he can present his own powerful turn coming in here. Having the additional armor block is nice in this situation, being able to cover up any Phoenix Flame that comes in.
Or a potential 4 breakpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Luke, oh my God, that lava burst right there, man.
That is the dream. That is exactly what you want to see. And Mounting Anger to start off the chain. Great card in the matchup, too. Can very much be a 1 for 5 if you have a 0 cost to pair with it.
I like that Mounting Anger. I feel like that card was probably spoiled by someone really special.
Yeah. Who could that have been?
Who could have spoiled that card? I don't know.
And the Mounting Anger triggering here.
Also, spoiler alert, we do have a spoiler coming for Dynasty. We got our notification about that. So let's go.
Check it. You heard it here first. Come to Outcast Haven for all your spoiler needs, because we're going to have the best card. It's guaranteed.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, we've had Mounting Anger, which we see on stream, so it has to be a great card.
Exposed to the elements.
Exposed to elements. The Herald of Erudition.
Yeah, Erudition is a big house.
That one was crazy. The best part about that one, little known fact, we got that card before Prism was spoiled, because you get your spoilers far enough out that they don't go through the full spoilers. I don't know that people necessarily always know that, right? Like, we didn't get our spoiler the day of. You usually get it ahead of time. We didn't get any information about Illusionist. We just got Herald of Erudition, and they sent us our digital asset before we got the physical card. So Dane let us know what we had, and all I could think was, what in the name of God is an illusionist?
But damn, draw 2, dominate.
This card doesn't have go again. This is gonna suck.
Yeah.
Then Luminaris got
did we
spoiled, and I was
know.
like, I hate everything. That was the day I almost retired from No.
Now coming in with the blade here.
Yep.
Adam still has 2 cards in hand.
Here's what we've got here. Adam and Luke are not. They're not doing the stream any. They're not giving us any love.
They're showing us our hands. Come on, guys. Yeah, and here we are going for that Phoenix Flame.
Yeah, this is.
And it looks like that last card being a Lava Burst.
Ooh, yep. Anything you can do, I can do the same. Of course, his didn't come off the top deck.
Yeah,
off of a Blind Snappies, which is
pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. I said saving Snappies might be better there.
Chris saying it's a little loose to play it to snap after the. But I think that what that says is that this morning Luke woke up and knew he was going to a battle harden, and he said a quick prayer to Top Deck Jesus, and Top Deck Jesus answered. So
Yeah, the fail rate of using our snaps and then drawing a 1 cost feels pretty bad.
Yeah.
But we drew a lava burst.
Top Deck Jesus giveth, and Top Deck Jesus taketh away. This time it gaveth.
Coming in now with this Ronin Renegade. Yeah, and Adam really looking to try to push back here.
Yeah, Adam
And-
just wants to threaten that life. He wants to be the first one to threaten lethal. That's what it's all about.
Ooh, and we're seeing him take the 3 here. We're probably going to see him use his equipment, cover up this Phoenix Flame to deny that mask trigger.
That mask would be huge here.
Yeah,
Yep,
and here
there it
comes
is.
the...
He's just pointing right
Yeah.
there, right there.
Yep, using that. And let's see what type of 4-card hand here Adam can assemble. He's going to really need a little bit of some oomph on this hand to try to equalize this life total. Maybe get some cards from hand.
Desperately needs to get ahead here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Blaze Headlong. Not going to be a lot of thinking for Luke, I don't think, here. I think this is you show me lethal or I'm not blocking.
Yeah, knowing that we have our opponent at a pretty lethal threshold, we may see a card come down on this Ember Blade, getting us a 3 block, trying to deny mask trigger. But depending on Luke's hand here, he may hold off.
It looked like he had a brand potentially in there.
A brand and a blaze.
I think he
just using that lava vein loyalty.
Yep, just wants to basically set up a situation where he's not giving up a mask trigger if at all possible. Yep, Adam trying to restart it. Maybe with 2 cards here, if these both have go again, he might just reset it, the mask, and try to get it.
Having a situation where we go Phoenix Flame here into a 0 for 4 into something like a snatch could be, and we do see a snatch in hand.
So what's that
So
other card?
If we have a 0 for 3 here to pair with the snatch, it could be a very powerful turn. Just going with the snatch.
Yeah.
But even this here, saying draw a card,
And he has
his Snapdragons available. We have 1 card in hand. Really putting Luke in a tough position. Do we want to go for this block? Maybe give up our mask to deny this draw trigger. I think this is really a sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Where now, he's going to give him the mask. So now Adam can he's going to instead opt to use that Snapdragon. So let's see.
He's thinking about it.
About it. He may just arsenal this last card, knowing that, but a blaze.
0 for 4. Interesting not to go with the blaze first. And then the snatch and present the trigger. I think he was just trying to get more cards out there because I think he's thinking I assume the thought here is now he has his mask still live, and if Luke can't threaten 9, then he can just play to a turn with 4 cards if he draws it. If he doesn't draw a great 4-card hand here, then
Luke is starting it off with the Branded Cinderclaw.
Adam does have the Flame Call Awakening.
Flame Call Awakening is very nice in this matchup, giving you an additional on-hit to reset that mask. Having that Flame Call might incentivize Adam to keep his mask of momentum on this turn so he can have that extra pressure. You don't have to worry about any mask triggers on your opponent's side.
Yeah, I mean, this is just 4. And you go to 2 here, but can you threaten enough damage to take it all?
This is probably a hand where we just got to take it, move on as best, and see if we can present the most powerful turn we can. Depends on what we have in hand here, though. If we don't have the resources to do everything or a red to play to get us that Flame Call Awakening trigger, we may throw our mask at this here.
Yeah, these are those tough points because if Adam knows if he goes to 2, he's committing to trying to get all the cards, or he's going to be stuck in a 1-card block loop minimum.
Choosing the block with the Pluster Fist here.
Taking 1, I mean, gives him preserving a little bit of the life. It is interesting that he didn't just save. I mean, he could have saved the Snappies and arsenaled the Blaze Headlong last turn. I think that's what chat is kind of saying too. It's kind of tough.
Yeah, here comes his Flame Call Awakening. And Adam having the mask here is relevant in that
Yeah.
he is turn after turn going to be presenting that on hit, whereas Luke doesn't really have that pressure to go additionally over the top.
Yeah, the one means less, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if Adam is holding another go again,
Having that 3 block
Yep.
to come out, block up that blade, and a blaze is great here.
I'm gonna go get it. Gonna give him a 1.
Looks like Luke gonna be putting himself to 1 here.
The question is again, does he just gonna arsenal it, or is he gonna put it out?
I think now you are incentivized to just use it.
to use it.
Yeah. Especially because if you arsenal it here now, you're not. Yep. He may want to do it to trigger all of his other. You've played a red this turn.
Yep.
You've played a red this turn. And if we have another Phoenix Flame in our graveyard, then we're fine to arsenal this here.
It needs to.
I think we're.
Ooh,
belittle it
this could be
is
rough.
real nice here.
Yep. I mean, this gives him his sword. This gives him the mounting.
Is that even just a blue minnowism we're searching up here? It looks like a blue.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to pay for his sword, trying to pay for mounting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's.
Bring
he's
back
gonna
a
go,
Phoenix Flame.
Yep, 3 into 4 into 1. I mean, he's going to present just a ton. Adam is in a tough spot here.
Yeah, we'll probably see this mask come onto the chain at this turn, but having your opponent on 2 is really relevant here.
Yeah. I mean, if he puts him to 1, the mask is gone for sure, right?
Mhm.
Ooh, I think that's all you've got. I think I saw it.
I believe this is probably a red belittle.
Okay, not going to
Yeah,
block here.
choosing
Yep.
to take this.
I think he wants to. That's all you've got. Something else here.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see a card come onto the chain.
And this is that aggro spot where sometimes it's just who drew the hotter hand.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough too because if he's got a if you present a 4, if Adam leaks a damage, present a 3 or a 4, he blocks 1 less, goes and gets the Phoenix Flame. It's like he can pay now with that blue to go get the Phoenix Flame, to put the Phoenix Flame out for 1, right? And drive. And
Right.
Adam can't. He just can't go to 1. So now he's gonna have to give him his mask and probably a 2.
With Rising Resentment coming in, I think he's going to let himself go to 1. And he really wants to use that all you got on this Phoenix Flame.
Yep.
So we're going to probably see him use the 3 block here to cover up this Ember Blade.
Yep. Activate 5. He's gonna pay for it. Classic Magnuson fashion. Playing clean, has a marker for his Phi activation.
And there's
Yeah.
that all you got. This is going to be really important to draw up a
Yeah.
threat on this turn.
What does he draw? I mean, this.
A 3-card hand with that Phoenix Flame in Arsenal.
Luke just drew Art of War. That's.
Oh, that Art of War might be tough here. And us starting that off with
Soaring Strike?
a Soaring Strike.
That's
For a 4.
4, yeah.
4 is scary right now.
Yeah. Knowing he has a Phoenix Flame in Arsenal and there is an opportunity for him to go get another one.
Opting to take 1.
Yeah. You don't like Adam hesitating there. It's like, wait, does he have the Ancestral and he's
Yeah.
just holding it?
Luke having the Art of War protects him somewhat. He's able to
Go against it. The issue is the Art of War is such a huge sink because you have to pitch, banish, draw.
Yep, and
Just-
we are definitely in a tough position here where we got to give a card to this 1 power attack.
Yeah. I think Adam's just trying to always check, does he not have another?
I don't think he has another flame in his arsenal to go tutor up here.
Oh, okay. It's just a matter of what.
And to take the tempo
just
here.
5. That's. Oh yeah.
Oh, yep,
With
having the Art of War.
he can't get out of it.
Yep.
Yep. There's nothing
That
you can
5.
do. Wow.
Another tight game,
Oh,
going
really?
to
Yeah.
1-1 here. And that is really the downfall of those no block cards.
Yeah.
You get those in the late game when you're forced into putting your cards onto the chain, they can really, really come back to bite you.
Yeah, well, looks like, I mean, we've got that 5-0. We're going to have another 5-0. Should be 2 more 5-0s. We'll need.
Yep, there should be three 5-0s after this round. So, and a lot of these players, as they go into 5-0, they're going to be in a really good position to top 8.
Yep.
As we move towards the end of the day here, there will be 7 rounds, and the theoretical numbers are that there should be 6 players at X and 1, so then 2 players at X and 2 will make it. And being one of 3 people to get to 5-0 first means you're almost certainly locked at this point. 5-0 is a great place to be. Where only 2 X2s will make it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been, I mean, so far it's been a day of great play. Very curious these other matchups that we have in the 4-0 bracket are John and T. That's Oldhim versus Dash. So that's a real grindy matchup. And then we also have, was it Michael Fang, I believe, versus Patrick.
And that's another Oldhim and a 5.
It's an Oldhim and a 5. So, I mean, we're going to have a high representation, so.
And maybe somebody had mentioned earlier a dark horse from the weekend. I'd probably have to say Patrick McGregor. Patrick is a kind of a terror to our local community in that he wins all of our pro quests, but then he's not able to travel to the pro tour.
Yeah.
So he, in this last 2 seasons, he won the first season, the Starvo meta. He won 2 pro quests and finaled another one.
Yep.
And then I think he played in another pro quest, top 8'd it, but conceded to somebody who was wanting to go to Lille when he knew he wouldn't be able to.
Patrick is also like a classic example of someone who always builds a good deck, always comes out to play well, and then like last year at Nationals, he qualified, went, and just hit like that one matchup, and it was unwinnable.
Yeah, we played in round 5.
Yeah.
And Pat was a big chain player back in the day, so of course going up against Fatigue Bravo that has exclusively life gain effects and block 3s was not really where you want to be in that meta game before people really had that Fatigue end game ironed out and solidified at that point.
Yeah, it was a toughie. We I think we're gonna try and see what we can do in terms of the round should have a ton of time left. So we don't want to. We've got 27 minutes in the stream round, and I think they were only a couple minutes behind.
Only a minute or 2.
So we'll keep here in a second. I'll give them a second, and then one of us can run inside, maybe grab somebody who's finished if we've got one of the higher seated players or anybody left waiting around or anything like that. So we've still got a few more rounds to play. We're gonna try and get some more matchups. If there's anybody that you guys are looking for, if chat, if you guys are looking or anybody's looking for a specific deck, let us know.
Yeah.
We can try and find a pairing for you.
Yep, because we know that it's going to be at least one Oldhim. Well, I guess not at least, but there's going to be 5 Oldhim. Dash are going to be the top tables, as well as a smattering of other things. So if there's anything you guys want to see, let us know in the chat, and we'll see if we can get that on the camera for you.
Yeah, we're happy to try and do what we can to get some specific matchups going. So right now we're just kind of hanging out, waiting to see how everyone's doing. This was obviously a fast match, and we still have, we've got some Oldhims and stuff in there. So we know that Oldhim and that Control Dash are gonna take a little longer.
Yeah, they're gonna go a little late.
Maybe a little closer to time. A little closer to time. So we'll see how that goes. And we'll give us what we will probably do is let's take a quick break.
Yep.
We'll put it on the hold screen. We will do a quick lap, try to find somebody. We've got plenty of time, so we could definitely
see if we can get somebody to come chat for you guys.
Yeah. We will be right back and have some goodness for you.
right, we are back. This is round 6, so these are going to be a couple X1s. We wanted to mix up the matchup. Currently, our XOs, so our 5 and O's, we have 3. We have 2 Oldhims, John Magnuson, Michael Fang, and then Adam Bidler, who you just saw win the Fimir, is our last XO. He got the pair down this round. So we will have 1 or 2 undefeateds after this.
Yep, Oldham's battling it out.
Yeah,
At the other table, the undefeated table.
Yep, there's an Oldhim mirror at 5-0. Adam is playing a Boost Dash.
Boost Dash, yep.
It is going to be a race to the finish line in that one. We just wanted to mix this one up a little bit. So we got a Viserai. We do have some X1s Dromai players. So we're going to try in round 7.
And some Rhinars, too. See
Yeah.
if we can get you some. If one of those guys wins, if we have an X1 with a little win in action, we'll see if we can get a Dromai or a Rhinar on camera for the
Yeah.
last round.
Yeah, we had J-Mag not wanting the Oldhim on stream. I mean, J-Mag loves to play on stream. He actually, that's one of my favorite things about John is like, if you ask him to be on stream, he's like, yep, sure,
Yeah,
cool.
he builds his deck to show off on stream. When he showed up today, he goes, Nick, you have to let me do my shenanigans.
Yeah.
I will be the king of all memes. So hopefully we can get some turn 1 or some top 8 spiciness. He was able in the last round. John played against T again in the control dash matchup, and did end up taking that one. And let's just say there was a pulverized played for 19. So
Yeah, he also had an Earthlore Surge into a CNC pummeled
yeah.
setup. So he was just. All I know is, we were joking in between rounds, and one of our Patrick, who we were talking about earlier, Patrick said, the one thing about John is like normally you don't say to yourself, it was the second pulverize that got me, but against John you do.
All right, looks like we're getting started here. Fi choosing to be on the play. And looking to see if he can sneak in a little bit of damage here on this first turn. Fi is he's really powerful at sneaking in damage, getting that life lead early on, and having first crack at that 5-card hand can be really impactful in these aggro mirrors.
Very interesting, too, because, I mean, you don't typically see aggro decks be too concerned about running much for null rune, but, I mean, Luke just rocked up and said, no null rune. I'm not blocking.
I'm not pitching to any rune chance.
Yeah.
Blues will be used on my own turn. And, arsenaling or banishing a snatch off of that Soaring Strike trigger is huge here. Being able to play the snatch with Go Again. And now the Viserai player is in a strange position. Do they want to give 2 cards to this and then guarantee leak a little bit of damage from this Phoenix Flame, or allow the hit trigger? It looks like he's going to give both of his cards. And just, throwing out that Lava Burst, opting to get in for some 5 more damage in this turn.
The die on Noah's deck, I assume it's just his Tunic die.
Yeah, he does that generally as just a reminder to not miss his Tunic. That's a pretty common magic trick. People always putting a die on top of their deck, and it looks like Luke at the end of his turn activating that Fi, sticking the Phoenix Flame in Arsenal, getting the 3rd chain link from the Lava Burst there. Let's see what Viserai is able to present on this second turn. And Command and Conquer is a really great tempo play here. Coming in on the second turn to guarantee that you're snatching some cards from the Fi's hand. And we have a density of 2 blocks. Are forced to give him some equipment to be able to keep on. Kind of surprised to not see, just give up the Arsenal there. Let him have the Phoenix Flame.
You can go get it back anyway.
Mm-hmm. But we may need it to start off our turn here. Or we're just not
doing much damage. Yeah, just trying to. Yeah, we're just going 3 with Go Again here, just the standard. Fi's just trying to full race here, just trying to gain some advantage.
And we see it often. You play the Mask in this matchup. we're really seeing a lot of the fives move towards this Mask of Momentum in these aggro matchups. The links can be nice, but in the aggro matchups, the getting your value and then being able to get the block value out of it can be so impactful. Presenting those on hits to incentivize other aggro decks can be really important. You really, as in the aggro mirrors, you want to be the one pressuring your opponent to commit cards to the chain on your turn. If it's like a ships in the night situation, then you have it can be hard to control the tempo, but having the Mask of Momentum can be a great way to help break parity of this matchup. As we come in with the Everblade after sinking this Ronin Renegade.
Yep, just trying. Yep, see here, this is a one that he's going to have to probably just let it through.
Yeah, Manoa content here. Just block 2 cards, and Viscera is really known for presenting some really powerful 3-card hands.
Just realized he hasn't flipped over his weapon yet. I think we all know what it is. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's a. And choosing now with that last card, we're just going to make a Rune Chant, come in with our Rosetta Thorn here.
The block with the Mordred is interesting just because if you're going to just go there and make a Rune Chant, keeping that Mordred as that other card would have...
That kind of says to me maybe the last card in his hand is something like another Mordred Tide.
Yeah.
Another power card where he's not getting value out of it now, so he's going to choose to hold on to it and build towards a more explosive turn.
Yeah, it's clearly just trying to maintain this, life disparity and not have it get out of hand. I love, big fan of Luke's tokens here. If you're a former Destiny player, you'll notice that those are Destiny resource tokens, Destiny damage dice, little damage tokens. Those are things that we use often. Ooh, the double Art of War. Let's see what he banishes here. Banishing Assault to Wound. He has an E-Strike in hand. So, I mean, right now, worst case scenario, just goes E-Strike for... Yep.
Here's that Soaring Strike. This is going to be coming in for 6 here. And Soaring Strike is really powerful when you are able to combine it with the Enlightened Strike, because now we can opt to draw a card off that E-Strike and go further along on the chain, depending on how Noah blocks here.
Yeah, worst case scenario here, right? He goes Soaring Strike, banishes the E-Strike, gets the draw, and even if he can't play the card, he's going to have an arsenal option.
Mm-hmm.
So
yep, and here we are.
I'm just going to banish it.
Banish the Enlightened Strike.
Yep, he's just tracking life on the side here.
And there we go. Just going straight for that E-Strike. Mincing no words. Drawing 1 more card.
Was that a Headlong?
Looks like either a Headlong or a Mounting Anger he drew off that Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, this is an E-Strike coming in for 7 in spite of the fact that he bottom decked a card.
Yeah, and just 6 into 7 is great here.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, just Noah likes his hand.
Yeah, Noah's got something coming back here. I mean, he was playing to this turn clearly because he was very defensive early.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Luke likes that card in Arsenal better than it must have been a card that cost.
Yeah, it probably was that Mounting Anger. Yeah. Can't pitch to go get our flame. Come in with the Emberblade, and here we go. Starts
is
us
this
off
the
with the
Shrill?
Mob
Is this the
Skies.
classic? Nope. Okay.
Playing an Amplify the Arknight, so it looks like this is just going to be a 6 with Go again.
Looks like a blue Amplify.
Oh, a blue Amplify. Yeah, just coming in for 4
with Go again.
Off of
Mauve. He's hoping, I think, to just get a couple Rune Chants off the Mauvering Skies.
And with his Tunic coming up here, we may see him also try to use his Creepers on this turn.
Get another... He's got 2 cards left in hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or look to play something like a Revel in Runeblood into a Swarming, then Tunic for this Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah, potential is here to have a really big turn and try to close the gap. It is tough if you're Viscera. You have to play two very specific turns to try and get your damage. I think this is why we were talking earlier. I was talking to Josh, and he said he loves his Rune Blades. He loved to play chain. He's a chain exclusive.
There's that
guy.
Revel.
Got the Revel, so we'll be making. Yep.
Oh, and another Revel.
Double Revel.
And these Revels are just so powerful when their opponent has no Arcane Barrier. This is going to be for 11 Rune Chants, 2 Arcane, and 2 physical. That's a 15 damage Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah, now we understand why Noah was not blocking that damage.
Opted not to block. And this Rosetta is basically going to equalize it all on its own. But Luke having a 3-card hand here to swing back feels like he's in a good position. Your opponent's without an arsenal. They have their full armor block, but you have a full grip here to come back at them.
Realistically, too, as you know, Noah has full armor block. The struggle is the creepers and the tunic he's losing if he does anything with them. So.
Just starting it off with a Brand with Cinderclaw. And Brand really being one of the premier attacks. A lot of the 5 cards are essentially the same. They're a 0 for 3, a 1 for 4 with Go Again. They have some text, but that's really one of the things that makes him so consistent. So many of his cards do the same thing. He doesn't require a specific assemblage. He just needs 1 blue, some Go Again attacks, and then he's really off to the races.
The Brand is always interesting because of that. The text on it is, there's the Mounting Anger. The Brand's text is actually relevant, but not in this matchup. In the Kodachi's build, it's much more relevant because giving those Kodachi's Draconic is significant.
Right, really helps him get to that.
That's how you get your Phoenix Flames and you do the paper cut to death.
Yep, activating his Phi, going and getting his Phoenix Flame. And Noah opting to put those creepers on the chain here, thinking that we're not going to have a good window to activate those, and especially in these fast aggro mirrors, it's really possible to never get a chance to activate that equipment.
Yeah, Noah's definitely playing the slow grind. Okay, erase face. I mean, for 6, that's quality right there.
And it looks like there's a Cinderskin Devotion and an Ancestral Empowerment in the Phi hand. So I wouldn't be surprised to see those 3 blocks come onto the chain, especially a card like Ancestral Empowerment that really wants a large hand to get good value out of it.
Yeah, Ancestral seems best in this. It's interesting because Ancestral in Katsu just facilitates his draw and his Katsu effect. In Phi, it seems to be at its absolute best when it comes from Arsenal versus,
or coming on an attack where it's the second attack, they've blocked your Ember Blade for 3 and you pump it up to 4. They block your 0 for 3 and you pump it up. And that's exactly what we see here, that Ancestral and the Cinderskin coming down, covering up that erase face. Let's see what he starts it off with. Just a Rising Resentment, 2 more cards in hand. And I believe I saw a Lava Burst in Luke's hand. So we might be able to come in with the Ember Blade, activate that Phoenix Flame, and then Lava Burst him on the end of the chain. And that is really where he wants to be on these 3-card hands. Yeah, there's
gaining a lot of advantage over Viserai. Just being very efficient.
Ooh, a Flame Call Awakening.
Yep, has played it red. He's going to get a Phoenix Flame.
And now we're going to...
Now Noah has to block this one, otherwise he's resetting that mask and going 3-1-1, and he's got another mass trigger potential if he doesn't block one of them.
We'll probably see, it depends on what he has in hand here. Having that Sink Below, we'll put it on the chain. And that's another area where Phi can get a little extra value. Having so many 0 for 3s, it takes away some of the bite from these 0 for 4 defense reactions, denying them the full value out of it.
He's gonna have him bleed to 1. Curious to see if Luke, he has another Phoenix Flame. Assume he's just gonna Arsenal this one.
He'll probably throw it out there. He'll be coming in for 2 with the Shuko. But he may choose to Arsenal it.
Right. I mean, with these Flame Call Awakenings, that's where it gets interesting, is because if you 1 blue with the Flame Call gets you the Phoenix, I guess, if you get it. But I mean, 2 is value here. Noah's clearly choosing not to block, but you're getting armor out of it, which is...
Yeah, taking away an armor block is very nice, especially a 2-power armor block. Now he loses the ability to cover up a 4-power attack.
This has been
and this is a great 2-card hand coming from the Viserai. Making a Rune Chant, and then swinging in with a Consuming Volition. Luke having no Arcane Barrier means that this Consuming Volition will have text. He'll have taken the arcane damage, so it will have that discard trigger. If it deals damage, he will be forced to discard.
And he's holding a Lava Burst now. Now he has the Lava Burst, and he wants all those cards.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm pretty sure his hand is Belittle, Take the Tempo, Lava Burst, and a Mounting Anger. So an awkward hand to see in the face of this Consuming Volition. We may just choose to cover it up and see if we can swing in with our Emberblade and Arsenal a card.
Yeah, arsenaling something. Just depends on what he's looking to do in his next few turns here. How deep into the tempo he can get. Mm-hmm. This one is non-negotiable.
Because taking 5 here can be a little dubious in that if he's not able to present a strong amount of damage on the following turn, Viserai can be an extremely explosive hero and can very easily do more than 16 damage.
The question here is, I wonder if Luke is trying to think this through. Does he just throw? Yeah. See, I think throwing the equipment in front of it offers him an opportunity to keep his hand, lose just 1 point of damage, and maybe he just believes he can threaten 12 here. You know, Noah is clearly showing him that he doesn't, he's not going to just give him mass triggers anyway. So the question becomes, yep, there you go. You just show him you got the Lava Burst.
Yep. And Noah still having equipment here really does say that the game is not going to go on for very many turns after this. It's not likely he's going to be able to actually push through a mask trigger at this point. Noah still has his armor to throw in front of any of the attacks on the chain to break up those consecutive hits.
No, he's just trying to. Yeah, I mean now he does have the option to the ones. Block the 3s, ignore the 1s because they're just damage at this point. Just maintaining the damage output. But Noah's kind of in a tough spot because at 12, I mean, you have to present 20 back. 20's a big number without double Revel, which you can't do anymore.
And knowing that John has this Lava Burst in hand, he's presenting a decent amount of damage here. I think that last card is that Mounting Anger. So we have about 14 more damage coming onto the chain after this Belittle. This is a very powerful 4-card hand from Luke here.
Noah is in a tough spot here. Looks like I see a Rattle Bones in his hand. Is that a Shrill? Looks like. Is there a Lead to Charge? Is that what that 3rd card in there is?
And here comes his Mounting Anger. I wouldn't be surprised to see Noah play block with the 3 block and then reach for that Grasp here.
Yeah, not knowing what's in there is tough.
Well, you know that his last card is this Lava Burst.
The Lava Burst.
He's gonna get this hit. And he has another Phoenix Flame to go get. So blocking with this Grasp gives him the opportunity to get a little extra value. Essentially get 2 block from this, your 1 block equipment by denying this hit trigger.
Yeah, this is that tough spot where you start to maybe see, why Viserai fell a little bit behind. He seemed hot for a minute there.
Choosing to take the 1 here.
That one.
And now we're coming in with the Emberblade for 3.
Is he going to give him armor here? Is he going to keep? Yeah, just.
Yep, kick the can down. Choosing instead, thinking he has to keep some cards here.
Yeah.
To be able to pressure back.
This challenge is just. It feels back against the wall.
And this is really the power of Fi. He is, in these late game scenarios, it is very hard to cover up all of his damage. and his hand, he's very consistent. Most of his cards do the same thing, so it's really likely that turn after turn he's going to be presenting you with breakpoints, and he's going to be around that 13 plus damage threshold. Yep, and blocking with a mob, his last card, and
Yep.
putting Luke to the question to see if he's going to be able to
Activating Phi. Just gonna, yeah.
putting his Phoenix Flame in Arsenal.
Arsenal, you basically guarantee that you're gonna get off that Phoenix Flame. You're gonna make sure your sword goes. You're gonna come in with paper cut, paper cut, paper cut.
Yeah, and as the 5 player, you're really feeling like the world
Ooh.
is your oyster.
Drew another lava burst.
Ooh, and that's an Art of War.
Yeah.
If we're able to get that Art of War down and they have the blue to support it, it's going to be very powerful on this turn. Looks like...
Gonna go Art of War.
Yeah, that's a blue brand here, so we'll still have 2 floating. Banishing... Has to banish a Lava Burst.
He's
But I think we're fine with
yeah,
that, knowing that we
opting to-
have the attack reaction.
Yep. Opting to keep that Razor. He's now presenting high numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So this is coming in for 4. I think he's just letting him bleed through. Yeah, Noah was happy to take the 1 there. Luke making him stop is only tough because now Noah's kind of in that, oh no. Yep.
And choosing to Razor here,
Yep.
get his damage in.
It's a 7. I mean, it's gonna take. I mean, putting him to 2 is.
Yeah, so
With-
now
with-
everything is lethal. He's
Yeah.
going to probably come in now with this Phoenix Flame.
Just, I think he's gonna give him the sword, because then he can Phoenix Flame from his arsenal, then go get another Phoenix Flame, right?
I don't think he has another one because he had to banish one. Oh, he might
He has,
have another.
He has
does
3.
have,
He has 1. He should have 1
He
more.
should have
left.
one more that he
And
tutored
these are
off of
both-
that flame
it's
call.
2 and 2 now.
Yep. And again, we're just going to
Yep.
strip the hand.
Activating Phi. Phoenix Flame. Don't
Yeah,
let him
and
keep
there's
a
that
card.
last flame.
Here's another 2. Presenting Noah with lethal. Yeah.
Yep. Put that on the chain.
Yep. Yeah, it just kind of has him pinned down here, so.
Yeah, just in the rinse repeat. See if Noah's just looking for John to draw into a blue hand here.
Mm-hmm.
Something where he can use his remaining equipment to cover up some and try to steal a little bit of tempo back.
Oh, and you got the Flame Call Awakening. Has a mounting anger in there.
Flame Call Awakening having nothing to search
Nothing
up.
to search for is rough, but it's still, 3 with go again.
Yep.
Everything's going to have go again. Drawing no blues here might actually be the more problematic thing because it's going to be. He's going to have a
Not
hard
being
time
able to come
doing-
in with an Ember Blade,
Yeah.
potentially.
Just going to keep presenting 3, 3, 3, 3.
Ooh, and it looks like there is no blue here.
Yep.
But just 3/3/3 Phoenix Flame. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, contemplating
Luke
that.
opts
Yep.
to.
Gonna just put it out there. I think. Just trying to either get through the armor or get through the hand every turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's doesn't want to leave him.
Yep, opting to take one. And it looks like Noah's just going to arsenal his last card.
He's just hoping for a window. Oh, Luke. Yep. If he's got a blue here, he drew that razor. That's rough.
Yeah, having this razor.
Yep. Your razor here and see if he has the defense reaction. Oof. Noah he wants to hold that hand.
Probably deciding if he wants to trigger the sync effect here.
Yeah.
And choosing, yep, we will cover this with our equipment. And
Trying
then
give
choosing
himself
to
a
send
hand
this to the
block
bottom.
with. Just a matter of whether or not.
And there's
he's got
the razor.
Does he have the defense reaction? Yeah, there
Nope.
it is.
No defense reaction, and that just shows the power of 5. He puts his foot on the gas pedal. It gives you no room to breathe.
Yeah.
And slices and dices until the game ends.
Yeah, rough there to get once you get behind a 5, it's hard to catch up, especially in a deck. Oh, the next card. You never look at the next card.
Never look.
Never look. If he'd had just earlier when he had the sink below and he chose not to sink, if he'd have just sunk that card there, he'd have been one card deeper, got the D-react. I mean, he probably would have still died.
Right.
It's just the nature of it. So Luke is going to move to 5-1. So
Putting himself
close.
in a good position.
Yeah,
Yep.
good position
Give
here.
a shot within top 8. And like we said before, there should be, I believe, 2 X2s that will make it. So it kind of depends on how it shakes down in this round, as far as if the X and O with the pair down wins, then Luke has very much a shot where he might even be able to lose his way in.
yeah. Depends on we need to figure out too what we see coming the way. I shared it in the comments in the chat, but we'll go ahead and go over. We've got the numbers once again. So I'm actually going to go highest represented instead of just across the board. So our number 1 represented deck is Fi. So we've got 18 Fi in the room. I assume that is, I'm not sure if that is a counter to a counter or if that's just the nature of who came and what they felt was best deck. But Fi is real high. To be fair, it feels like they did made a decent call because one of our next highest, or I think our exact next highest, is Dromai at 15.
Yeah, and that's really surprising to me. Seeing 15 Dromais is kind of wild, especially after we saw the attack action Iyslander has success last weekend. A version of Iyslander that I think is a little bit better suited into Dromai, has a more of a reasonable matchup, and all this Fi. And especially after last weekend, Fi was really the talk of the town. Seeing Daniel kind of slice up some of his opponents and do really well into Guardian. I think that's the big pull towards Fi, is that he is, of the aggro decks, he seems to be the one that is most suited to brawl with Oldhim.
Yeah.
In that matchup, you'll often have one turn where you need to be able to hit when it's your turn to hit. And that's why some of the Rune Blades can kind of struggle into Oldhim. If your off turn lines up with Oldhim's off turn, well, that lines up very well for the Guardian player.
Yeah.
And they're just they have so many relevant disruptive effects. Chokeslam being a really popular card in these Oldhim decks really kind of puts the screws on Briar and forces her to block. Taking away any of those power buffs really turns her into not nearly as scary of a monster.
Yeah.
Having your Bramble Spark be just an arcane and work towards building your embodiment of lightning token.
Yeah, it's just a rough matchup when the Guardians start to tune and tech for certain matchups. If you happen to be those matchups, Guardians have a lot of options when it comes to teching. They're one of those decks that have a lot of access. Oldhim has a lot of access. You know, we saw it with Starvo, obviously, to the extreme where he had the most card pools in the game. But I mean, Oldhim does have 2 elements and generics and Guardians, which means when he needs to make a meta adjustment, he has good access to a large card pool that allows him to. We see a lot of Guardians now saying, well, you know, we're putting CNC back in. You know, Earthlore becomes a really good, like, Earth card just because Earthlore into CNC.
Right.
Do what you want to try and do something back to me.
Functional pummels 5 through 6, depending on how many you're playing. And Earthlore just being a card that you can show them with your Oakenold and then do something on the next turn. I think that's really one of the issues where Oldhim can have, is where they aren't able to follow up their Oakenold with anything relevant.
Yeah.
But cards like, we're seeing Icequake, we're seeing Sotomoro's Polar Blast, Earthlore, even Tome of Harvest sneak back in. These are all cards that can help him refuel and kind of gas up following an Oakenold. And any element card that you are comfortable playing becomes so high value. And I think that's really why we're seeing these Earthlore surges make their sort of breakout onto the scene, breakout onto people's decks. It just combines excellently with your Tunic Resource and these 2 costs and 5 cost attack. Earthloring a Spinal into Fi, into these aggro decks is devastating.
Yeah.
Making them give you their whole hand and likely still take some damage is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, and we saw the representation says now the interesting split at 10, so 10 each is Oldhim, Iyslander, and Viserai. I think the Viserai number is more because of maybe local representation. We have a few people locally who kind of tip the scales on the Viserai into 10 versus maybe a normal 5 or 6.
Somewhat surprised to see Viserai showing up over Briar. I think it does block considerably better than the Briar deck does. Having a density of 3 blocks, having those really strong 3-card hands of Mouse Guys, 2 power into your Rosetta. But his consistency is a little dubious at times.
Yeah, I think you're forced into, if you want to play Viserai, you're almost forced now to be as efficient as possible and present considerable damage every turn and mix damage that's high enough to be reasonable or want to play is you almost have to run 9 Mauve and 9 Shrill because that's your bread and butter. Is if you can't do anything else, just do that.
Yeah.
Play that combo: Mauve, Shrill, Sword, Mauve, Shrill, Sword, and rinse and repeat until you find something else. The problem is that doesn't in a game where now we're seeing some of these decks play just real spikes like Fi, where Fi can just blow by you in that situation. Is it enough?
Yep. Sometimes blocking with 1 card and then coming in for 13 turn after turn can be playing a little bit too much towards the middle, especially where Fi can just choose to take that and then throw 25 back at you, 27 back at you. And he's a deck, too, that can really punish you for wanting to block with just 1 card and not disrupt him with that blocking.
I think the thing with Fi that we run into is that with Katsu, it was always just block the mass trigger and you can take most of a turn because everything other than the mass trigger is just damage. And the mass trigger is what allows you to, it facilitates the big explosive turn for Katsu where it got out of hand. But with Fi, we saw here where sometimes if you just arsenal something with Go Again, there's a potential where if you block the second card to stop the mass trigger, they'll just reset and do 3 more and make you do it again. And in that case, you have your armor, but at some point you don't.
Right.
And then can you stop 2 mass triggers every turn and present 13 back? Well, no.
Yeah.
You can't. Now you're out of that game.
Really seeing the power of Mask of Momentum in these aggro mirrors, and it's a powerful card, very powerful equipment, threatening those consistent on-hit triggers, and kind of making water to wine in a lot of situations. Having these hands where it maybe wouldn't be very impressive, but adding in that extra draw really helps them push up to that next level of relevance, and also a little bit of fear of the unknown. Like maybe he'll draw something he can't play and I'll let it happen, but maybe like we saw in last round, he draws a lava burst off the top and smacks an extra 5 damage on the chain.
Yeah, that's the challenge. It's this meta is interesting because I think sometimes these battle hardens will have a little more flair for the local meta. We see that in Rhinar having the same representation as Dash. Now I don't know if the Dash representation of 8 is Jacob Ball lists. I know we have T on that list, but we know for a fact that we've got our local Ben Cumming. Yep. He's a local who is boost dash all the way, baby.
Yep.
Boost to the moon. That's just how he rolls. So
yeah, he loves to start with that Teklo Pounder and off to the races. But really surprised to see 8 Rhinars coming in. And it's a strong deck, especially into Oldhim. I know a lot of people are really looking to kind of win these grindy matchups. Great into Dromai, great into Iyslander. The only beast you're really worried about is these aggro decks when it comes to Rhinar.
Yeah.
As they don't really care about the Intimidate. If they're not blocking, well, now your damage is just a little underwhelming.
Yeah, your Intimidate only matters when it's going for lethal. And then the question is, can you get there first? Because they're going to get there real quick. And Rhinar has that same issue where sometimes he gets kind of a spoopy hand where you're just like, Wrecker Romp for 6, Intimidate 1. It's like, okay, cool, yeah.
Right. Well, you are really hoping for the Scab Skin Leathers to give you a 4 or 5 or something, and you hit a 3, and it's 6.
It's game over. Some of our lower represented decks, we have Dory at 3, Bravo at 3, Lexi at 2, Katsu at 2, and then Kano and Azalea at 1 and 1. So we had a brave Azalea player show up and register an Azalea deck. I actually haven't had a chance. This week has been so busy for me. That's like the one thing I haven't watched still haven't watched that deck tech to see what in the world he is doing.
That Poland player?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what little spiciness he has cooked up in there.
I did see. I saw a list, like a screenshot of like the video, or somebody posted their YouTube, and it had the, it always does the stop. If you don't choose a photo, it just gives you a random picture, and it gave it. And I noticed that it had take cover, which you don't often see the Ranger defense reaction.
Oh yeah.
Even in Azalea, because God forbid you put it there.
Yeah.
Like that. It's the biggest danger in Azalea is going, oh man, all I have left is my defense reaction. You put it in there, and your opponent's just like, I got a bad hand, I pass. You're
Yep.
like, uh-oh.
Now I don't play the game. But take cover could be really powerful in that Azalea deck. Just coming out from Arsenal, slamming a card in there, or just having that turn 1 value where your opponent swings into you, you play a take cover, and you jam a card in Arsenal when you're on the draw.
It's like a poor man's New Horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A great way to think about it.
But I know that game was relatively quick too. We're about 20 minutes out from their timer, which is real close to the stream timer. We've been trying to get the standard round timer. So we got about 15, 20 minutes left in the round. What we might do again is just take a small break here. Mm-hmm. Now we might actually be able to get somebody to come out. Last round we got a little close and we were trying to do some running. So we're going to take a quick break. We will go to commercial. We don't actually have any commercials. We just have a...
I can do a jig.
Yeah.
Perhaps, but I don't know if you want to see that.
Zach's sitting over here. Zach's going to just sit in the back and do some push-ups or something for you guys. He likes doing push-ups, I think, or something. Burpees. Zach does burpees. He's a workout guy. I do workouts sometimes.
Mm-hmm. As you lift,
I have to.
Right here.
Right
here.
Yeah. I work out because I need to, not because I want to. Like, it's one of those things, I just want to fit in the pants that I own because I'm cheap. If I got to buy new pants, I can't buy shiny cardboard.
Yeah, it's like, I moved out that belt loop. Uh-oh.
I did do the Fab Fitness Challenge in July, and I've been doing good since then. And I put some pants on this morning, and I haven't worn in a while. And I was like, oh, baby, we got a whole new wardrobe.
On our way to Abercrombie and Fitch. Let's go.
Nobody wants to see the dad bod. I got the Fab Dad bod is what I got going on. So, what's up?
Someone told me to come outside.
Okay, never mind. I mean, come on over.
Yeah,
come on
over.
Yeah.
Come on over. Did you just take the last game against John?
I did, but it was against John, and I was so happy that we were
you
in the
can have
final
this.
bracket.
Have a seat, man.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone in the stream.
Yeah, so you are...
I'm Oldhim.
Yep, and you're 6-0.
6-0, yeah.
Yeah, so
the
you're
only 6-0
6-0
left because...
Did Adam lose too?
Yeah, Adam lost to the dash on the tear down,
Yeah, that was the Burr, the see who could go Burr faster match.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the nature of the go Burr matches, sometimes...
He had it, he just had red. It was crazy. I watched some of it because the Oldhim mirror sometimes just
Yeah, if you know the matchup like you and John know it, you're playing it.
Yeah. That was actually the first time we've actually played the mirror.
Okay.
But he's on a little bit of a spicier build, which I think he was featured in one.
Yep, we had him on the very first round.
I wish his last game, not this round, I wish his round 5 was on stream because he was against Dash, Tebow's Dash.
Yeah.
And there was like a turn he went like 18 on a pulverize with Earthworm Surge. With like he's on Earthworm Bounty. He's like a big proponent of that. Oh, it's so spicy. I was like having a blast watching it. We had a deck check, so we were just watching them play.
That was something we've talked about that on the channel. We've had John come on and do deck techs and stuff. I played with John all the way back in Star Wars Destiny days.
Okay.
And it was the same kind of thing. One of John's specialties, I always tell people, is a lot of people build spicy decks just for the sake of building them. But John always seems to build spicy decks that find like efficiencies that other people don't. And he leverages like tempo moments you just all of a sudden John plays Tome of Harvest. You're like, that's a pretty good card. He's like, make 3 surges. You're like, that card seems way better now.
That's what he did. Arsenal the pulverize, and then his hand was 3 blues and 1 yellow Earthworm Surge, and it just like perfectly. That's it. You like normally when you keep a pulverize, because he's on Earthworm Bounty, he's on Tunic. You have like this 2 extra floating resources that just like kind of go into another world, and he just like plays Earthworm Surge. And it's like, oh my god, is this the hero breakdown? This makes sense.
Yes, this is the hero breakdown.
Yeah.
We were just talking about it on here, so it's It's a really interesting
Round
breakdown.
4 was a 5 versus Oldhim, table 1. Table 2 was a 5 mirror. Table 3 was 5 versus Frizzeride. Table 4 was 5 versus Oldhim. Table 5 was the feature match that round, was Dash versus Lexi. They were basically in a different planet.
Yeah.
So
It's been very
Yeah.
good so far. And what have your matchups been so far?
I played a Dorinthia round 1, Iyslander, I think. I played 3 5s in a row in the middle rounds. Okay, this is from a different event. Okay, Dorinthia, Iyslander, 5 Oldhim.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so lots of 5s, which
Yeah.
math-wise makes sense.
Yeah. Wow,
So-
there were 15 I haven't seen a single drum.
Yeah. They've been kind of like, there were quite a few X1s.
I guess if there's 18 5s, there's such a high chance that you get paired, and that's
Yeah.
like not a favorable matchup.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So you're just traveling all over the place.
Oh my
now,
gosh!
huh?
So I'm okay. I can say this because I feel like at 6-0 I feel I did well, but so I watched the Battle Hardened Portland, and I was just a little mad because I saw like some misplays in like kind of even like the top 8, and I was like, I can do better than this.
Yeah.
So I want to prove it to myself, and
Yeah.
so I booked this flight, and I'm going to Dallas as well, and this is the first time I've ever 6-0'd a Battle Hardened.
Okay.
So hopefully, fingers crossed, I do well in the top 8. But like, I don't know. It was just like a learning experience for me. I was like, I was watching Portland, and I was like, no, I want to be there. Like, not to say like I think like a lot of players like there is real fatigue. Like we're about to
Yeah.
enter round 7, and then we have top 8. Like I could definitely like understand that. But I was just in my head like, I played this game so much. Like I want to like, I don't know, like show it to the world.
Yeah. And I know, I don't remember who it was. We were talking, somebody mentioned that like you've been pretty much not going to armories lately because
Just
you're trying
the last few weeks.
The last couple weeks.
I was
Because you
like-
don't want to XP spike. Is that what you're?
Yeah, so I was like at number 52 when I
Okay.
realized like if I keep going to armories, I might bump like someone out. I actually triple qualified, like I have like
Yeah.
top 50 both ELO, and I'm lifetime, and so I just stopped going to armories because I was like, I want to like try to like not take 4 slots.
Yeah.
Actually, I know some people that wanted the exact opposite, and I was like, that's fine too. I
They're
never
trying to,
respect it.
trying to take as many
Yeah,
slots as
yeah,
possible,
yeah.
just as like a personal accomplishment.
Yeah,
which,
yeah.
like to your point, right? You can't knock that either. But I do appreciate.
I think it's just like because like I know someone that ended up being like number 50.
Yeah.
And like the amount of joy you have, like
Yeah.
I don't have to buy a PTI. I actually can go play. Like
Yeah.
like that's like so worth it to me.
I mean, it's like the
It doesn't cost me
ultimate-
anything,
Yeah,
really.
it's the ultimate bubble out too. Like if
Yeah.
you're 52, like
yeah.
anybody who has played competitive card games long enough
Yeah.
has like had that moment where
Yeah.
you were like we played in Vegas, like the very first Vegas calling.
Yeah.
And I was one of the unlucky X2s
Oh, yeah,
who
yeah.
bubbled out. Then I went over and I played the Battle Hard the
Yeah,
next
yeah,
day.
yeah.
I went X1 and I was 9th.
No.
So I like double bubbled out. I went 11-3 on the weekend and bubbled out
I'm
of
so
both
sorry
events.
to
And it's
hear
like, those are the feelings, like to your point, right?
Yeah,
Where it's like
yeah,
sometimes you're
yeah.
just like, okay, I don't want to.
Yeah.
You don't want to push somebody to the bubble because it feels awful. Like
I've
it feels.
been to bubbles so many times. I was at the bubble at the Pro Tour. I was bubble at 2 different Battle Hardens. I've been 9th.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
just
we-
how it is.
Jason-
I found the bubbles rough.
Jason and I, who does a channel Outcast Haven with me,
Yeah.
like Jason and I, through both ProQuest seasons,
Yeah.
between the two of us, we had all but one event. One of us was in 9th place, and we had 6 here. So in 5 of the 6 events, Jason and I filled the 9th slot,
Yeah.
and the other one made it.
Yeah.
But it was still the fact that we just
That's
kept.
so sad, yeah.
We're just
Yeah.
we had one event where we both
Yeah.
went to. We're like, how do we both go X2 at everything?
Yeah.
And only one event do we both like
Yeah.
either X1 or X2. And
Sure, yeah.
it's like the
Understand.
bubble is like the worst feeling in the world. But
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I do appreciate that. You know, I think people don't think about that, but it is a small gesture, but it's a
Yeah.
very community oriented gesture that. That I appreciate. It's tough to be away from your armory because if you're an armory grinder, like you typically love your community.
I like the guys that.
Yeah.
That definitely makes or breaks for sure.
Yeah.
I also just started playing a lot of Talishar, and I was like, oh, maybe I won't go to Army. I want to get any more experience. And then I'll load up another Talishar game. Oh, my wife Leslie, shout out to her, I love her so much. She quickly found out what Talishar was.
Yeah.
It was like from curiosity to, oh, that's cool, you're playing Flesh and Blood Online, to, I hate Talishar.
Yeah, we went through that same cycle where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, another one. Oh, you can just
It's
keep
just
going.
instant
can't
gratification. Like you want to
Yeah.
queue up, and just the game starts, and you're like, "Oh, that's the next 45 minutes."
Right.
Especially because I'm playing Oldhim.
Yeah. Oh, we got a question here. Someone said, ask Michael about the Oldhim Fi matchup. Is it a good matchup for Oldhim? What do you think about that matchup?
So I definitely think there's maybe it's a cop out to say there's a player gap, but I will say like shout out to Yanji, Dan, Shane, those guys. They started a new team. I'm not part of the team, but early periods, Yanji and I are pretty close. I played against so many of the Fi iterations that like at this point like there are certain things that like for example, Chokeslam being in or out of your deck makes that matchup just a little bit kind of like to your favor.
Yeah.
I think it's really close. I think like Dan Rakowski's Fi list.
Yeah.
They're just like these little like all my games actually were 1 or 2. Against the 3 Fis, I always ended up over 1 or 2. They're all really, really tight.
Yep.
And if I just like drew one card poorly differently, it would have just been the other way. And all 3 of those games, I at least played 1 Chokeslam in every game.
Yeah.
And Chokeslam just one of those cards where like, especially if you just play it with the 2-card hand off Tunic, it's like kind of like Michael Hamilton's like Wounded Bull type of efficiency, where you're like it's actually 8 damage, but it's technically sometimes 10 because they'll prevent like the on hit from the or just makes the Phoenix Flame with 0.
Yeah.
Sometimes they have an Artivore in their arsenal and it's like real bad. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Presenting that with a Chokeslam when they have their like a Spreading Flames turn and
Yeah,
Arbor turn can
yeah.
just give you so much more value than just what
even
that
though
is.
Shuko.
Yeah, I think we watched in the match you played on stream. I think that was the biggest thing. Was like I think you had 3 Chokeslams either in a row or 3 and 4 turns, and it felt like the game just kind of went flat. And which oftentimes the game going flat is bad for players. If you're the one in the game where like you're attacking but it's flat, but realistically, if you're the Guardian, like just flattening the tempo for a couple of turns until you gain the advantage back. Because I think the one turn you did it and they were kind of in a weird spot where like the cards just didn't do anything. They responded with almost nothing, and it gave you the opportunity just to swing hammer and get an arsenal back. And you had like been stuck without an arsenal for a couple turns.
I definitely. It's super close. I think that the Fi deck is actually more consistent than the Oldhim deck. So like you need to make some sacrifices when you're playing the game. That like, for example, I had a hand that had I think 2 Chokeslams or a Chokeslam in its final. I just took like I'm not sure if it was on stream. I just took infinite damage that turn because I was like, I cannot let go of this spinal. If I'm playing the Chokeslam, I just need to arsenal it and just that's just how it's gonna be because I might never. My next hand might be potatoes. It might be autumn such. Winter's Bite. Right?
It feels like that's an interesting balancing point that they've kind of built in that in the elemental decks. That that Oldhim has weirdly, because he's no longer the fatigue oriented version where he didn't really all the cards fulfilled the slots of like paying for things, pitching to the ability, and now that he's like, well, I have to play more of a mid-rangey aggressive build because you can't fatigue Fi.
You used to be able to fatigue Chain. But Fi's not burning deck like Chain is. And Fi's consistency is just like insane.
His ability to just peck in over the course of the game makes him so hard to
like it's like hard to think of a 4-card hand that like just can't play. Because as long as it has a blue, you just like get a Phoenix Flame and just like do something. And so like you have to concede to the fact that like you're gonna take damage. Like I'm often lower than Fi on turn 2 or turn 3 because I just took a couple waves and I have the disruptive attack in my hand and I'm like, here you go, deal with this, deal with this, and I'm just like hoping that the top cards of my deck will have, it's kind of like Starve in the sense that you do need the right cards, but I just want like blues and like a red disruptive attack, right? Like, that's kind of the hope.
Just rinse and repeat, and then you can, like to your point, right? Like you can get to turns where the worst part about your deck is that you don't draw reds versus the old Oldhim was like, I never want to see a red unless it's Oaken Old, and I want to see it the second time through.
Such a different experience. You just can't fatigue it. It's at least Fi. Like maybe like the Rune Blades, but Fi is just. We tried it early days. We tried like all these combinations. We tried like Biting Gales, the Durian. And like
we did that one too.
Minnowism is just like laughing at you the entire way. Insidious Chills, like we tried so many things, and it's just like we've decided that's just. If the Fi is a good player, that's not happening.
Yeah. You see that a lot when you like see these the good matchups of players where like the parity of the deck now demands like perfect piloting from both sides. But I mean that's where Flesh and Blood is at its absolute peak, and that's why
when
now
I'm at 1 and 2, I feel alive. Like I feel like you played well, I played well. Like both of us probably had one bad hand. Decks are gonna do that. Like I drew a 4 red hand. I just gave you 9 cards, Arsenal 1. It's like don't get tilted. Just like don't play through it. But yeah, I can't believe I'm 6'0". I've just never.
Yeah?
This is like a rare experience for me. I'm always like submarining my way. I always lose, like, one early, and then I like can't lose ever again. I'm just like always under stress, and then I bubble. So that's like how I feel. Yeah. So.
Well, congratulations so far. Good luck the rest of the way. Thanks for stopping and chatting with us. And,
someone told me like chat one, or I don't know. Okay, anyways.
No, we've been trying to grab people and have people over, so yeah, it's great to have you. So thanks for coming. We appreciate you. Yeah. All right. Well, we should be close. You guys know how much time is left?
There was
Okay,
4
so
minutes.
only a few minutes left in the round. So
What's going on, Blake?
not much.
How's
we've,
the,
we've been here.
How's the announcer
Good.
station?
Oh, you don't even need that thing close to you.
Oh, is it just
Yeah, it picks up really clean. So, Jason,
Is it right here?
Jason is so used to his like mic that he moves over that he can't.
I do.
Yeah,
I just lost to Oldhim here. Really good match.
yeah,
I mean, 2-1. It was fun.
yeah.
4-2 on the day. I'm happy.
Just go get that last win and
Yeah, have fun.
Finish
And then
ninth?
eat and
No.
drink something.
We were just talking to I was just talking to Michael Fang about the fact he was talking about bubbling, and I was like, Jason and I spent
Well,
the better.
I love bubbling.
Yeah, I was like,
It's my
Jason and
favorite
I
thing to do.
spent the better part of like 2 PQ seasons trading ninth, like back and forth.
I'll be honest, Blake. I'm very, very happy for wanting to play, just not able to with traveling lately.
Yeah.
To only have 3 games in the last couple of weeks and to still hanging in there.
Yeah.
And it's a packed house in there.
It is.
A lot of good people.
A lot of good players. Yeah.
That's a lot of fun,
Really
too.
good event so far. The stream's been great. Everything's been running well.
I mean, that's just. It's probably going to drop at like the final table, the final swing.
Right, yeah,
And then
yeah.
the stream's just going to be out.
They'll go for game. Yeah. That's always the nature of it. I know Adam was talking earlier about how he's like talking about how he shouldn't be talking about what would happen if he won or if he did well. He's like, if I top or if I win or if I get to the final or something. He was talking about because he's borrowing my Outcast Haven map that I got made.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that's-
didn't have one. He was telling me that if he gets the PTI with it, we're gonna have to talk numbers about what he's gonna pay for it. I told him it's a 1 of 1. Which
I
in
thought he was going to want a
Fab-
sponsorship. I'm glad it turned the other way. I'm like, no, that's not.
No,
that's
we're
it.
not doing sponsorships.
Yeah, okay.
He was like, we're gonna have to talk about numbers, and I said, well, it's a 1 of 1, and we know how valuable, like, very rare Fab maps.
Do you know what you should do? You should write with a Sharpie 1 of 1,
Yeah.
and then sign it and
In
be
a
like,
box.
just $1,000 and it's yours.
Yeah.
A simple G.
Just a simple
Dude, he owns his
$1,000.
own company. The guy's
He's
he's
just
money. He's
rolling.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah. He should set out in the morning. So
Yeah.
he'll be able to do it.
He'll be able to do it, no problem. So we are gonna go to break so we can get a tape. We have to figure out what our matchup is. We're gonna try and think and get a Dromai on in the final round. Just
Look for Haven.
so Haven Zoom.
Young Haven. So
Okay.
he was just X1. I think he might have lost to 5, but still X2.
Yeah.
On Dromai.
Yeah.
Top 10
He's
tables.
a very interesting build too. Haven
Yeah,
always has,
yeah.
That's the one thing is like Haven is like he's like the little Magnuson brother that could. He's like he's coming along. So,
Yeah, it's good.
but we will.
I'm just glad to see so many people out there watching us.
Bam, it's serialized. Sell it to Rudy.
Oh, is that Happy Man?
Yeah, Happy Man's in the chat.
Hey.
He said, can't bubble if you don't lose. Okay, Happy Man.
You know, Happy Man, I remember a time that I invited you on the channel and you stood me up, but now here you are, crawling back,
In the
watching
comments.
in the comments.
Watching
We
the
know,
comments. You
we
could've
know
been
you want to
here.
come back. You know, we know. Hit me offline, all right, Happy Man?
Yeah, shoot us a message. You know the deal.
back. This round we will be looking at an X1 matchup. This we believe is a win and in.
Yep, this should be a win and in.
Should be a win and in. And we're gonna see Dash versus Rhinar. This is a classic matchup of flesh and blood. Diggin and Jason and I, when we got into this game back in the olden days, the times of old, as we like to refer to them. This was a matchup you saw back in the crucible of war, Arcane Rising meta. This is it right here. This is it. Now we do know, not 100% sure about the Rhinar.
Yeah.
I don't know a ton about his deck. We know Ben. Ben likes to go burr.
Yeah.
So Ben will almost for sure. Like I would put money on the fact that Ben will be flipping over a Teklo Pounder.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I would expect to see a Teklo Pounder. He loves to be after the races. Oh yeah, and they'll put one up for us.
Cool. We're gonna just make sure. Yeah, they'll.
Hey, here it comes.
Here we go. Here comes the life counter. We're just verifying the life counter. Oh, look at that. He even did the
hero
got
pictures.
The hero pictures. That's
Wow.
top notch right there. Yeah, almost assuredly. Like, I mean, this is we're talking like 300 to 1 odds that Ben flips over a Teklo Pounder.
Mm-hmm. He loves.
It's the opposite of that. Sorry, I don't gamble. So it's just like 1 to 1. Like you're gonna win nothing in this bet. That's how that works, right? Somebody who gambles a lot tell me. Where's Robert when I need him? When we go to the casinos, we have a very simple strategy. Robert goes to the table and loses money, and then he hands me the free drinks that he doesn't take. So I don't know how to do the table part. I just know how to take the drink.
Yeah, I think I'm good at the drinking part.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely a skill of mine. So it looks like I think Ben won that roll-offs here. So interesting to see if he chooses to take the play, and often we will see the dash take the play. I mean, landing an item turn 1 can just be so much added value. Oh no, we got a little skull crushers.
Andrew, the stream has evolved. We said every round it was going to get better. We added the as requested. We got the records up. We got the names up. We got the round up. This is top notch. We don't do anything but the best at the Outcast Haven. Nothing but the absolute best.
And some interesting equipment here. Seeing those skull crushers from the Rhinar, probably just opting to get the block value out of that card. I don't even remember what the text on it does. Let's pull that up.
So that is I believe what Skull Crusher says is that if they has something to do with
rolling a 5 or a 6.
Rolling a 5 or a 6 gets +1. Hold on, we're gonna look it up. That tells you how much we see Skull Crushers, and then if you Google Skull Crushers, it comes out workout. So I have to actually type in flesh and blood. By the time I do this, somebody will tell me in chat, but my chat is minimized now, so I won't know. Whenever you roll a 5 or 6 on a die, your brute attacks gain +1 power.
A little mini blood rush bellow here. And it looks like we saw Ben opt to just arsenal on his first turn, build that 5-card hand, and then pass over to Rhinar here. And Rhinar starting off what looks like a barraging beatdown, and this is really the money where you want to be on that first turn, pushing through some damage. And this Wombat Dash deck, though, being the type of deck that really is not looking to block very much.
No.
He's trying to swack you.
Yeah. Ben is going to do a lot of no blocks. Unless he has a hand that just can't attack, which he won't have, but unless he thinks that, the 7 isn't worth it. But he does appear to be willing to take this 7, no problem.
The Ben tried and true. No blocks. He's trying to go burr.
Yeah. Ben cares about one thing, killing you faster than you kill him.
And there is some value. It looks like the Rhinar opting to go for the Mandible Claws here, probably expecting a little bit more defensive setup from the dash. So he may not be entirely teched ready for such an aggressive version to go wide on the chain. And
he's gonna banish it.
Yep, boost it up.
See, Ben is there are 2 types of dashes. Both dashes want to see their whole deck. Ben doesn't care how he sees it, in his hand or in his banish. He doesn't care.
Oh, Arsenal Sink below there, coming in to cover up this yellow throttle that's been boosted by the Teklo Pounder.
Gonna activate. Yeah, see, this is, you gotta love it. You don't often see the Foundry Heart getting activated.
very common. Yeah, Ben doesn't care.
And there's that Combustible Courier here. And this is a really strong card from this dash deck that if this hits, pumping up the next attack that he boosts for another additional 3 damage is pretty significant.
Yeah, some might say that this pumps up the jam. Sorry, Andrew threw in that the next evolution will be horrible 90s flake style jokes. So I had to oblige, Andrew is our like #1 interactor on YouTube. So he's the one who gets us the most value in the algorithm. So
it looks like that was not a Combustible Courier there, but an Overloop. So going back on the bottom of the deck when that hits there.
And then he's going to go ahead and just hit the 0 to 60. Exactly what Ben likes to do, go from 0 to 60.
And here comes that pistol.
Whee! Just like that, the life totals are back. I like that Ben plays with the same efficiency and speed that he attacks with.
Yeah.
When you watch it, he knows exactly what he's doing.
Ooh, and here comes an Erase Face. This is a great threat in this matchup, especially when you're against this boost version. Making all of his cards lose that Mechanologist subtype means that if this attack comes through and hits, he cannot boost at all. There will be no mech cards to flip over, and none of his attacks will go again.
Did we see what he put in the arsenal? Was that a max velocity instantly, or?
I didn't see what he started off the turn with, but yeah, not using his arsenal there does kind of indicate that it might be a maximum velocity sitting in there. And I mean, that card is just a house unless he goes just a zipper hit.
Zipper hit. Yep. So one of the things, like, people won't know this obviously because you don't get to listen to the players during this time. But as somebody who plays Ben a fair amount, we play at some overlapping locals. One of my favorite things is Ben, when he boosts cards, he doesn't say boost a card. He always says boosting a Mechanologist card.
Yeah, boost into mech because there ain't nothing but mech cards in there. We will not miss this boost. Yeah, but just coming in, 3 block.
Loading up, shooting for 2.
Oh, and that all you got is great in this situation. Coming in, blocking, essentially gaining him 2 life, drawing a card. Exactly. This is a really good position for the Rhinar to be in. Having that Teklo Pounder on only 1 counter and you at life parity is a pretty good position to be in.
Yeah, not losing ground. The Pounder is always what you're going for. That's realistically like your biggest goal in this matchup is not losing ground.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's just coming in for a pack hunt.
Which naturally has an Intimidate. The Intimidate is... It appears as though the Intimidate is nothing more than a formality because Ben doesn't have a ton of... Although it looks like he may be blocking here, which I suppose could just be not having the best hand.
Mm-hmm. We may just be looking to drop another item here and then have an even more explosive turn. Maybe he plays another Teklo Pounder.
Looks like he has a Teklo Core in hand. Nope, maybe not. Just loading. Oh, yes, yep. Okay.
And then just going to play that.
Trying to get those resource efficiency cards out so that he can set up the max velocity. So if you got an item there and you can't boost a bunch of times, we see another Erase Face, but you wonder if he actually is interested in that Erase Face or...
Yeah, if he's more interested in just the efficiency of a bigger attack, doing more damage, taking this opportunity to use all 4 cards and not get stranded with an extra card in hand.
Yeah, he actually has the cards here to be able to pay that extra cost of discarding a card. So the question now is, does he value the potential of erasing that Mechanologist trade, or is he more interested in trying to push through damage at this opportunity? And maybe he arsenals that card, but then you always run the risk, right? That's the constant risk of Brute, is that if you want to arsenal a card, you can't randomly discard a card from your hand.
It looks like that is an Awakening Bellow. So he's going to
No, what is that? Just says Intimidate. Oh man, I'm going to be completely honest. That card, can somebody help us with that one?
Yeah, when we were looking, just opting to intimidate away some of those cards.
Yeah.
It may have been a high striker there. Something just to intimidate.
Yeah, see what Ben opts to do here without an erase face.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we see Ben block here. His hand may not be optimal, in which case very likely he'd block, but...
Clearing Bellow from the classic battle set.
Oh,
Thanks,
okay.
Sam.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna be honest, I haven't looked a ton at those cards because I don't play either of the heroes, and I didn't buy a classic battle set. I know that when they come out, sometimes those starters can be spread a little thin amongst stores, and I was really hoping. We have a lot of new players in the cities, so.
Right. I didn't want to pick one up for myself when a new player might really need that to get their way into the game.
Yep.
But here, a high octane is really powerful on this turn, looking to make use of that 5-card hand and the additional resources out of.
We're gonna have just gonna track his action points here. See how many. Is this the to the moon? Is this where he tries to just get off? Does he have a bunch of blues and he's just gonna pistol him for like 11
yeah,
shots?
11. Boost. Come in with the pistol.
Pistol. Okay,
it looks like that was just a blue 0 to 60 getting pumped up here. Now a T-bone.
T-bone. That's actually, other than the boots, if he has another T-bone, it becomes very interesting, right? Because all of this equipment is going away if it blocks other than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, T-bone can be a great card in these matchups. And there it is.
Boost in the mech.
Oh, but there goes that maximum velocity.
Yep.
Boosted away.
Has to give him a piece of equipment, so.
Stripping this equipment here on the T-bones is really nice. Dash doesn't present too many on-hits, so she doesn't punish you as much for losing your equipment, but generally this is a matchup where you want to be leveraging your equipment as best as possible. Using that equipment to save some life while you make use out of your big hand is ideal. Having it be kind of taken from you when you don't want to can be pretty detrimental.
Cadaverous contraband?
That does look like a cadaverous contraband. Maybe using that as another 6 power, help recycle some of those barraging beatdowns.
Yeah.
And Ben just loading that pistol up, coming back in with the pistol. And we should have one more action point off of this high octane. Come in with the pistol again. And a pretty explosive turn here from Ben.
Yeah, just absolutely putting his foot on the gas, which is what he likes to do. And he still has a card left. And, I'd assume he'd take that dice off if he didn't have an action point, so. There we go. That must be the last one. He just.
Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah.
But Josh really liking his hand here.
Yeah. Oh. What has he got? He said, I'm going to give you every ounce of damage that I have.
Right. Leaving no resources on the table here.
Yeah, if you want to take damage, I will give you damage.
Yeah, and Ben getting in for a nice 17 damage there. Oh, and a race face from Arsenal. Our tunic is up. This is just screaming pummel.
And this is. How many cards does he have in hand?
He has two more cards in hand here. So a pummel with an Arsenal here.
Yeah, this is.
Be interested to see how Ben blocks in this situation. If he chooses to overblock with the pummel, or just choosing no blocks and saying we'll find a way.
Accepting his fate.
Just a yellow pummel.
Yep.
Taking 9 damage, going to discard. This may be a situation where we have something like a Spark of Genius here to just pitch 2 cards, go play that Spark, get an item, and then try to push through with that next turn.
Yeah, he's got the Teklo card that's going to tick and give him a couple resources. So we know he has the resources to do something.
Ooh, and a high octane. So it doesn't matter if we fail on our boost, we still got the action point.
Yep.
High octane really helping us out here.
Oh, Spark of Genius doesn't work with Erase Face. Good call. You can't go get a mech item.
Oh, it's got to be a mech item.
Yeah. Good catch. That shows you how much we play Boost Dash, or just Dash in general. To be fair, I think we've had a good handle on almost every card that's come out, but there's an occasional card where we go, oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
With this zipper hit coming in here, boosting away a non-mech card, but rebuying that action point with the high octane. And it looks like Josh is going to reach for that equipment again here. We were really even on life totals.
It looked. Okay, there we go. Yep. But I think Ben had a T-bone in there, which should still demand, right? I mean, he's going to boost on it. He can't succeed on the boost, right?
It won't gain the go again, but it'll still have
Yep.
the trigger.
Combustible Courier. It's a legal game. Okay, so playing the card is a legal game action, but you would fail to find. So
Yeah.
that's what it is. Makes sense. Oh, I was like, talking to us? We've seen nobody. No.
And this Combustible Courier here is really nice. With only 2 cards left in their hand, the Rhinar is really somewhat incentivized to put both of their attacks on the chain here, because not blocking this Combustible Courier will just give Dash some additional value.
Yeah, interested to see if that was a T-bone. I think I'm curious if Ben was trying to maybe bait
some more equipment onto the chain.
And then get the tunic or the crown out of that last one. We'll see here. Yeah, he seems okay with logging it. I mean, it's a blue Combustible Courier, so yeah.
Looks like we may have a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Gonna close it up. Gonna load his pistol. Okay, so he's just saving it.
Yep.
Gonna try an Arsenal for a big turn next turn.
Yeah, Josh with a good read there, knowing that it's not likely he'll have another threat to boost after this Combustible Courier. So we're okay to... Or it might have just been a blue Combustible Courier.
It was a blue Combustible Courier.
So it just covers it up with the 3 block.
Just covers up. Ooh, the max velocity in Ben's hand here. Can he get it off is the question.
And just a claw for 7 here. Claw for 6 with that yellow barraging beatdown.
Ben still has his Crown of Providence up if he's looking for something specific to finish it off, but if he's got the max velocity, he thinks he can pay for it here. I mean, that's the combo that wins games, right? With Goliath Gauntlet and...
Oh, absolutely. Coming in for 12 is just...
Finishing with 12 is pretty nasty, especially if you can T-bone at some point and get an armor block out. No, must not have it.
Yeah, looks like we're choosing to block with 2 cards. Take no damage here. And yeah, this may be the item hand. Drop an item and make Rhinar have to present enough damage on their following turn. Rhinar, like Oldhim, can have those awkward hands where it's hard for them to make good use out of all 4 cards.
Yeah. And with no arsenal, I don't think Ben is scared of a ton. Might be boosting here. He might have a Teklo core and a max velocity in hand. So this might just be a T-bone forcing an equipment block into playing the Teklo core, arsenaling the max velocity, and just trying to set up that huge combo in next turn.
Yep. I mean, we might just see Josh throw these Skull Crushers back on the chain. T-bone only requires that you block with an equipment. Doesn't matter which one. But if we wanted to have a little hand fixing here, this Crown of Providence coming onto the chain is all we need.
A couple damage here. Taking 2 here. So you're gonna fix his hands. Yep, there it is.
Yep,
we know he has the max velocity, so he is set up here for that.
And that Teklo core is really what you want to see to set up that maximum velocity. Really what you're gated on is the resources. Ooh, but here's a Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah. Ben does have 4 armor block left. So
getting that swing big to go is really nice here. Swing big
not
is
taking the swing big off the Blood Rush is pretty important. Did he draw? Was that a pummel? You can't pummel a claw though.
This claw coming in for 5 off the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yep.
And here we'll see Ben reach for his equipment.
Yep. It's equipment time. It's hero time. What's that from? It's hero time.
The Hero 6?
No, I don't know. Oh man, now I'm lost. I watch a lot of kids movies. I have kids, so it's probably not even from a kids movie. That's the funniest part. Is it's probably not like.
Here's the next claw, and it looks like we do have a pummel in hand and 1 other card. So we may just see this pummel get pitched or used here on the claw.
You can't pummel a claw.
Oh, because it's not a
club or an attack. Yeah. So I think Ben is just opting.
Content to take 5.
Take the 5. Move along. Okay, so he's just. So it's still not lethal.
Yeah. Looks like this is coming in for 8. Yep, and Ben just going to slide that
Yep.
Crown of Providence in front. Keep his hand. He likes what he's got.
I think he just knows he's got chamber. He knows he's got velocity. Max velocity.
If he can get the maximum velocity out this turn, he can put Rhinar in a really tough position. Rhinar's out of armor block here.
Yep.
He may have 1 block on those scab skins.
Does not have. Yep.
And there's the
Just
Goliath Gauntlet.
Putting it out there, letting him know. He might even just go,
yeah.
Gonna just start off with a big boy.
Throttle coming onto the chain.
He's gonna let us know, hey, that's a 7, boys. That's a 7 to start this off.
Blocking with. Oh, there we go. A Command and Conquer and a Sink
7.
below. Sinking to the bottom.
Scary part here is like if max velocity is last, he has the potential to just finish on lethal.
Yeah.
Or get him real close. We'll see. High speed impact. Boost into mech.
We may not have enough resources here. If we have a 0 to 60 in hand.
If it's a 0 cost in hand, he's ready to roll. Josh is in a spot now where I think he's trying to figure out if he can win next turn.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't. You just don't want to die to the max velocity. You got to look through Ben's basically discard pile in both places because he boosts so many cards.
Yeah. And even now, he is pretty low on deck.
Yeah.
Boosting, blocking with cards. This deck really flies through its cardboard. But in this high speed impact, having that dominate trigger, if he has something, even like a combustible courier, like
something. I mean, even a 4, it just makes it that he's gonna get gonna take a couple damage here.
1 card left in hand.
This is the question.
A zipper hit.
Yep. All right. Well, this one. I mean, a zipper hit. This is 3. Should be 3, right? Because it's a blue.
Ooh, yeah, so it looks like a blue.
Yep. So
Blocking with 1 card.
Block it there.
Then moving to his.
Okay, so he's just. Yep.
Oh, activating his heart.
Activating his heart to gain 2, and then he's going to max velocity for 10.
Oof. And this is
even,
huge here.
Even with the armor here, right? Like, I mean, it's going to be, at best, he has 3 armor block, which is going to put him, it's going to put him taking 7 down to 4. Oof.
Yeah, and with your tunic going up, giving you the resource on this next turn, do you throw it in front here? Or see if you can kick the can down the road and get value out of that resource?
Yeah, the struggle is now you've measured, if you're measuring Ben up, you know for a fact that he is coming, and if he's got a couple of 4s next turn, he puts you in a real tough spot.
Yeah, Ben really happy with how that turn works out, having your opponent have to just pass back to you and giving you first crack to present lethal here. Is going to be really scary.
Damn! Trust me, as somebody who has played into Ben's decks a lot, even when you win, it feels like you get done and you're just, it's like the SpongeBob meme when you're leaning against the wall like,
yeah, that maximum velocity really doing a lot of work in that turn.
And that's just, now Ben is just trying to figure out, this is his deck. I mean, this is what he loves to do. This is how he loves to play. This is like a classic example of everybody else is going one way, but Ben will not.
Yeah,
he will not.
He will certainly swim upstream.
This is just play 6 reckless swings, nerd.
Yeah, and even something like a reckless swing can be really dangerous to have in your hand at this point.
Yeah.
Having to discard to it.
It's a 2 card. Yep. Oh.
Fate Foreseen.
He's like, yeah, that didn't block Iyslander. Nope. Not going to ship it, so it's a 3 block. Yep. Ben is going to be happy to rinse and repeat this. I mean, now next turn, any 4. If he can present 2 4s, this is just... He's running out of cards, but he should know what's coming here.
Losing that Teklo core losing a little bit of potency here. But if we have, at this point, even 2 power attacks are really relevant.
Yeah.
Those blue 0 to 60s are live now. And
I mean, if he just has that one extra resource to get the pistol off at the end of one of these.
The ability to activate his Tekla Foundry, gain a resource.
Yeah, stuff. I mean, these are the kind of things that are tough too. I mean, everything. Anytime you can demand a couple of cards.
And an overloop. Even as a blue, this is a 4 power attack. Can require 2 cards or a defense reaction.
We have 2 defense reactions, which is actually, I mean, a little tough if he doesn't have 2 block on his armor, because a 6 coming in now. Yeah, I think now he's just trying to figure out if he's got an out, if Ben can just fire off a couple more.
Yeah, with Ben being so low on deck, I imagine it's Josh's plan to try to just stay alive.
So he's gonna double defense reacting here.
I think this is just a blue. Oh no, it is choosing to go for the defense reactions.
So this is 8 blocking 6, which is a little tough. But I mean, he might just be in a spot where there's not much he can do. He's gonna get a pistol off after this. Is this more than he can block?
Oh, and there's that reckless swing.
Oh. Pistol. Does he have 2 block left? Nope.
Oh,
Yep.
and a close game there. That, like we said, that reckless swing costing 2 cards to block.
Yep.
Really hurting him there.
So that's dash going to the probably. I mean, X1.
Yeah,
That's
that dash should be in.
Lock for top 8, but this is a different dash.
Yep.
Than
we
we
have
saw
no
before.
life gain. We do not care about no purifiers, no induction chambers. We're hitting you.
We don't miss on our boosts, baby. We boost. We just boost. Just win, baby. Unreal. Always crazy to see a dash that just goes and goes and goes. Yeah, 100% sync the reckless there. I'm curious in that place why you double defense react that and not sink below. You know, give him a card, sink below, dump the reckless, try to get 2 cards that block, and maybe you get out of the turn. I mean, you're fighting an uphill battle,
Right.
but
Having that 4 power attack coming in next really is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
yeah, we haven't got. I don't think we had. This isn't the last round. Round 5, round 6 pairings. This was round 7. Okay, so looking real quick, this was obviously before last round. I'm trying to get a sense of where some people are. We'll know better here in a minute. John, I know John did beat T.
And the T1 his next match. So he
Yep.
is at X and 1.
He's at X1. So we'll see. I know Michael Fang was at 6-0. He was the only XO that was
Yep.
left.
Yeah, Adam
So-
had lost a pair down in that round 6.
Yep.
So there was only 1 undefeated. But both John and Adam being at 5-0, they should be locked in the top 8, somewhat regardless of what happens.
Oh, there we go. Okay. My stream was a little laggy and I was confused because it hadn't switched over yet. So I was trying to make sure we had the right view so you weren't just watching them D-sideboard. Although, I mean, D-sideboarding versus just staring at us in a hallway that's empty behind us. I don't know that you're really losing or gaining anything. So, yeah, we're basically now we're just waiting for the round to end so we can get the final pairings. Once we have the top 8, we will let you know what the top 8 pairings are. We'll get it's going to just be table 1.
Yeah,
throughout the top
we'll
8.
show just table 1 most likely. So we'll probably be seeing Michael the first round of the top 8, whatever he's playing against. There should be a short break as we move to top 8, give the judges some time to do some deck checks. But
Yep.
I believe right when they finish that, we're rolling.
Yeah.
So no breaks here. We're trying to sprint through and
Yeah.
almost done here. 5
Yeah.
o'clock. The tournament's moving.
Yeah, it's been 7 rounds in 7 hours.
Yep. Stayed right on schedule.
Good. So they've been running it very smoothly, which is what we expected from none other than our great Chris Bates and the TGG crew. So They do everything well, and we've been trying to keep our end of the bargain up, which was, hey, if you're going to stream, you got to keep it on time, you got to stay ahead. So we will go to top 8. I have honestly no clue what we'll see for matchups. Now that we have it, we might end up with 2 dashes, which are on complete polar opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yep.
More than likely, we will end up with at least
2
one Fi,
Oldhims.
a couple of Oldhims would be my guess. What rounds it out will be the real interesting.
Yeah. There's going to be some interesting breakers, definitely at the X2 area, and some unfortunate bubbling.
Yeah,
But
always unfortunate bubbling.
But yeah, it should be an interesting top 8 for sure. We had a lot of just diversity at the top tables. There's a lot of different things going on, and a lot of Dromais. A lot of Dromais that were hiding.
Yeah.
There's some opportunity for some Dromais in the top 8 potentially. Hopefully, we can bring some excitement with our first match.
Yeah, we should have. We're just going to go table 1 all through top. So, like Nick said, it should be Michael.
Yeah.
With an Oldhim, it'll just be a matter of what he gets paired against.
Yep. He should be locked out as the only XO going into the last round. He should be locked out at first place.
Yeah. So if you guys are, I know we had someone ask how T is doing. We'll try and get, if you have anybody that you're checking on that you haven't heard from or anything, we'll try and let you know what's going on. But we'll definitely, once we have an idea of what the top was, we'll try to let you know. Maybe what top 8, obviously you'll know top 8, but maybe top 16, what ended up being, the breakdown of the top 16, see if we can get you a sense of like who the heroes are and those kind of things.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of Phis battling for it. I saw Brody was at X1, lots of X1 Phis. So see which of the Phis rise to the top.
Yeah, and then what they do when they get to top cut.
Yeah. But seeming to be the deck of the weekend for sure.
Yeah, Phi was the most represented here, and definitely was
succeeding.
He was holding his own. So I know some people were hedging their decks against them, expecting to see them, and still ran into the buzzsaw that can be Phi sometimes. And some people saw the mirror one too many times. And yeah, it's just the way it goes when it comes to Phi. Is you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So. We'll see what happens when we get to cut. We will take just a real quick break. We'll try to go get some information on who we think is going to make it. We'll come back before the round actually starts. We'll get an idea of how long we're going to take, how long the deck check break will be.
Give you all an update on what the top 8 bracket looks like.
Yep.
And go from there.
Yep. So we will be back. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you just here in a few minutes. We'll definitely come back before the full time allotment. Just to give you some information, if nothing else, and then it might just we'll go from there.
Roll right into it.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Arsenal? You're like, okay.
I told him that I actually really liked it because against Dromai, it's
Yeah,
just
in
nice.
Droma, it's nice to have
because
a
their
popper.
list was at 0. That's what the other.
There's no poppers in anywhere. Like, it's nice to have a CNC. It's versatile. It's such a versatile card.
Time is just too long here. Okay, you got 1 minute left. It's a long time.
Well, especially when you know.
Next time I know it.
It's
3
not
minutes
like
is good next time.
it's not like a crazy.
There's no rules about even showing the deck list, so it's like, oh.
Yeah, I think 5 minutes.
I hope they like actually. I like doing it. So
I think it's fair because like if somebody plays on stream 3 times
Yeah.
and somebody else doesn't, especially in a 2-day event,
Yeah,
and somebody
sure.
can go watch their deck and be like, oh, they're
And then we don't
attacking.
gotta be. Otherwise, we should be worried about like people like shoulders and like writing down lists and teammates.
Yeah,
that
or
kind of
like I got a buddy
Not tell me
Wednesday.
anything, but if you play Dromai,
stuff. Right.
I'm gonna get a PhD.
Like yours, there's like a couple things that are like, oh, these are the attacks he has.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 blizzard, not 3. Okay, good to know, good to know. Like other than that, it's like
really good.
47 pummels, that's normal. I was like, no yellow pummels, all right. 2 blue, what the?
Hopefully we can get to see some of John's shenanigans here.
Especially when you always have extra resources.
Okay, that's time. You can flip them over the deck list. I'll come pick them up and get started.
Like the stream can straight start.
I'll make. Yeah, you guys look at start the game and.
Okay. You'll come back and tell us.
It's on time, so I mean, well.
Well, it's just like, do you want us to wait for you to give us the green light, or do you want us to?
Let me check with the. I wanted to check with the stream.
Okay. Oh no, they did this again.
They put it in order. Literally my least favorite thing. And I'll draw a hand. I'll be like 3 of cards right now. I'm like, I swear I shuffled this. Oh, they mix the sideboards in too.
Might have been the video capture device had a little bit.
You guys ready to get started?
Yep. We're ready whenever. you are.
The mic aux, that probably should be off right there.
That's
That's
him.
this one.
Yep.
Right.
I think what was happening was we had the room audio on, was the issue. So let us know. Hopefully that's better.
It's coming through fine. I think Birdie's full.
No. I shut off the. Yeah, I think we had the room mic on. I think that's what was happening. Was we had a bunch of background noise. So the interesting thing about this is that while we had 5-5 make top 8, the 9 through 16 was actually really diverse. So we were. We were so close. It always that's always like the thing, right? Because in 9th place we had T, who had the unfortunate bubble on. He had Dash. Josh, who we saw on stream the last round, Rhinar finished in 10th. We had an Oldhim in 11th. Haven actually finished 12th on Dromai, so we were so close to a Dromai, like 1 win at some point, away from having a Dromai in the top cut. Jason himself found the bubble just on the outside of the bubble at 13th. Also at X2. Dagan, Phi, X2 as well. Dylan, who we saw on stream earlier, 5-2 on Iyslander, and then another Phi in 16th. So we had 5 5s in the top 8, but then in 9 through 16 we had 2, and there was a lot of diversity. So,
and I would just like to add that it's not Jason that was 5 and 2. It was we, as in me and Nick, at 5 and 2. It was his list. So without that list, there is no Jason.
So you're saying your list is better? Is that?
No.
Yeah,
I'd have been the opposite, inverse of that.
Taking the list that I played last weekend at Nationals, and I feel like a pretty solid list.
I mean, how good of a list I think it is the fact that I haven't played Oldhim in 2 to 3 months, and still was able to take this list and get some work done with it.
Funny enough, I also took the list to Armory on Sunday and went 4-0. So
It's a good list.
Basically, what we're saying is Jason and I can pilot it. We just can't build it. So
that is 100% truth.
Nick lives in a world where if he builds it, they will come.
Okay. I built decks for a lot of people. They were not the only ones running my deck list today. Christy, it's also choosing to actually scoop to Andrew when he had no win and in potential, and saying, "Yep, you got it."
Yeah. Fang also, Michael had in the last round was kind of in a situation where at XO he didn't have anything to gain from the round. I think he just took the opportunity against Luke to say, you know what, man, I mean, all I can do is push you out, and honestly, let's just take a breather. I think that's, when you're XO, you often have the ability, to...
Yeah, but you don't really care about the loss. You locked first place. You got your choice in the top 8 as far as be on the player of the draw. So when all you're doing is pushing somebody out, you might as well just say, hey, come on, join me for the ride, and we'll cruise into top 8 together.
the thing that we miss with our stream is the fact that we cannot see the depressed look on Adam's face as he sits across from Oldhim. And I can say that because we know Adam very well.
Yes.
So I'm not ripping on Adam. Well, I am ripping
Well, we
on
are
him.
ripping on
Yeah,
I'm
we
allowed to. I'm allowed to.
Adam usually either asks for it via running his mouth back or not. So
It's much easier with him not being able to run his mouth back in this situation.
yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're shuffling up here.
Fang riffle shuffling is wild. I mean, that's just he's been doing that all day.
So do you know the most compliments I got today was the fact that I had pink spinal crushes and pink pummels.
That's how you play. But you got me with that pink smile.
Well, we did, in the Oldhim mirror, we got like a couple people said that was the great mirror. So I felt good, that people enjoyed watching it. Which I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of people bitched about Oldhim and watching and how it's boring. One, we had a bunch of people watching us in the mirror. Two, everybody enjoys it. And three, I love playing the Oldhim mirror. It's an enjoyable match.
Yep.
Like people need to get that. They have this thing that they think about Oldhim that it's horrible, and it's actually not bad, and it's enjoyable.
I would describe Oldhim as a really interactive deck.
Yes.
Something that makes both players have to commit to the chain, especially in the versions we're seeing now. In the days of old where it's just
Pure
crown,
fatigue,
shield, block, 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 hammer, crown, shield,
Because you're
block,
not
block, block.
crowning nearly as much as we did in the
Right.
past.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people just misunderstand. I think it's a unfortunate that Oldhim now kind of has this like stigma around him that it's still the deck that it once was, where it was all control, all fatigue, all decking people out.
Can we get a life?
And it's not that anymore. Oh yeah, we can if you want run in.
We'll get this live pulled up
We'll
as they get started
in a
here.
second, yeah.
But interested to see what Michael chose, if he wanted to be on the play or on the draw. Looking like he put Adam on the play here as Adam takes up his tunic. And Michael really saying that he wants to be the first one to strip cards from the opponent's hand. Yep. And I think that's really the move. Going second into this Phi is really important to present that first disruptive effect. Right? Come in with that choke slam, come in with that or your erase face, your command and conquer, and force them to give you cards right away.
Yeah, it looks like he drew, from the look of it, he's got a choke slam and he has a channel in his hand. So interested to see how he plays this.
It's like a pummel is there too.
And a glacial. So
yeah, coming choke slam pummel on the second turn of the game is.
So I have a question
really
for you,
good.
Nick. I have found that with Oldhim especially, I was attacking turn 0 a lot more than I ever have.
Yeah, I think this list really does attack, mainly because, like, you can give them 8. Throw an 8 in front of them, and when you're forcing your opponent to choose between taking damage or cycling 3 cards, it's pretty notable, where they can just draw into nothing, especially in a matchup like this, where, some of when they clunk hard.
yeah, I think the interesting thing about attacking at turn 0 is if it's an attack that's going to take like 1 card and maybe leak a damage, or 2 cards where they can fix the other 2 cards in their hand that maybe they didn't want anyway, that's one thing. But when you're saying, okay, give me 3 or 4,
Right.
now the decision points of what you keep are obviously lower.
Right, and once you hit that 8 break point, now you're really punishing 2 blocks.
Yeah.
If they want to keep cards in hand and they have 2 blocks that they don't really care about, now you're really pressuring some extra damage. And these games are really tight. It is a game of inches. And it looks like Michael opting to block with that pummel, block with that choke slam, and just really limit Adam's potential here as he moves into the next phases of the game.
Yeah, Adam's playing that soul beat. I think being able to ice react here means Michael's going to lose. He's going to let that 1 through, but not having Adam doesn't get an arsenal, and the soul bead, a trigger of getting go again, isn't very good.
Yes, Brody, the John Magnuson is the other Oldhim in the top 8.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they are, John and Michael were 1 and 2, which means that if they both went out, it'll be that wonderful Oldhim mirror in the finals. Let's go.
And watching John's deck, there'd be some excitement. And a Tear Asunder here to start it off. Real nice.
Yeah.
Just saying, give me armor. Give me armor.
I mean, Happy Man, 100%, he did get ice reacted, but I will say, Adam, this is his First time on the deck.
Adam
He hasn't played in like 3 months.
Yeah,
So.
Adam has been rather busy lately and hasn't had a lot of time to play. So the fact that
So I'm going to defend him in this situation.
Yeah.
Only we can make fun of him.
In-
It's kind of like your
Yeah.
brother or sister.
Yeah.
Like you can make fun of them.
Yeah.
But if somebody else does, I'm going to beat your ass for doing that.
But a nice Terrace Under Hammer.
It doesn't have the ice effect, but he's just looking for the discard here,
Mm-hmm.
I think, and making Adam choose if he wants to absorb. I mean, because if he gives him a card here, he basically has a 1-card turn. So you assume that Adam's options are either block, limit damage, arsenal pass, or he's going to just not block and lose the 2 cards of his choice.
Yeah, if Adam has a power card here, we'll definitely see him probably block, try to set up something more powerful, and wait for his opportunity to hit. Because that's really what this matchup feels about. Oldhim will come at you with a few disruptive turns, and you're just waiting for that break, where maybe they have to come into the attack, you can cover up easily, you get a sink blow in arsenal, you get a defense reaction where you can cover up a hammer, and then you get your chance to swing. And that's really what this is all about. You find your window and make as much use of it as you can. So yeah, Adam reaching for his block here.
Really, really measuring it, trying to make sure he blocks with the right card and
right.
not.
You're throwing a Lava Vein Loyalty in front, taking 2 and happy to just ditch these other 2 cards. Arsenal is last one. Just a Soul Beat Strike and a Belittle going down.
Just hand him the Terrace Under back.
Yeah,
You can
you
have
get
that. I don't
that
want that
Terrace
anymore.
Under, yeah.
And these disruptive effects are really nice from Oldhim, but when they don't come coupled with a lot of damage, it doesn't necessarily push the game into a new phase where you are stacking on damage with the disruption. So only taking 2 here, arsenaling. Fi isn't really that unhappy about this situation. It's only if Michael follows this up with further disruption, more power.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. Moving. I didn't see Michael's hand. He has an Ice Quake in there. He's got an Autumn's Touch. Is that a Cranial Crush behind that Autumn's Touch?
Yeah, I think we have a Cranial in there.
I will say this is the scary part for Fi is when you give Oldhim a big hand.
Yeah.
And it depends on the build, obviously.
I'm curious to see what he does here if he's going to pitch to the crown.
Yeah, looks to crown offensively here, go digging for a more relevant threat.
Yep.
If he's pitching that Autumn's Touch, that tells me that we probably have another Earth card in hand, so that
nice.
if we were to draw into an Oakenhold, that we can still fuse it.
And you got a channel, I think, didn't you?
Looks like I'm not sure that's
There's a
channel or
glacial for
blizzard.
sure.
Looks like it's a blizzard.
Blizzard.
Yep. Yeah, he's got he's got a Sink Below, Cranial Crush, Ice Quake, and a Blizzard. Curious if he just goes with the hammer, trying to threaten 2 Frostbites here.
Yeah,
Or if he's just going to go Cranial.
yeah, we may opt
Looks
for
like
that
he's
Cranial.
Opting for the Cranial. Maybe thinking Adam had like an Art of War. Threaten Pummel here.
Yeah, and Cranial is a surprisingly good threat in this matchup, taking away any draw effects. While Fi isn't looking to draw, his biggest turns involve drawing. So
Yeah.
being able to take that opportunity away from him really limits his potential capability here on his swing back.
Yeah, if Adam was just playing to like a big Art of War turn, or he's trying to just, and
Right.
at the very least, it's an 8.
Right.
Those attacks early are really important to drive the life total down to where Fi's inefficient blocks do damage.
And seeing if Adam chooses to block with a few cards here, try to build for something a little more powerful than what he has.
Yeah, the 1 and 2 card hands in Fi are definitely weird in that their power varies so greatly versus the 4 card hand is obviously good, but oftentimes the 4 card hand is well above rate because of what it can offer versus a Fi with 2 cards. Really, you can't do some of your power plays. You can't belittle. You can't,
Right.
run and get those things. He will have his Tunic up, so that does offer him some value next turn, but a lot of it just depends on what he's going to do here. Do we know what? So Haven was our top Dromai. He finished in 12th. Do we know if he was playing Footsteps or Mage Masters?
I believe it was Footsteps.
Footsteps.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
he's on
not-
Footsteps.
he's
He
not
likes
Mage Master.
he likes the
He
1
did
for
have 2
5s.
tomes, I believe.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and Haven, a local player, really young player, only 13. and he very consistently finishes in the top 8. Definitely somebody who, in a few years, I mean, maybe not even that long, don't be afraid if you see him at big events.
The interesting thing, I know people bring up sometimes that, I know one of the comments this week on the podcast was like bringing up people's age almost discredits them, but I personally think it's the opposite. I think that
100%.
when you talk about someone's age, I'm not trying to bring up their age that they shouldn't be good. I'm just saying that, I mean, as a grown adult man who has the time to practice and I'm not even going to school,
right,
to see somebody younger who is excelling at the game is impressive because they're committing themselves to this craft. It's like seeing someone oftentimes people don't credit like someone who's playing card games at a high level in the same way they do like a high school athlete.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, well, you're going to get a college scholarship. It's like, yeah, but I mean, these kids are potentially playing for thousands of dollars in prizing.
Right.
Like it's a very real thing too.
Right, and competing against people with years of experience in card games. Years of experience. We have a lot of really accomplished players in this topic.
And I use my old age in the opposite of I'm old, so you should try not to get beat by an old man.
And Adam going in here with this Flame Call Awakening. A nice turn here to present, following up with this Cranial Crush.
Oh boy.
A turn where we're going to have a good opportunity to go wide. Still 3 cards in hand, having pushed through 6 damage here. And Michael liking his hand here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like, okay, so we're coming in. Swing for 3. He's going to be able to, I mean, Phoenix Flame him twice if he wants to.
We have another Phoenix Flame in hand, and these Phoenix Flames are really going to protect Adam from any sort of ice react here. You can easily, very comfortably just throw that Phoenix Flame back on top.
Does he have a pummeled Okanold or something?
He has a Terra Sunder in his hand. He looks like he has an Okanold. I think he's trying to play that tempo game of if he can just get to the next turn without too much of a life disparity, he has the opportunity to just Okanold him and
just control it for
the rest of the game, hopefully.
Yeah, and this matchup really is Okanold. You want to be the Okanold deck in this matchup because it is impossible for Fi to cover up without an unmovable or something of that sort. And putting 2 cards to the bottom, like we mentioned earlier, Fi is very exponentially focused damage output, and he really ramps up. The more cards he has, the more resources he has, can go crazy.
We appreciate Michael here trying to condense the combat chain a little bit. Doesn't have the room for Adam to finish his turn.
He was on cleanup duty.
Assume he's going to come in here, I would think, with the next Phoenix Flame for 2.
You know what his third card is?
Yep. I don't know. He has 2 more cards.
Yeah, 2 more cards in hand.
I'm not sure what they are. He's been playing it close to the chest.
Yeah, Michael saying, show me what you got.
He has, I mean, he's got the Oaken.
Shoot go.
Ooh, and this is a
the
huge turn here. We may even see Michael opt to go for the Ice Shield here, something of that sort, because if he just takes this damage, Adam has the potential to pop that mask, give this go again, and then go search out something like a Salt the Wound, and come in for a significant amount of damage at the end of the chain here.
Yeah, here we go. Is this the Sink Below?
This may be
the Arsenal is Sink Below? Yep. Okay.
Here comes the Sink.
So I assume he's not going to sink if he has the... Okay, so does he not have...
Looks like going to go digging for this Earth card. Ooh, and I think we drew another Okanold.
It's an Oaken.
God, you guys' eyes are way better than mine.
So he's looks like he has... Is that a Cold Snap? Cold Snap Tear? I thought he had
Cold
it.
Snaps?
I don't know if that's...
Oh.
I can't tell what that is. He hasn't tipped his hand quite far. Yep, there it is.
No, it is a Cold Snap,
Yep.
and he's going to activate Ice here.
Yeah. Shrek. Gonna let one come through here. Yep. Team 1. So he doesn't have the Oaken Old. He's just trying to get through. I mean,
yeah, we may see we've got 3 cards left here. And it looks like, running out.
Must have Eisenloft? Or is he just...
I think we have another Oaken in hand.
Okay, so
play this one out for 7, and then Arsenal the next.
Yeah, no fuse here. Adam's just going to take it. It's vanilla.
Yeah.
You don't block the Oakens that don't have on-hit triggers. Looks like still didn't find it. It doesn't have a way to dig.
He has no earth.
Yeah, without giving it up. He
Does
did
have a
draw.
glacial.
Yeah, he's got a glacial. Look, I think he had
Grasp.
a grasp and then a channel.
Yep.
The channel might be the most meaningful thing if he can just get to the channel and get it down.
Yeah, we'll probably look to see Michael play as defensively as he can while he works towards the channel.
Down a tiny bit, so it's out of the glare. I'll go move it. They were just asking. It's hard to see. Yeah, I hate bothering him too, but that's why I'll just do it. I'll just like walk over like. Burp.
And the Soaring Strike here starting off the chain. Soaring Strike being an interesting card, puts you in a strange spot. If they have any sort of zero, something like a Snatch that doesn't have its natural go again, while this on-hit trigger doesn't have, there's not many things that Adam can banish to this situation, but it still puts Michael in an interesting place. Do I want to go for my blocks here or not?
Ancestral.
Ooh, and an Ancestral there, pushing it up. Michael looking to use his 1-card block and his Crown of Seeds to eat that 4 damage, but Adam pumping it up to 5, trying to push through this on-hit trigger. And Michael deciding if maybe he wants to Ice React before this Ancestral resolves. Yeah, and doing it before he resolves here so that Adam is forced to put a card back on top and then draw it off the Ancestral. If he waits for that Ancestral to resolve, lets him draw, then he gets the pick of the litter. Right now he has 3 cards to choose from. You just want to say you're getting one of those. Your hand is staying the same.
Yeah, you're not gonna let you fix your hand. You're not gonna get anything better. You're gonna get what you get.
And choosing it doesn't look like we're having a banish trigger here.
Curious to see if Michael opts to try and just set up that channel next turn to get the tempo, because it feels like right now the tempo is a little out of his favor.
Is that Headlong?
Yeah, Blaze Headlong coming in now. Another 4 damage.
I love that card.
Yeah, Blaze is really one of the power cards in this matchup. You have S5, you don't have many ways to, or not many of your cards are above rate on their own, except for Blaze Headlong coming in for 4 damage. Choosing to Arsenal with that channel.
And blocking with the channel, leaking 1. What's the other? What's that card he drew?
That's the best way around Ice React right there. It's just have no cards in hand.
Yep.
Can't Ice React me now.
But yeah, Adam coming in now with the Ember Blade.
Has the opportunity after this to go get that Phoenix Flame and do something with it.
And he blocked with a Command and Conquer. And it looks like Michael may just Arsenal on his own turn. Maybe he drew a power card off of his Crown of Seeds there.
Looks like he has. I think he drew the Command and Conquer. I think he has an Ice Quake in his hand.
Ice Quake in his hand. So we may just go after him with the hammer here. Choose not to Arsenal.
Yeah, if you're not, really, if you're not.
Is he going to Arsenal this?
He went and got it. Let's see what he does here. Yeah, coming in just for 1. Michael's okay taking it, knowing that he's not playing. Adam's not playing off of a 5-card hand again. Curious to see what his choice is here. If he's gonna swing that hammer or not this next turn.
Oh, it looks like we're gonna go get the links here.
So I assume he's gonna get. I don't know if Adam has Salt the Wound in his list. We know. He can Lava Burst him here, right?
Yeah, I think a Lava Burst would equate to more. Ooh, but we're going with a Take the Tempo.
Oh, trying to.
Yeah, take the tempo being, can't get that because it has to be 2 power.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
If only.
If only.
But yeah, going to get the Lava Burst here.
5 either way, right?
Yeah, the Assault the Wound here would be only 4 damage, I believe, with 3 of his attacks hitting, so it'd be neutral.
Yeah.
And this Lava Burst will be, pumped up to 6. And Michael taking that damage. As they clean up.
Here.
And it looks like Michael's swinging with his hammer, presenting the Frostbite, and he really just doesn't want to give Adam an uncontested 4-card hand.
Yeah, knowing that he didn't get, knowing that he doesn't have an arsenal here means that Adam probably has to give up Shuko if he wants to block this, right?
Yeah, we may see. I wouldn't be surprised to see Adam just take this here.
Yeah.
Take the
Looks like he
Frostbite.
looks like he has Flame Call, maybe Belittle in hand. His hand was tipped a little bit. Can't quite. Cindering looks like is what he's got his thumb on now.
Yeah, a blue and a belittle will help him push through any sort of this disruption. Yeah, and he's just going to take that.
Here. Probably has a blue.
Yeah, fall to 19. Take that Frostbite. And as a Ninja player here, I'm feeling pretty confident.
So, let's see what he does here. That might have been a Cindering. This is the 1 and the 8 seed.
But choosing to pitch that Flame Call, coming with the brand, so we may just be arsenaling this Blittle potentially.
Oh, might have been a Snatch. I think I saw a Snatch. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that right there.
Yeah, and this is just Michael seeing him pitch the red. He is sniffing out that we are on a resource light hand, and getting him that Frostbite, and that will really gunk up the works here.
Yep, there's the Snatch. Yep. Oh,
and the sink below.
Got the sink below.
That was quick.
Yeah. He as soon as he saw it, he saw that Snatch, and he was just like, bam.
And there's the spinal.
Okay,
this
here
is
we
a
go.
great pivot here.
Yep.
That's what he's waiting for.
Huge. Yep.
Stalagmite doing its work.
Yeah, Stalagmite doing quite a bit there, limiting another attack on the chain.
Just trying to see what he has in his hands. Who's got for blocks? He's got an E-Strike. Does he have a 2-card 6 block? Is the question.
E-Strike is actually good right now.
It's a decent.
Really
it's
good.
a decent.
7.
Yeah, decent comeback. Just give him 7.
Like I think E-Strike is the worst feeling for an Oldhim player right now. Like that just sucks.
Yeah.
You cry a little bit on the
If he
inside.
just one or 2 card blocks this. I mean, he's not going to get go again. Curious if he's trying to prioritize an arsenal. Maybe Adam's trying to play off of 5 cards.
Yeah, I think we'll see if he has an E-Strike in hand and a power card. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 1-card block, throw that E-Strike for 7, and look to try to arsenal that power card. You do run into the risk, though, of falling prey to the Ice React.
You're going to block. Just block 3, take 6, and a 13. I think Adam's just trying to. He knows.
E-Strike for 7 is pretty damn good.
Yeah. And he's in that range where if Michael just takes it, he can present a turn off of potentially a 5-card hand, right?
Yep.
The question is, what do we see in Michael's hand?
Michael with no arsenal here.
Just you throw it down. That's awesome. Just the smackdown. I don't know if he did that on purpose.
I was like, you missed earlier. Eric at one point was when he was playing Lexi. He went to pay 1 and he just flicked the dice off of his tunic. He didn't even pick it up and move it. He just went
Quapang.
and just snapped it off.
I played him. That deck was humming pretty good at the beginning.
Can you do them?
No.
Oh, damn it.
What did Adam say when he smacked the card down?
Michael called it. He basically called out Adam
E-Strike?
Cole.
He's
E-Strike,
yeah.
the defense and then the play.
Yeah.
And I was like, tell him to turn our bikes on because Michael's fucking beat a dick.
So what people didn't hear there is Dane just informed us that Michael called out Adam's hand to the tee.
Yeah.
And so that is why Adam slammed down the card.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Sorry,
it's
you're
there.
smarter than me.
Oh, what, you gonna E-Strike me now? Oh, yeah.
Anytime someone calls your card, it's like that combination of impressed and pissed.
Yeah.
You're like, how dare you? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I am.
Looks like Michael has an Oakenold here.
Yeah. I don't know if he has the.
Choosing no defense, it seems.
Is he going on a 9?
He's going to 9.
And that is screaming to me that we are
It looks
Oakenolding.
looks like he has a pummel. So he either has the fuse or he's just. No, that was a Thunderquake. Does he have.
The Cold Snap is so interesting. I'm just.
Nope, he does have the pummel. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. We'll see what Adam does here. He's like, nope, not revealing. The question is, would the real Guardian energy is going. I'm not going to reveal the elements, but I will show you this pummel.
Mm-hmm.
The question is if Adam is just willing to take it if it's 7.
Mm-hmm. A red pummel here would put us down to 2, put you in a pretty tenuous situation if you're not able to push through to finish the game on the next turn. We might see Adam throw a Shuko in front just to keep his life total a bit higher. If he knows that potentially he won't be triggering it on the next turn, we may see him reach for his armor here.
This is that tough block with 1 and then get pummeled on the back end of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so interesting to see. You start to wonder, like, I know that the crown is good for digging. You wonder in this matchup if there isn't value in a different hit. I mean, obviously that takes up another deck slot, but if you're only going to activate it once or twice in a game anyway.
Arc Knight.
Yeah, I think that just your Tunic for Crown, getting to that 5-card hand and being able to dig for free for that Oaken Old reveal is really important.
Oh, for sure. I mean, off of Tunic, it's still
El Pommelruski.
Yeah.
And is that a blue pummel, a yellow?
No, that's a red pummel.
Red pummel.
Yeah. So he's gonna take some serious damage here.
Take 9, go down to 4. Yeah. But now have a 4-card hand here.
Yeah.
And Michael on no arsenal. See if Adam can push through some damage here.
Take 7 to give 9 seems like a good trade. Unless you're the 5 player.
Adam making his Tunic. Ooh, and a belittle is really what you want to see here. Being able, and another belittle in hand.
Belittle. He's just gonna present a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah, being able to go fight through really any disruption here. It's going to be really powerful, but it looks like Michael might have a Pulse of Iyslander in hand. And Pulse of Iyslander is just incredible in this matchup. Being able to prevent 2, put a card back on top,
yeah,
it is really powerful. And also covering up break points.
That with the Stalagmite.
Yeah, is a lot of disruption.
Michael is trying hard to get Adam to be a sideways deck guy.
Yeah.
He's done it. That's like the second time he's done that now. He's working so hard.
Taking it.
I'm saying take the damage here. And usually your disruption gets better somewhat the later you go.
Whoa. He's gonna pitch into a pitch zone that had a card there already. I'm gonna make now I want to custom design a mat that has a sideways pitch zone that goes over top, or a sideways deck zone that goes over top of the pitch zone, like they layer, because they always do that. And then I'm gonna make put the 4 armor slots in a box instead of.
No Rising Resentment here.
So he knows he has another belittle. Adam's just
he
trying
hasn't pitched
really hard.
Minnows yet either.
Yeah, he's trying really hard to maintain as many cards in hand as possible.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Adam try to sneak this other belittle into the arsenal for a following turn.
He's trying to make that. He's doing his best to make that Stalagmite meaningless this turn, and an Ice React as meaningless as possible. But funny enough, I mean, Adam, that's where there is some like lateral movement from Bolton over is Adam, and as Bolton, Bolton seriously falls prey to the Ice React and those things, maybe more so than other heroes. And Adam has a lot of practice dancing around Ice Reacts with his Bolton.
I mean, it looks like Michael reaching for the Stalagmite, and you'll really often see players use the Stalagmite on the Emberblade. You get them to sink their resources, and then give them the Frostbite. And Adam, it looks like he's going to activate Fi in response to this Frostbite coming down. And now he'll take the Frostbite. And this is really, it is to insulate us from Ice React. So if Adam lets that Frostbite hit and then Michael Ice Reacts him, we're in a much worse position. We can't go get that Phoenix Flame. We'd really rather put that back on top. And Adam might even be able to show him that Phoenix Flame playing a belittle here.
What is in? I guess the question now is what is in? I mean, Michael, does he have the Eyes in the Loft? Have we seen that for sure? It looks like he has a Winter's Grass. Can't tell what that front card is. Is it another Thunderquake?
And we're at those low life totals. We're going to really see our players kind of dot their I's, cross their T's, because any little extra point of damage or any little extra efficiency that you can get in this stage of the game is going to be the decider.
I just love Mr. Happy Man.
Mr.
with this.
Happy Man.
Yes, we all are geniuses. The David Blaine level magic trick.
Right, Adam just taking his time here, trying to make his next move with caution.
What's going on, Kale? Nice to see you in the comments. Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
We haven't talked in a while.
Kale, you guys can all travel over for these if you
Yeah,
want. Come
we
to
had,
our Battle Hardened.
we had a Minneapolis Battle Hardened. I would have put you both up. I mean,
Yeah.
I got room.
Jesus,
Yeah, it's a fair flight.
I don't have room. I would have. I can't put.
I have the room.
I don't have room in my house for more
Yeah,
people.
I've got like a dog kennel if that works for you, but
Yeah, we don't know what they're.
I could even have got. I could even have got him drunk the night before at the local brewery.
Yeah.
No, there you go.
The whole setup.
It's a guaranteed win for Kale.
Yeah, it is. I had been perfect.
Still not allowed. Oh,
We'll get there someday.
yeah. Kale. Yeah, with no time here, I mean, they've been playing fast anyway, but with no time, they have zero reason to rush on these low life total pivotal moments.
This is where I wish it wasn't
ooh,
a
and
serious
Adam
event.
going for an energy potion, choosing to pitch that Phoenix Flame. And this
not
is an
horrible.
interesting place. Does Michael have 2 cards, 3 cards in hand?
He has 3.
3 cards, okay.
I'm not 100%
Winner's
sure.
grasp.
Ooh, and a spinal.
Ooh.
Feels good.
Having that energy potion somewhat insulates us, though. It can sort of serve as the pitch card, and we know that last card in the arsenal is a belittle. That's going to be able to go get us the resources we may need. So if Adam has 2/3 blocks, he can use that energy potion, play out his belittle, go search up his resources, and then we're still also insulated from a potential blizzard. We have the blues to pay for our go-agains. But this is definitely the type of attack that Michael wants to be seeing at this point in the game. You are guaranteeing 2 cards out of the FI opponent, if not more.
Being able to slam that spinal at that point, like not having to give up another card, any more equipment block, puts him in a place where you feel,
Yeah,
it
it
looks like
looks
it might be a 3-card block here.
Yeah, 3-card block, potentially.
Which, I mean, we know that Fi has a lot of 2s. It's possible that it just has a whole hand of 2s here.
I mean, it's not uncommon.
And if he does, then he's got to give up 3 just to not get crushed. And at that point, what do you do? I'm trying to.
Taking 3 can be a pretty risky decision in this scenario. Going to 1.
How many pummels have we seen?
2.
Just 2
Yeah,
already?
Michael's played 2. So I wouldn't be too worried about a pummel, but you're only going to be coming in with your Ember Blade. Yeah, look, opting to give him the tunic.
Yeah.
Oh.
The 1 is tough. I mean, it really, really makes you struggle with the hammer. That hammer becomes really scary with your tunic gone too.
Depending on what Michael draws into here, though,
Yeah.
if he doesn't have a powerful way to interact defensively.
We know. I mean, now Adam, I guess, can he play he's got the belittle, so can he play it without touching his energy potion? Okay, so
Yeah,
he's gonna,
crack the E-Pot.
okay,
And
so
here's
he's
this
gonna use
belittle.
it.
Show us a rising resentment. Resolving the search.
It's right on top.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Adam's deck's looking a little skinny.
All right, here's the real question: does Michael put it back sideways?
It's 100%. It's going back sideways.
How long does it take Adam to fix it?
He's letting him put it back this time.
Yeah.
That's getting in his head a little bit right there. That's a form of dominance he's doing right there.
He's asserting his dominance.
Yeah.
And here comes this rising resentment.
Got a
2
CNC.
cards in
He's
hand.
got a winner's grasp, and we know he has at least 3 blocks. What's that last card? Is that an ice quake? Yeah, I mean, I think he really wants to swing that hammer back.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing that Adam has to give up 2 cards,
he still has boots, correct?
Yeah.
With the tunic up.
He's got that. He's running the iron rod, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Oh, so he doesn't have to worry about it. So he's got some safety valves.
I think without the shield and not always having their crown, the iron rod is probably the correct play. Because if you run the iron hide, you always risk that you have to pitch into something, and it's the only thing you pitch to.
There they are.
Just going for the iron rod block, taking 2, and this just keeps him his life total high in case Adam goes for a 0 for 3 in the Phoenix Flame. He's got to commit for it.
Activating 5. You gotta go get the Phoenix Flame. Probably just throws. Does he throw anything in front of this? It depends on what's that other card in Adam's hand? Another energy pot. Okay,
And arsenaling the Phoenix Flame.
So we're gonna get. I mean,
It's not horrible.
the interesting thing about this is like Michael is gonna be able to swing hammer, and then if he wants, he can arsenal.
Saw two blocks on top.
He's got a Winter's Bite.
Is that an art? What's the third card?
Looks. It might have been a soaring.
I know there's
Strike.
at
He's
least
got the
one
hammer.
2-block.
Yeah, Michael has his tunic up here too, so I mean, like being able to crown off of his tunic. This is where crown is at its best in the Stalagmite build.
Yep.
Because it keeps him from having to give up a card from hand. Adam looks like, is that a lava burst?
Yeah, and it gives you a lot of freedom to ice react as well, giving you the extra block.
Adam looking at the Phoenix Flame that he pulled back from the graveyard
So,
and put there.
is Adam running Art of War?
Yeah.
He is. Is he running it in this matchup? I guess is the question.
Yeah, I would expect so.
But we haven't seen it yet, have we? Have we seen
I don't think
pitch?
we've seen one yet. I think he's, to this point, he hasn't played one, and I don't think I've seen him pitch one.
I haven't seen him pitch one either. I wonder if he pulled them.
If he has it in hand right here, I think we might see him use his energy potion to play the Art of War. Give +1 defense, banish draw 2, and then be able to block with his 3 block.
I think he has a snatch in hand.
For sure has a snatch.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I saw the snatch. Looks like a belittle he might have in his hand. Curious if he's got. I thought I saw lava burst.
It's still really scary though to be at 4 life, staring down 5. That's got an energy pot, 2 cards, and an arsenal. That's a lot of spread damage.
Happy man, love putting the frostbite over the hammer when they're on 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like telling someone the crush effect when they're at 4 or less.
Yeah.
If this hits you for 4 or more, oh wait, all the crush effects become the same at that point. They're dead.
That's the ice of death, Happy Man.
Yeah.
The ice that's.
You will go to your grave frozen.
Yeah, it's not inflicting a frostbite; it is dealing psychic damage.
Yeah. He just wants them to know. Maybe he'll forget to block. Maybe that's what he's
block
doing.
there.
Lava burst and belittle.
Yeah, and Michael really happy with that
Snatch
exchange
with-
here.
Yeah, snatch, and what's the other card? He's got a Phoenix
I mean,
Flame.
I like Snatch with having Snapdragon still.
Yeah.
You go with
And
the brand.
Yeah, it's very good with brand too.
Ice React coming. Ice React coming up.
He's gonna crown. I mean, playing off of 5 cards here. Assumedly looking for literally anything with the word dominate on it.
Ice React.
Well, I don't even know if he needs the ice rack now because he knows if he's got a break point, he's got the crown up for the 4th.
I got
So-
you.
He may go for the ice react, but he knows his Phoenix Flame is coming in.
Waiting for the Phoenix Flame. He
Yeah,
does,
may
he does
use it
have
here.
to deal with the sword here because if he wants, he can energy pot for the sword. So it's just a matter of, oh, does he have a fused? He doesn't have a fused oaken, does he?
I'm not gonna read what. Who popped up on there? Is it Happy Man again?
Yeah, you aren't playing Oldhim without Oaken fusing turn 3 and saying pitch stacked. It turns a loss for your opponent into them dropping 3 rounds later for pure tilt.
I did have that happen today.
I declare-
like turn 6, natural Oakenol fused.
I
Yeah,
declare every Oaken Old as being fused and pitch stacked.
I pitch stacked in my mind though, so does that count?
So he's gonna ice him here.
Put this card back on top.
So, hear me out here. I think you play the Snatch first, knowing that you're going to get ice reacted, and then that gives you still another attack for spread damage, and you still have the heat pot for 3. Am I wrong there?
I
don't like to put down Adam. I know him, so otherwise I wouldn't question him.
Personally, I would have played Snatch, but that's where I mean, just because
But I like to look at this from different viewpoints, especially in this type of event. Just people's opinion, how they would have played that hand, because that's kind of fun. I enjoy that. Not questioning the way he played it, but how would you have played it?
I mean, that's how I would have. It looks like I'm curious if he's going to play. If he's just going to drop the Autumn's Touch on him.
Right. No, I agree with that too. That he might not have put him on an ice card.
Yep.
So I agree with that.
Yeah, man, I'm going to pop this E-Pot, come in with the sword.
It's a good 3.
Yep.
Yep, and Michael probably just going to block this for 3, and then come at him with the hammer.
Yep.
Swing the hammer. I mean, the hammer's 2 cards every turn.
Yeah, the hammer being...
And now no E-Pot, no...
Yeah.
I mean,
no arsenal.
Yeah.
The 2 cards are a lot less scary when you don't have the E-Pot, because it you shut the sword off unless they want to.
But this one's Happy Man. This one's not icy. So what do we do here? Is this less?
This is just a war.
You should just bring a frowny face token.
Yeah.
Basic, or we could bring his logo. Yeah. It is kind of funny though when you're playing Oldhim and you're so focused on ice in the end game you forget that you don't need ice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like I said, it's like when you play Bravo a lot and you're used to announcing crush effects. If you tell your opponent the crush effect, like this hits for 4 more, and then you look over and you realize they're on like 3. It's like, so I wasn't trying to be an ass.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to put them in the dirt.
I will say though, that's probably Michael playing very well, not ice reacting on that first one. It's just that's just a little bit. That way it throws your opponent off. So that's just a good play.
Makes them commit a little bit more before you go for it.
They feel safer in that place.
I'm in a happy, safe place. Oh no, I'm not.
Well, Adam might have been thinking there that if he plays the Phoenix Flame first, uses the E-Pot on the Ember Blade, he gets another Phoenix Flame for free,
and then
he can snatch later. Yeah. So he draws the combat chain.
And then he'd probably and Snapdragons may have gone obviously on that. And
I'm just trying to decide on his block here. It's a tough one.
Blocking with 2 cards.
I would suggest blocking with 2 cards.
Happy Man, Adam saving snaps for the next event?
He might be. He might be.
He's right here.
There it is.
This is what he's using them for.
And we'll probably see Michael just block 2 cards here.
Can't ice react this 2 ways. Oh yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Was that an ancestral? That does nothing good. Yeah, that does no good. It's an ancestral.
Yeah, gonna black with 1 card and probably ice. Or we may just have the finish. A fused glacial, perhaps.
We won't have a fused, right? Unless he can
play it from Arsenal.
Yeah. Does he? At this point, anything big.
He might be okay. Happy Man, he is. We have confirmed he's saving him for the next event.
Yep. He's gonna use him later.
Yeah, for tomorrow.
There is an endless winner.
Just an 8. I mean, presenting 8 is...
That is just disgusting.
Showing that 2 and saying, is this a pummel? What do you think? Is this a pummel? And we see Adam reaching for the deck right away.
If Adam has all two blocks right now, and he just reached to look at that, I'm going to slap him when he gets off stream. It doesn't matter. You need them all.
And I'm 99.9% sure that Michael put a pummel there last year. So I've got him on a pummel because I'm almost sure that I saw that as his last card.
So we're sync
Michael just double checking because nothing feels worse than pummeling someone from the Arsenal only to realize you do not in fact.
So the song "This Is the End" is playing in Adam's head right now.
Adam is doing that. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
He's like, it was fun. I made it here. It was good. Are you gonna pummel me? And there's no pummel.
He's doing the math, counting it up. He's like, I'm overblocking it. I'm overblocking it by 1.
And there's the pummel.
That's a pummel?
That was smooth by Adam. Yeah. Great match. That was fun.
Yeah, Michael having some really well-timed disruption there to limit his turns and find a way back into the game.
Yeah. Luckily, Adam can use his snappies next tournament.
So they double. So if you don't use them in the game,
Yep.
you get 2 of them the next game. I will say, just once again, want to reiterate, how is that not a fun match to watch? Like,
Yeah,
why do
Oldhim,
people?
yeah.
Oldhim. They play fast. They're just, I don't know. I think it's good.
And
good
we
play.
got an update on the other side of the bracket. It seems it will be a battle of the Magnusons.
Oh, it's a
John.
brother battle.
A brothers' war.
A brothers' war. This
Yep.
might tear the family apart.
It really might.
It might.
People thought about that
I'm
new
gonna
Magic
predict-
set,
no,
Brothers
no.
War. No.
So this is
It's
going
here.
back to Destiny days. One of the brothers is going to lift to the other brothers.
He might. Well,
That
it-
is
it
because
is-
John already has
John
PTI.
already has PTI.
So I'm going
Yeah.
to tell you right now, John may just lift to Luke right here.
He might.
But
John did.
Just get my thigh in there.
Oh, I just. Well, I keep forgetting to switch out of studio
I
mode
wasn't
before I
ready
just.
for you to go to the.
Yeah, so we've got. So the only thing we're waiting for is to see if Phi wins or Phi wins.
Yeah, we got Pat and Brody
Ooh,
still playing in a
so
mirror
I
match.
Actually put money on Phi before the match, so
Yep.
I should be sitting pretty good right
Did
now.
Adam? I know Adam's kind of a degenerate gambler. Did he take the Phi over the Phi, or was he thinking Phi was going to beat Phi?
Yeah, I think he took the Phi with the umlau.
The
Oh,
umlaut?
yeah. The Foy.
So we have Oldhim, and Phi so far.
Yep, both of the Oldhams winning.
And there's one more Phi. So
Yeah.
we have double Oldhim, double Phis.
Yeah, 5v Oldhim.
So guess what, everybody? You get to see Oldhim Phi in the next round.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna definitely have to choose between the matches. It's either gonna be Oldhim versus Phi or Oldhim versus Phi. If you guys want to vote in the comments, would you rather see Oldhim versus Phi or
Phi
Oldhim
versus
versus
Oldhim.
Phi? Yeah,
Yeah.
Phi versus Oldhim or Oldhim versus Phi. Which one would you rather
So
see?
I'm guessing John lifts here. Because
I guess it depends on if Luke can.
Is
make
it
it or
top
not.
2 or top 1?
Top
Top two get the PTIs.
Yeah, but PTI, it's good for. This isn't one
Yeah.
that's next event. Once
But
you have
you know
it.
what? To be fair, John played in the Battle Hardened in Charlotte because, and I quote, "I want another PTI."
Well, he's got. So he literally has ELO for constructed, limited, and 2 PTIs. What do you want to screen?
We'll do
Oldhim versus Phi.
They're both.
we'll do Michael.
They're both.
We'll keep Michael there.
Let's do Michael and
Michael
Brody.
stay, yeah.
Yeah,
Michael
we'll
Brody.
take the young phenom.
Yeah.
The young phenom versus Michael
Oh, is
phenom.
that the matchup? Did Brody triumph over Pat?
I thought that's what I saw.
Yeah,
No,
you said Brody.
Brody.
I think it was
So-
Brody's cheat. So
Brody versus Michael Fang.
the phenom, the young buck.
The young buck, straight off his Nationals top 8.
Yeah.
Coming in, switching decks, saying, Briar, you were kind of good, but after seeing Daniel rinse me, I might play that deck.
Where's Brody from? Do you guys know?
I'm not sure where he's
I
from.
know he plays with Zach and those guys down in Tulsa a lot. I don't know if he's from the Tulsa area, but I know he's gone down there and played at their events. I know Zach knows him pretty well. So
Yeah.
if anybody in the chat knows, I know.
Does anybody know where Brody's from? We're gonna call him the
Texas.
young buck. Texas.
Yeah,
Texas.
Shane City's from Texas.
Why would you come to Minnesota from Texas? This
Why
time of
wouldn't
year?
you come from Minnesota to Minnesota?
Because you want to play against the best of the best, and you know we've got the best. We've got Fang coming in. You wanted to.
So
you
we're
wanted
gonna
to
have at
show
least
off.
one Minnesotan in the top game.
in the final.
In the
Yeah.
final.
A Minnesotan's getting the PTI. Someone
And
said
we
Dallas,
had
it sounds like.
what 4, so we represented well in our state. We
Yeah.
took 4, half of the top 8, which would be better.
Yeah, so they said he's from Dallas. So
We
how
do,
far
yeah.
is Dallas from Tulsa? Because he plays at their events.
That's a ways.
To be fair, I just asked that question as if that mattered because he came from Dallas to Minneapolis, so he clearly isn't that concerned about those distances.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but my suit was at the cleaners. That's why I'm not wearing a suit today. I don't know what you guys had for an excuse before you started.
I had a uniform.
I had
yeah,
I had a jacket on earlier.
I will not pretend to dress
It was
nice.
a hoodie with a jean vest.
Nick's like, I am fanstied up as much as I get right now.
I think the trick is you dress how you get paid. Like you dress for the job that you have, not the job that you want. Wait.
No, I think it's the other way around. I think you want to dress for the job that you want, not the job you have. So clearly,
So, if I want to be a male stripper, you're saying I should not be wearing anything right now.
I mean, I guess that's one way.
Yeah.
That's one way to get it done.
I don't want to be, so just clarify.
Okay, gotcha.
He didn't say he would needed to get paid for the stripping.
Right, I'm
just
probably
just
not gonna
doing
make
it.
any money.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not
you-
getting paid for the job. It's about doing.
Yeah, right. It's for the love of the craft.
I was just checking to see if they're getting set up. So.
Oh, we'll have to set up that here. Let me.
Oh yeah. Type in some names.
Let me type in some information for everybody. So we've got.
And take off the records and just put semifinals. Is that what we're in?
We can put the
semis.
seeds.
Look at you. You just figured this all out. I mean, not even your computer. Just.
I know.
Blake in here and Nick in here doing the work.
What seed is Brody? Do we know?
4 or 5. He was 4 or 5. So
5.
Like, we have the list.
I just wrote their names.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realize that now.
Yeah, it's literally under your elbow.
Well, I realize that now. After I asked the question, I got my answer. 'Cause I'm an idiot.
Also, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, we're trying to hit 1,600, so please do. There's 100 people if you're not subscribed. Like, we don't get anything for you subscribing. It just makes us feel good that every Thursday night I set aside time from my family doing whatever else I do to podcast, and it makes me feel good about myself. So,
yeah, it makes us.
And then I can tell you stories like another lacrosse game. We'll see what the refs are like. If I'm going to get any other parents kicked out. We never know what's going to happen in those.
Michael, I assume Michael's just staying in his spot. So
yeah, his cards are still sideways right there.
We're just gonna go back to the table. We can keep talking, obviously, but you
don't need to see us. Yeah, I mean,
there's nothing to see here. We're not even wearing suit jackets. I'll have to go.
I'm so dressed up.
Oh, bathroom. The stream is taking a bathroom break. They put on the table for us.
So I have a funny story. Before coming in here, I need something to drink. So I go upstairs, and I got coffee earlier, and it wasn't too bad priced. So I go to the vending machine, and it takes 5s and 1s, right? So I throw a $5 and don't look at the price, and then I hit the pop, $4.50. So you can take off the 1s and just say we take 5s because you ain't buying it with no $1 bill. So $4.50 Convention Center Diet Mountain Dew. I mean,
a vending machine.
From a vending machine. I enjoyed the shit out of that. Love the rep. Thank you, Brody. I live for, sometimes people love those stories, sometimes they don't. I like to tell them because, it's fun. It was one of the best lacrosse games I've seen. We had homecoming last night, and it was talked about by all the parents. It was still a talk, so it was fun. We're a roadie group. There's random doors opening. We don't know if we're going to get murdered right now, so we might have to go back live to us, and just in case, so it's on camera.
Yeah, just a little insulation.
Hey.
Hello. Did you, I know it's probably been a while, so while we wait, kind of a breakdown of today's top heroes. We had 18 Phis, 10 Iyslanders, 10 Viserais, 10 Oldhims. We had 8 Rhinars, 15 Dromais. I didn't realize Dromai was so high. Got a single Azalea, single Katsu, 3 Bravos. We had a Kano, didn't see that. 3 Dorinthias, 6 Briars, and 2 Lexis. So, loving the breakdown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not surprised that we didn't see many Dromais doing well with this amount of Phi in the room. Dromai can really struggle in that matchup, and I know there are the believers out there that think that matchup is favored with them.
No.
I'll believe it when I see it.
I didn't take, so I'd been playing Dromai, and it was probably my most comfortable deck. Like, I played it 3 or 4 armories in a row, and I never ever do that. So I was getting really comfortable with the deck.
Is that allowed?
I don't know if it's loud, but I did. And the reason I didn't play today is because Michael Hamilton has to come up with this diseased Iyslander deck that just does not
do what Iyslander.
Yeah, it kind of, like, usually Dromai's favorite. I'm like, God, that tips the tides a lot into that deck.
Right. Having the additional poppers as well as attacks that can go after dragons. And you're just not looking to play as much on your opponent's turn. So even your big power cards, Tamai, you think, yes, this is a slam in this matchup. When you're playing against the Michael version, he's like, oh yeah, sweet Tamai. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna scar for scar that and then hit you with a Wounded Bull. It's a nice little 3-card hand to take away your permanent and throw 8 at you.
Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. I still kind of chuckle when an Iyslander throws a 7 attack. I'm like, I can still block this. I have a shield. So it was a little
The cards have
weird.
defense values.
And we were talking about this earlier, me and Nick were, and I agree. It was more of a shock and awe.
Mm-hmm.
I think people will figure out how to play into that version, and you're going to have to tweak from there. Could be wrong, but I mean, I think there's a reason we don't see. There's not a ton of Icelanders out.
Mm-hmm.
I think it hurts the Fi matchup to me.
I don't know really how it interacts necessarily with aggro. I know you give up some percentage points, at least in my opinion, when you're playing the attack action version. I think you give up some percentage points in the Guardian matchup. You're not as consistent with setting up your Frost Hexes. So while we did see Michael take it down in the quarterfinals, I think if we see Ryan play a little bit slower of a game, block to some of those cards and not look to trade damage, that might have broken the other way, because Michael did not have much set up. No Frost Hexes down, just a few potions, nothing that was really presenting a huge combos. But
yeah, when you start to see the Insidiouses and the Amulets drop, you start to worry about
right
about life.
Keep those off the table.
Yeah. What's coming next? Up to 107 people watching. We appreciate all of you watching us, or not us, the top tables.
Listening to us.
So they're taking a bathroom break. You can't really read it, so that's what we're waiting for. Is the players taking a bathroom break. We are at top 4, in like 2 Oldhims versus Fis. So I mean, there's I mean, I don't want to be predicting, but I'm going to. I'm going to say we're going to have an Oldhim mirror for the finals.
I would not be surprised.
What do you got?
I would say an Oldhim mirror. Just I know that when I do a lot of deck building with John, a lot of testing with John, and we are always very much considering Fi, and we'll sometimes sacrifice some points into the mirror match, because if you start teching too hard for the mirror match, too hard for these slow matches, then you do lose points into aggro. And knowing John, he's going to come packing with some aggro hate, because he hates losing to aggro.
Yes, yeah, he's 100% a control player. Dromai getting stuff in Dynasty, yeah, I would guess that she gets some nice tools. I'm curious what they do with ice cards in Dynasty, because you can't. I think we're at the limit of ice, where you really can't give them a really good another ice card at this point.
If we were to give them like another 3-block ice card,
that'd be broken.
I think that'd be very very powerful.
Because like the hypothermia, that immediately comes out with a 3-block ice card, in my opinion.
Well, not even something like, I would say the ice cards are all really good right now. Like, you have a lot of freedom to play a lot of different ice cards, and they have a lot of versatility. I think it'd be more impactful if we were to get like another 3-block earth card, and you can slide in earths. Say something like Autumn's Touch, that blocks for 3, has some sort of value. You might play it, but just being another earth card that doesn't suck to be in your deck, it really helps with your elemental ratios. But So Tomorrow and Tome of Harvest have kind of proven to be really powerful in this metagame. As just,
especially late game.
I will say, so I love Tome of Harvest and Briar, and I had it in earlier versions of Oldhim came out. Your version had it in there. I played it a couple times, and the effects of it can turn an average turn into a really, really good turn fast.
Yeah, it really just ups your consistency as it's a card you can show to them with Oakenold, and then after you disrupt them, they're going to be doing very little once that Oakenold hits. So it's another card that you can play to recycle your hand and look for the next relevant threat to play. Dig you deeper for that next disruptive attack.
All right, so let's go through some comments here. Shane saying, I hope Stalagmite gets hit Monday. I mean, maybe. I don't know. You can't. It's really hard, because if you take away too much ice, then it puts other stuff in there. I'm excited to see what Ranger gets. We all are. It never gets enough, but we're excited to see it. And then we get hopeful. There's like a 2-week window of hopefulness that hits when Ranger cards come out, and then depression sets in as we die at the table.
This doesn't work.
I don't think you're going to see a ton of talent support in the next set. Class support will hopefully bolster various heroes who are behind right now. I would hope so. I mean, that would be good. Doesn't help. Luke started late. Oh yeah, for Berg had said that when the brothers played, John was 45-0. And the Hyperloops, I know from my Destiny days, were big Destiny players, and the Magnuson brothers were huge, along with Rothamel in Destiny. Still one of my favorite card games of all time. Katsu support is cool. Berg, you just need to lay off Katsu. You just have to get over it. And Earth Lightning needs some fun cards. I would like to see some more Lightning.
Well, lightning cards, if we see a 0-4 arrow that is a lightning elemental ranger attack, I think that would add a lot to Lexi. Just having arrows that have elemental attributes would really up her consistency.
Yep.
And I think two heroes that do have a lot to gain from Dynasty are Levia and Bolton. Those decks do not make good use out of their talent pool. The shadow cards, the light cards, don't really do very much for them. They're really limited in what they have access to. So even just a few shadow cards.
I would love to see another shadow hero. And I hate to say this with Chain just being gone, but I do. People are going to hate this. I want to see a Runeblade Shadow hero again.
Well, it should be Viscerai, right? Viscerai, because he has that shadow card
so
frame.
they could talent him up, which would make 100% with Bravo, just hopefully not as broken.
Yeah, right. I'm really hoping that when they said they're going to re-release heroes to replace all the heroes that have LL'd. So I hope the hero that replaces Bravo Star of the show will be Bravo Manager of the show? Bravo Organizer of the show?
Shadow Azalea. What shadow cards now would really... So Shadow Puppetry would be good. But so the inherent problem with Ranger is always going to be no weapon.
Yeah.
That will always be the issue.
Requiring arrows to come from Arsenal.
Well, unless you're Dylan Dietz playing for the first time
at
Tales of Aria Premiere, and he's fucking chucking the arrows from hand.
And
he's like, "This is
we
great."
know you're listening, Dylan. We know you're listening.
That sounds like a fun way to play.
Yeah, he's wondering why he was winning so much, which is funny because that means both players didn't realize he couldn't chuck arrows from hand. Which and it's okay.
Maybe played from Arsenal.
I mean,
so
why
he didn't know how to read this card?
Yeah.
Which means that Dylan, do you know how to read? We'll figure that one out next time.
Reading the card explains the card.
Yeah.
So this is another thing. So there was a big discussion. It was either on Twitter or Facebook. They're talking about Forked Lightning and the whole interaction, trying to compare it. And well, this is the ruling. No. Forked Lightning has the ruling on the text on the card. Tells you everything you need to know about Forked Lightning.
These are two damn resources.
Right, and it comes as one when it attacks.
Yeah.
So you have two separate. It says everything on there, which is really nice. But it's funny to read those. I can't. Like a year ago, I'd get into those conversations. Now I'm just like, there's plenty of other people to answer this now.
Somebody else will argue about that.
Someone else will not read the card.
Yeah.
And then it's broken, except for like, how many Kanos do we have the top 8? Okay, none. So it's not that broken of a card.
Yeah, Kano.
Light Viscerai. Andrew, what kind of just... I don't
Light
know.
Viscerai?
What is...
I think the argument is that... I think the argument with Viscerai is always that he, against his will, was turned into a project like something of the Demonastery. But there's no guarantee that he came from anything bad. He was a shipwrecked soldier from Volcor. So I think people always want the redemption stories are always people's dream, right?
Viscerai redemption.
Well, I'm on the demon story, and I want him to fully embrace his evil side and come in with some. One of the best parts about the shadow cards is that they are gruesome, and I want to see Viscerai with
Shadow
some.
Viscerai be fine?
Oh yeah, we talked about. You missed that. You missed that part. So I
was busy spending 15 minutes trying to find a backer.
I 100%. In this next set, because I enjoy playing him so much, want to see Bolton support. I want to see a piece of equipment, and all it's going to say, it's going to be a headpiece, and it says, break this, charge a card, one-time effect. That's all I want for Bolton.
Yeah. Something that lets him charge.
Just one time, a one-time effect. Every other deck seems to have like that one thing when you need it. This one
he has the Halo if he wants.
Yeah, but
to
that doesn't
Halo.
charge it.
But that
doesn't
doesn't
charge.
It just puts it in Soul, which
I mean, if you could charge it, it turns on your Raiden, then you can react. It needs it so much.
I feel like he just needs more consistent ways to like build a big hand.
Because I love playing
and counteract that
or
card
also
disadvantage.
How to play on small hands as well.
Yep.
Yeah, he really doesn't have a
He needs a
3-card
full
hand.
hand to really.
Yeah, Dash lost. I don't know how it went down.
15.
Yeah, we know he's on the full Wombat Dash plan.
Right.
He
so
wasn't. He wasn't. He switched to. He was on Pistol Dash.
Okay. So
and then like late game, he put out his pounders and was trying to get the boost going, but it was a little bit.
yeah,
too late.
Raiden was good. Really, like when Bolton first came out, Raiden was actually a good, solid build. I mean, Adam, who you saw lose previously on stream, only 5-2 make it in top cut. Adam, he loved Bolton.
Yeah, he's a big Bolton player.
He's not really big though. He's only about 5'6". I'd call him a smaller
a
Bolton
diminutive.
Average.
Really embodies those belittles that he's playing.
And he's actually been on the channel before, so we'll have to get him on to whine and complain and yell at us
Right,
for making fun of him.
Give him some complaint equity after we smack talked him so much, right? Give him an
Why is
opportunity
it called
to...
Wombat Dash? If there's a New Zealander in the chat, they will tell you. I forget. I used to know why they called it Wombat Dash.
I think that was actually from they coined that at, was it Nationals or was it?
Or it was that calling in
Singapore.
Yeah,
when they won it.
Yeah. So we got so they did Wombat. They refer to Wombat Dash, and today they dubbed T as Tree Frog Dash.
Tree Frog Dash.
Yeah. Interesting facts in the comments if you scroll back about tree frogs. Now, granted, that's like 5 hours ago at this point.
I have a question. Andrew, what state are you from? Do we know what state Andrew's from?
I'm a Kiwi. We don't have wombats here.
Well, the Kiwis were the ones that were using the term, I thought, in the chat the most. Maybe I'm wrong there. I could be wrong. Maybe Aussie. I confuse them. They're just two little islands in the middle of the ocean. I can't be brought to remember which one is which.
You're expecting
America.
Jason to know geography?
Come
Are you
on.
kidding me?
Jason can barely say wombat. Exactly.
I mean, this is how bad. Like today, coming in, I have my backpack with all the gear, carrying stuff, taking the escalator. I decided I should just walk down the escalator while it's going down. My knee about gave up on the second step. I'm like, well, that's no good. We're gonna ride her down the rest of the way. In the middle of the ocean. I mean, what constitutes a middle, Happy Man? It's surrounded by water and all.
You also live on a continent.
I know we all do.
Everything in the middle of an ocean, technically.
But no. We're America, so it's different here.
Yeah, you see, that's only the 3-syllable America, right? That 4th syllable is too much.
The Earth is
too
flat.
many.
We have a Happy Man's a flat earther. I agree with you, 100%. Moon landing was faked.
Yep.
What other conspiracies?
Aliens.
Let's not forget Jason pronouncing Kupachara.
Kupachara, I still pronounce it that way, and I will never back down from the Kupachara. We might see that in one of these decks today.
For reference, the Chupacabra is
what the Kupachara.
No, it's a Chupacabra, whatever you guys say. It's a Kupachara.
Chalupa?
It's a chalupa. Oh, chalupa sounds great right now.
Chimichanga?
These like blueberry fig bars. Just
And
Dane,
Dane is supposed to. Dane, you're supposed to be judging here. Why are you on the comments? Do your job.
He gone.
Oh, he left?
Oh, he left?
Yeah.
Oh, what a team player.
Now he's driving, even worse.
Yeah, you're driving. Come on.
We're supposed to entrust you with children? Jeez.
Terrifying.
I don't even know what word you just wrote, Berg.
Mickey Kabura.
Sure.
From Dragon Ball.
Oh, I know. It's the little tinker dude.
Oh, he said he's home. I'm home, baby.
It's great.
You didn't want to stop at Denny's on the way home? Or
there's like a Denny's that we were gonna run a cable.
Yeah.
Cable. Yeah. So, fun fact. Here's a fun fact while we wait for him to finish up shuffling. So the internet here was really, really bad. So we are. Whose phone are we on?
We're on mine right now.
We sit on his phone all day.
Yeah. So he's boosting in the signal for this stream.
The fact
we
that
went
his
to
phone
get.
hasn't lit on fire yet is unreal.
It's not even warm. We nice and charged.
We went to get
the scary part.
We went to get a wired connection in the convention center.
Yeah.
And the quote to just plug a wire into the wall to have internet on the slowest one they had available was $1,000.
Yeah.
$1,000 for 10 hours of internet.
Well, thankfully the judge told us, he goes, yeah, that would give you 2 megabytes down, 3 megabytes.
Yeah,
So
it's not even,
thankfully for Bree.
Like it's not even guaranteed that would have been able to stream.
So thank God for hotspots.
Yeah. And we did pay for the Wi-Fi, and
And it didn't work.
But hey, being out $60 is not as bad as being out a K.
Let's just put it this way: Terrence paid for the Wi-Fi, and he's gonna get his money back.
Yeah.
All right.
R.I.P. Phi. I mean, I hate to say it, but I kind of agree with that.
It's a tough one.
This is a really tough matchup, though. It really is. One turn can make all the difference for the Phi. You can disrupt them, but if you give them that one turn, one hand where you're not able to strip cards, that's all they need.
Is Brody's list look anything different, anything spicy that we do or do not know of?
I don't know the list.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
Has he been on stream today
He's not
yet?
been on stream
Oh,
today.
okay.
Yeah. So we don't know if he's got anything. We're not sure if he's running like salt to wounds or anything like that. We could probably get the list pretty quickly. I think Michael will put a life counter up. If he doesn't, we'll get our hands on it. So.
I don't know his teammates list either, so that's not helping us, Shane. Come on.
Well, he is now in a newly joined team with Daniel, so I would expect it to be really similar to the list that Daniel Rakowski played in the Nationals. Brody, Daniel, Yanji Lee, and one other player whose name escapes me right now. They just formed their team officially this week, and so I would expect them to be on something similar. Yanji and Daniel really putting a lot of work into Phi and trying out, like Michael said earlier, almost every iteration possible.
We'll see.
It looks like deck list incoming here.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, wow.
So we got the list. I don't.
So
Yeah.
ancestrals were not in a lot of lists. Those have come back. Ooh, razors. 2 razors,
2 razors. I mean,
which
it looks,
is nice.
Looks pretty standard.
Cold Snap is surprising.
Winds of Eternity.
Infinite Center.
I think those are just pitch cards that block for 3.
Yeah.
Right.
Like is that
3 arts,
I
1
know
red, 1
those.
yellow,
a single command and conquer?
2 all you gots.
Yeah, which I mean he won't bring those in.
No.
It is interesting. I'm curious to see.
Thunder over
1
Glacial.
CNC.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he runs.
Well, Glacial Red.
Is running glacial blue? Or am I blind?
Oh,
he is.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I was like,
For sure.
Curious to see if he runs his Art of Wars in this matchup, because that's one thing we did see with Adam is that Adam wasn't running. Oh no! we had the life in a perfect spot, and then Michael had to move it because the combat chain was going to get big. And he knew it.
Well, we'll know the second number. We'll try to keep track of it. Right now, that he's at 40. Brody's at 40 for everybody.
Okay,
watching.
he's at 40.
He's at 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
He hasn't taken.
That
any
is the
damage.
number at the bottom of that hero card. Ooh, and coming in with a
Look at
few
the
flames
speed.
here.
I feel like Brody's faster than Adam just played. No offense, Adam.
You're saying Adam is short and slow. That's what you've said about Adam so far.
That's accurate. It's 100% accurate. I'm not going to deny that.
Ooh, Michael choosing
The
to
fact
go.
that he hasn't responded or done anything means he's not listening. So
Well, he's either
shame
not
on
listening
him.
or is he still in there?
Is he still in
I
there?
don't think so.
Okay, I don't think it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think did he leave with the
Andrew's
Dietzes?
in there.
Yeah, and Michael choosing to go with that armor block here, heading 2 pummels on that first hand, making us leak a little bit of damage here.
So
Yes.
Berg brings up a very valid point: is how much of that deck is foil. So I personally was 6 cards short of a full foil deck, and it really hurt my soul a little bit. So I know they hit a little bit harder if it's a full foil deck.
Ooh, and a chokeslam here being a really nice follow-up on the second turn.
I mean, you have to assume if you're Brody that he doesn't have the pummel in this case.
Yeah,
'cause
seeing
he's already
it-
seen 2 of them.
Yeah, seeing 2 pummels go to the bin.
Just willing to take this 8 here.
Yeah.
Go to 32.
And if Brody has something like a belittle hand here, he really, the on-hit effect is nice. It isn't the end-all be-all in the matchup, but it is.
You should just stick a 32 over there, and we can just kind of track as it goes down.
I know. I mean, if I go bump it, they won't mind. I'll go. I get it. I did the same thing last match. They didn't mind at all. I apologize profusely because I wasn't trying to interfere.
Oh my God, is that a pummel in your hand? I just need to move this counter.
Nice pummel.
Brody starting the party off with the Rising Resentment. Oh, it moved it. Doesn't matter. We can still see.
Yeah, a little bit better.
It's probably good enough that we can keep track.
I was just trying not to. I don't want to be in the middle of that. Oh my God, that's not that much better.
One exposed.
Yeah. It's too important for the mirror.
Do you run into?
Yeah. Just into old.
Yeah.
Exposed really just for the old.
I probably sound like I'm in another room. Handsome Dan. I'm handsome Jason. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we're right now we're sharing. We've got 2 mics, but there are 4 people wrapped around this table. So.
And when you don't make the top 8, you come and join the.
You comment on people who are better than you.
Yeah.
To be fair, there's no proof that any of them are better than me or Nick because we did not play today. So.
I mean, they all did it. I'm pretty sure all these players did better than me last weekend. But
Can't lose on stream if you don't play on stream.
yeah, I'm not sure what Michael finished, but
Yeah,
Brody
I was
and
wondering
John
why you guys
definitely.
didn't put me on stream. I mean, it's
We were
good
taking
channel.
like
Yeah,
the
no,
top
I get it.
tables.
I get it.
We
I
were
wasn't,
taking the top tables.
wasn't
What
good
happened?
enough to me. Yeah, I was in the top 10 most of the day. Sons of bitches. I'm glad. I don't like always. You are welcome, Jim. We're glad everybody's watching,
Yeah, we're happy to provide it.
especially with 130 watching.
Yeah.
It makes it worth it.
Absolutely crazy. How's it going?
Good.
Very good.
Brody coming with the Blaze headlong here.
Yeah, willing to take some damage on this one. That's what I do here.
And another Blaze headlong.
That is good stuff right there. I mean, this was, yeah. This is
A good turn to follow up that choke slam.
Yeah, we need to invest in umbrellas to block
Yeah.
the glare. We just don't have that in our budget
We
because
don't
our
have
budget
it.
is 0.
Our
So
budget is $0.
It's actually negative 60 for the Wi-Fi.
yeah.
The Wi-Fi
Yeah,
that
we
doesn't
nagged
work.
a little
We're
bit.
actually down money. This is the worst.
So more people watching this than German Nats. It's because this is where the greatest players play, and I don't mean America in this case. I'm just Minnesota.
Minnesota. They travel from far and wide to play in Minnesota.
I mean, because
Well,
Texas
Michael
is
came
not
from
only
Jersey, Texas.
well, Texas is wide and far.
Yeah, it's far and wide.
It is.
It does both things.
Yeah, it does both
Jersey
things.
is neither really far nor wide.
No,
It's
no.
far-ish.
We should probably stop talking about Jersey.
Yeah.
Do you want us to pass a hat around? Look, if you could just help us and just get to 2,000
I'll
subscribers,
put my
that would
Venmo
be
in the
great.
chat,
I mean,
and then
even
we
60
just go from there.
For a cup of coffee a day.
Yeah.
We're just gonna make at the next event we stream, we're gonna have the hold screen is gonna be
That
Jason.
flame doesn't deal 1.
Oh, because it doesn't gain one.
Yeah, the choke slam hit effect.
Do you want to go say something? Yeah, we should.
Yep. Run.
Yeah, we're gonna do the next commercial for the event we do is gonna be Dane and Jason and I with like a Sarah McLachlan song. So that, like the abused puppies. It's just gonna be the 3 of us like
with
we're
ripped
poor.
cards and and T-shirts with holes in them.
So I gave it the opposite already.
Got her?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Happy Man. I mean, when we look for rules corrections and calling out people's horrible play, we look to Happy Man, so we appreciate
See, our judge is going to resolve this for us real quick.
Yeah, I think he's just looking. He's rereading Chokeslam to double check. He just wants to be 100% sure. So.
I heard some people do like to get choke slammed, but that's off topic of Fed.
Off topic, yeah. We were just talking about how Nick said someone could stay in his dog kennel at his house, and I was like, yeah, somebody might like it. People pay money for that.
We're in a weird world right now.
Yeah, it's nothing too monumental. They're just going to tick himself back up.
Yeah, he put it back up there. He's good. I like that the.
What did it say?
Huh?
What was the sign that you held up?
Thank you. Save me one life. Thanks, chat.
You can thank the Australian from down under for that one.
Yeah.
talk about Jersey. We don't talk about Jersey.
Yeah, what do you want us to talk about? I mean, we can start going through the garbage can. It's basically the same thing.
Bravo BDSM master next year.
I don't know about that.
I think that would be Chain.
Yeah,
Yeah, he has all the chains anyways.
I've always said that, people act like it's so hard to cosplay, but you can go to Vegas and walk the strip and see people dressed exactly like Chain any hour of the day.
That's a true fact.
Yeah, looking like the Crypt Keeper.
It's 32-31 if you can't see the glare from the 32.
Oh, okay. Yep, it's quiet now, so.
Oh, there's not a lot of people in there,
There's
so
not
they
a lot of people
can
in there, yeah, so they can actually hear.
At least we weren't really talking about the game.
Yeah.
We were talking about BDSM
That was
and
probably more
Chain.
concerning.
In Vegas
was like-
and Jersey trash.
Yeah. But Channel Lake Frigid coming down here.
Yeah, into the hammer. I think Brody's just kind of trying to decide if he wants to stop any of this damage or if he's going to need his cards to do anything.
And this Channel Lake Frigid is going to be really nice here. Channel Lake just really kind of putting a stop to what the Fi wants to be doing. He really wants to play 0 for 3, play a pitch of blue, come in with his weapon, and Channel Lake just putting a stop to all that, making everything cost 1 more. We'll probably see Brody just go in for a weapon attack here and Arsenal the last card.
Oh yeah.
We had Tunic up on the Arsenal.
Just wants that Phoenix Flame out of the hand.
Yeah.
Choosing to pitch, saying that the Tunic Tunic resource is not as important as getting this flame out of hand.
Oh, is he going to
They are playing at a lightning pace right now.
breakneck speed? Yeah.
It's
It looks like, is that 2 ice cards pitched to play this cranial crush? Channel
you
Lake
got choke
sticking
slam
around.
on your head still?
Choke slam on my mind.
Oh, my. Body's got plans tonight.
I guess so. I've been inspired.
Yeah, he's going to go with the 2. I mean, he's got. Now the question is, Brody's kind of he has an E-pot. He's got a belittle.
I like Michael's style. He just lays the cards down.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've done that. I can't do the. I don't look cool doing it, so I just stop doing the shuffling.
Oh yeah, the
I look
fiddling.
like an idiot.
Because then you break your cards.
Yeah, you look like
like-
an old man with carpal tunnel.
Yeah.
Trying to shuffle everything together.
You described me, so yeah.
You have to use big dice so you know how many the counters and.
I also think it sends a mental note when you just set it down, and you just sit back and relax and just watch.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
When
I
you're burning
definitely
less
love
calories
to-
that way, then you can spend more brain power thinking about the game.
And,
Is he taking it?
Did he just
No, he hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah,
we
looks
took
like
it.
we're
took
taking
all
the
of it.
damage.
Down to
it
24.
all?
Channel stays
I mean,
around.
he's confident he can play through.
What?
I mean, he's confident he can play through the channel link here.
Having 1 additional blue really makes a difference, or having a blue and then playing a belittle will kind of let us go on with our turn as
there's
normal,
the
and there we go.
belittle.
Yeah, pitching that blue, going and getting another
Random
Minnoism
circle.
here.
Does he have? I don't know if the other card was an inflame or what it was.
So what did he Arsenal?
I think it was an E strike. Because he pitched, I think last turn he ended with E strike and Phoenix Flame.
Yeah.
Mhm. And this is really a situation where
Oh,
we
Michael
see the
Dunton,
power
we
of
disagree
belittle.
with that. I mean, we can have a New Jersey versus Minnesota,
We might
face
have a
off.
New Jersey versus Minnesota final.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could.
That's if the New Jersey guy can even
Well, there'd
finish
be
the
a-
guy from Texas. No.
There will be a Minnesota in the final. We know that.
Yes.
We
From
know
the
the last name of the person.
Yes.
Yeah, we
representing
do.
Minnesota
There will
in the
be a
final.
Magnuson
There will
in the
be a
final.
Magnuson Minnesotan.
Magnuson from Minnesota in the final.
And yep, this just taking 3 from this belittle. Seeing what else Brody's got here.
I wasn't making a comment about fab players in New Jersey. I was making a point about all people who live in New Jersey. Where is Tommy Fresh when you need him? Tommy is the champion for Jersey. Let's see what he does here. He has a Flame Call Awakening in there. He has an E strike. He's just trying to. It's that. We know he has the Cinder Skin.
Yeah,
He's
that
just-
brand of Cinderclaw.
Or Ram Cinderclaw, yeah. He's just trying to figure out his resource curve in this.
Right, seeing what our best window is to avoid being ice reacted.
Yeah.
because that would really be what gums up the works here.
Yeah, you have to go like down the stairs. Or upstairs. Yeah, I'm trying to see, especially, obviously, Michael doesn't know, but Brody knows that E-Strike is in the arsenal. Brody with his E-Strike, I think he's just trying not to run into an ice react that stops him from playing it.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, how does he do that?
Seeing if he wants to go for... He's probably really deciding if he wants to be going for this Flame Call Awakening this turn. And that's really going to be the linchpin.
Yeah.
It costing 2 would mean that he has to really choose between doing that and doing the sword, doing the sword, or the E-Strike.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to keep all of these things in the situation, especially if he has an ice react.
You wonder
We
if
may also see him choose to draw a card off the E-Strike, but I guess snapping it here would cause an extra resource with the Channel Lake.
Sinking lots of... it's going to be a resource-intensive turn, I think the question. He's just trying to figure out now...
Opting for this Flame Call Awakening. Pitching to go get his Phoenix Flame. And now we have Phoenix Flame in hand, the brand of Cinderclaw in hand.
Happy, finally some good commentary from the vacuum cleaner. That was an incredible call that you just actually called that a vacuum cleaner went by. It was like one of those riding vacuum cleaners.
Yeah.
That is a hell of an ear you have, Happy Man.
Well acquainted with the vacuum cleaner.
You aren't starting up the Outcast Haven jet engine. I'm pretty sure we said we could barely afford coffee.
Yeah.
We're thinking about a jet engine.
Can't afford Wi-Fi. That's not very good either.
And here a choke slam coming down on the chain. That kind of tells me that Michael has another choke slam or something else he wants to do on this turn.
What does he have that's better than the choke slam?
Yeah, the tunic being up is really the indication there. Choke slam tunic in this matchup. Well, like we said before, choke slam isn't going to put a whole dead stop to their turn. But when you play it off of a tunic, now you're really having a 3-card 10. Taking 1 damage away from the Phoenix Flame, 1 damage away from the Shuko at a minimum is just really efficient in this matchup, especially when it's all about inches. Games go to 1 or 2 very regularly. Saving any bit of damage is really important.
Did we see what was in Michael's arsenal?
We have not seen what's in his arsenal. Okay. Could be an Oakenold, and that would be one. Certainly, we would go for an Oakenold over a choke slam. Brand with Cinderclaw here, and I think we will see this E-Strike come in at the end as well for 7.
If Michael doesn't ice react him, E-Strike for 7 here to finish is... If he's willing to take this damage.
Yeah, I think Brody would be happy with it. An ice react here. The only thing that it would really stop is specifically the E-Strike. So if, say, he had a Snatch in Arsenal, he would still be able to play it.
Yeah.
And Michael, knowing that it's just a Phoenix Flame in his hand, not really something he cares too much about putting back on top. Brody's happy, especially since he tutored it up with the Flame Call. He's really happy to throw that back on top. And
well, Michael does have a choke slam there in the end.
Yep. So we may see that.
So maybe he can give up another card still with the tunic.
Mm-hmm.
And still get that off. I'm trying to decide here what his blocks are.
Yeah, Michael weighing all of his options.
Yeah, the shield here would definitely, unknowingly, the shield would block. To Shane's point, would block for 9.
Mm-hmm.
If he puts the shield in front of this.
Yeah, and that's really it. It may only say it blocks for 2 in the corner, but
Yeah.
we've seen recently the Stalagmite is an extremely powerful equipment. I really like to think of it as a carrion husk with temper, especially when you're playing into those Runeblade matchups. You're blocking the 2 face value of it, and then whatever's coming next. Very often in Runeblade, you're soaking up that Rosetta Thorn, so they can't come in with it at the end of the chain.
Trying to figure out what is going.
Yeah, Michael trying to figure out what is in that arsenal, and if it can punish him if he chooses a no block here. A no block would be an indication that we might have a pummel in arsenal. So he wants to keep that extra blue so he can play out this choke slam, have his 2 floating, and then play a pummel. Yeah, and here we are, the no block here.
Yep.
Taking 3, and I imagine Brody being pretty happy. Throwing an E-Strike for 7 here. He may even just run out the Phoenix. Yeah, here it is. E-Strike for 7, or 5 with the draw card.
Yeah, I assume 7 because he does run the blues, right? It never feels good to draw the blue and put it in your arsenal.
And you are not a deck that cares much about your arsenal.
Yeah.
If you're not putting a power card down there, an Art of War,
you just don't,
something like a Spreading Flames, something which it seems like a lot of the Phi decks have moved off of that Spreading Flames plan, and is really looking to do something else with their turn, not playing towards that big combo.
Oh, he's got a Lava Burst in hand too. That is a well-timed choke slam. Draw out that Lava Burst.
Yeah, and we see Michael being really patient with these defense reactions, holding on to them to make sure he gets that full value, blocking as much damage as he can with it.
Yeah, I mean, other than giving up that Crater Fist early, Michael's holding on to that equipment. He wants to save it for like an actual tempo play versus just a.
Yeah, we're really going to see he's very patient with the Stalagmite, and we're going to see it come onto the chain when he wants to leverage into something like an Oakenald, something that is going to guarantee tempo stays with us on the following turn. And Stalagmite is also great as a follow-up block to these hands where you disrupt them. Say they give you some cards, they try to come in with a mid-ground play. Stalagmite can just put an end to all of that.
Yep.
And I'm not sure. Do we see any defense reactions in Brody's list?
He has that all you got, but I
don't think it's going to be in.
Yeah.
Not going to concern himself with a defense reaction like that because it doesn't cover the hammer, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, putting that all you got in front of Glacial Footsteps is like, yeah, that is all I got.
Yeah.
I die now.
Yeah.
That art definitely is not deserving of trying to stop a Glacial Footsteps with it.
It was a journey to the bathroom.
Yes. We went on a grand adventure.
If I didn't have all my stuff sitting here, I'd just continue right to my car.
Just keep going.
Could have gone home.
I'm not going home. I'm going to drink with a bunch of lacrosse parents afterwards. We got to get prepared for tomorrow's games.
Oh, yeah. We'll get a little hair of the dog before the games.
Do you know what's worse? Since we wait for the play, Chisago, all the bars will be opening, serving Bloody Marys and breakfast for the Vikings game at 8 a.m. So that's what's on the agenda before the games.
A little brunchy poo.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll block him with the Lava Burst here. Not going to get any value with it anyway. Throw it in front.
Channel goes away.
Channel finally goes away.
Get it for 2 full turns there?
Yep.
Yep.
And Brody come in with a 3-card hand here.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of a believer in this whole sideways deck thing. I'm going to have to look into it. I'm going to have to play a couple games.
I'm a big proponent of the sideways deck.
I kind of like the way he's drawn off of it. It makes it easier to draw.
It makes it you can put your crown card to the bottom nice and
That's
easy.
what I'm saying. There's a lot of good things to this.
See, my thing is, I realized you know what deck it works the best in? Kano. You do so much looking that you're not like having to turn the card to look at it. You just pick it up. You just peek it.
Yeah. I'm gonna give her a run the next time I play.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Just play all your cards sideways.
And coming in with the Ember Blade
So
here.
full block into a 3-ski.
Yep. Taking the damage from the Ember Blade. Yeah, and just coming right in with the snatch. Yeah, it doesn't want to activate Phi and leave ourselves vulnerable to the Snatch getting ice reacted back on top. Get it while the getting's good.
Michael,
Yep.
given the stalagmite. Yeah, Michael has
this
got
is
some value in his hand, clearly.
keeping 3 cards in an arsenal is saying to me, you're about to get Oaken-Olded Sun.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely screams Oaken-Old, or something's getting pummeled.
Oh, a Spinal.
This is good.
Yep, another great. This is one of those great tempo plays in the matchup.
I love the speed they're playing at.
Yeah.
Just, they both know this matchup really well.
Interesting that does Brody not have a Phoenix Flame in his arsenal?
In
Or in his graveyard? To not just tutor it up, slam it in the arsenal there at the end of the turn. He had 1 resource floating, 2 draconic attacks. Maybe it had been sent to the bottom
Was
already.
it because of the ice? The
He
frost?
could have done it prior to
prior
the
to
frostbite
yeah.
coming.
Yeah.
He would have ended it, yes. And then it might have just gone right back to the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's nice here is like when they make a decisive play, they go for it. Like they have their turns planned out. But then I think this is where people miss sometimes, because this is like often the complaint about Oldhim slow, Phi's, like the matchup. And it often can be like,
Did Adam steal my Tiger Strike shoot? Oh, I just thought about that.
Oh yeah, it appears
Now
he
I'm
locked
going to
up with
continue.
it.
Now I'm going to continue.
he took my mask too.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He stole everything. What a thief.
He just took off with it. We're not going to see him for another 3 months. Good thing
No,
I
we
don't,
won't.
Good thing I don't plan on playing Ninja anytime soon.
The only time we're going to see him is if we go to Orlando.
Yeah, we're going to fly to Orlando.
Yeah,
to see
right.
him.
Meet him down in Jacksonville.
I'm pretty sure flying to
Jackson
Florida
Hole.
at this point is probably not the best idea, though.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so he's giving up.
Speaking of Tiger Strike
go.
shoot,
So he's
go.
gonna.
He's
Yeah,
gonna
he
block
wants
with
to
it.
block the 6, so he can get go again still.
I heard ninjas like go again. Is that a rumor? Or is that a true statement?
I think it's pretty true. Pretty true.
Yeah.
And as Pleasant Kenobi said, oh well, he's baning a ninja on that card. Must be pretty good in the matchup.
I didn't hear that. You have to fill me in on that one later.
Yeah. But yeah, Soaring Strike here.
Has Michael settled into the the leg? He's got the leg up, sitting. He's settled into that seat. He wants to
feels
be here
comfortable.
next round.
Yeah.
He wants to play one more round in that chair.
Oh yeah.
The real flex would be if he moved and then whoever won the other game sat in that seat while he was gone and just kind of slid his stuff across the table. Try to take the good juju of that side. He's been there for a while. He's camping at that spot.
And using our Tunic resource, going and getting this Phoenix Flame.
The interesting thing about Michael's list is like Oaken, in almost every matchup we watched him play, he's cast very few fused Okens. It seems like that is just not his plan. And
Yeah, or it may just have not come together. I'm looking at his deck list here, so we are on.
Can't get sold on it.
right, it's interesting because like
If you can stack to it, great. But
He is on relatively few Earth cards. He's only on 4. Got the Adam's Touch,
Oh, wow.
Sotomara, well 5 cards with the Pulse.
yeah, I think he seems to be playing a much more like Guardian
Right,
centric.
really. Well, and leaning on the power of the ice cards. Ice
Yeah.
React is very powerful in this
Yeah.
metagame, especially in these decks that want to go really long in the chain and get bonuses from having just more attacks existing.
Yeah, he's leaning into like the spinal crushing and stuff.
Play it.
okay.
Yeah, and we do see Michael having, the card we're talking about is he's got 3 cold snaps in the list. And definitely not something we've seen from a lot of the Guardian players, but in a matchup like this, where maybe you have an ice card in hand, you know that cold snap's an arsenal, you can play that cold snap off your Tunic, draw something else to slam into your arsenal, and still come in with your hammer, and present a lot of disruption. If they choose to freeze their arsenal, like we were saying, this is an exponential deck. That is going to limit their capability quite a bit, just taking away that one card, and you're getting it no matter what. It's either coming from their hand in the pitch, or they're going to allow you to freeze their arsenal.
Like I had to look it up, and it turns out that Cold Snap is a natural cold remedy, which you can get in 60 or 120 tablets.
Oh, wow. The more you know, people. And Michael coming in with another Spinal Crush.
Yeah, just he keeps presenting these big numbers that
Is that the second Spinal Crush or the third?
Second. I think it's the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen Michael
Choke
play a
slam,
lot of
choke
spinal
slam,
crushes this.
spinal. Yeah.
Yeah, he's played a lot of spinal crushes today.
Interesting to see what Brody does here. We have an Art of War, an E-Strike. If we have a density of 3 blocks, I would not be surprised if we just see Brody throw some cards in front of this Spinal, arsenal that power card, and make Michael have another disruptive attack on the following turn.
It's got a lava burst, it looks like. It looks like that's in there.
Yeah, and we're going to throw these.
Throw these three block. I mean, this is like the. Has he cycled back to this play of E-Strike for 7?
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to. Is Michael gonna call it again?
Yeah.
Is he gonna call E-Strike for 7 again?
We're seeing. Oh! There it is. Yep. Okay. Blocking with 2 cards, taking 3. It looks like we're probably gonna opt in to an Ember Blade. Arsenal our last card.
He's got the E-Strike.
Yeah, we may choose to 7.
Art of War.
Boom. Yep.
Boom.
Choosing, just good efficiency.
Yep.
Take 3, present 7.
So, funny story. When this new meta came out, a lot of people were downgrading Command & Conquer, where I think it's now rising back up. It's been really, really good.
I think the praises of Erase Face were a little oversung.
Yep.
It's yeah.
You like there, Brody, just pointing at the Spinal, like, again, really, we're doing this again.
There was laughter that we could hear through the convention's doors.
I think this is a pretty good exchange for Brody, though. He took 3 to deal 4 to his opponent. We are in the hole again. We got to figure out a way to block this. But if we have a strong card to Arsenal,
does he have an E-Strike? Because that would be magnificent if we just rinse and repeat.
Rinse and repeat.
DM Armada, 3 of a kind. Yeah, I mean, McFang just got it, cashed it in. Doesn't look. I don't think I saw an E-Strike. That would have been magnificent if you just block 6 E-Strikes for 7 again.
Yeah, not surprised to see Brody just go for the 7. Oldhim really can't do as much with 2 cards.
Oh, I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, these Spinals just coming, and they're coming at that time where, I mean, for both players, the life is getting rather, it's rather crucial that they don't take too much damage.
The low card pivots, though, are running out in Michael's deck. We're out of the choke slams. We're out of the Spinals.
Yep.
And if we're not playing with an Arsenal, we don't really care about Command & Conquer. It just says 6.
Yeah, Brody hasn't really prioritized that Arsenal much. Michael hasn't really even bothered to take it away. Brody's kind of played around getting ice reacted.
And I think you'll really see that in the experienced 5 players. If you see your opponent's Tunic resources about to come up at playing into the Guardian, I think you're really incentivized to push now, because one of the best plays that Guardian can make is pitch that blue, play the Command & Conquer, and have their Tunic resource for the pummel. That's like that 3-card 10, pull 2 cards is very powerful, but just pushing it in its face and not choosing to Arsenal kind of denies that value, and it really denies that the value they can get when they attack with 2 cards. When they attack with 2 cards, it has to be like a choke slam off of a Tunic or that Command & Conquer, and if you have no Arsenal, Bai doesn't care.
Yeah, he's also, Brody has been able to play around it enough where he's kind of had that attitude where it's like, my card's getting taken away, I don't get an Arsenal anyway, so let's sequence the turn in a way that I can present the most damage without losing that last card.
Right, and trying to keep the tempo as close to parity as possible.
Yeah.
Not giving Oldhim the opportunity to kind of put him in a hole, get that life lead, and then be at a point where he can take a decent amount of damage to swing for a big dominated attack.
Yeah, you can't afford to give an Oldhim the opportunity to just hold an Oakenold and just sit on it.
Tough spot.
Yeah.
Speaking of tough spots, if you have nothing going on this week, just go ahead and jump into this live stream and put in timestamps for all of these games for future viewers.
So blocking with a Razor Reflex, Ronin Renegade, and a Soul Beat Strike, was that? Some 3 block.
Yeah.
Taking 2 damage.
Yep, now he's just moving to the Arsenal.
And now we're going to see.
He's like, you can't spinal me again.
What do you think? What is he under? Got to be 15, 16?
Oh, I think we're more than that.
I think Brody's
we're around 30.
He's pretty healthy. Yeah.
Oh, is that much still?
Oh,
yeah. Karis Under is nice here.
The hits keep coming.
We may see Brody just block with the mask here.
Yeah.
It isn't that much damage, but
It's the cards.
Michael being able to arsenal now with his tunic up, it is going to give him a lot of digging power to find the next one.
I appreciate, like, you guys, you probably can't hear it on the stream, obviously, but there is clearly like a nice, the interaction in this matchup is fun.
Because he pointed to his block.
He pointed at the mask and everybody laughed. So they're clearly having good matchups in there.
Do you know how many Terra Sunders he's played so far?
I think this is the
That's
first
the first one I've seen.
Only two in the
pitched,
list.
And he pitched the other one, I assume, early game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, only 2 in the list here. Very interesting.
We should almost try to turn sound on for the last game. It'd be fun to hear some of this. But we can't hear both talking over. So
especially it'll get really muddled up.
Seeing how Brody chooses to navigate this situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I didn't catch what he put in his arsenal, so that's the tough thing. I mean, the other question, I guess, is does he
just take it? Do you just take it?
You can always just take it. He's got a Ronin Renegade.
Yeah, discarding 2 cards and getting a Frostbite is quite a bit, and putting ourselves to 6 is giving quite a bit of value out of this Terra Sunder. It might have to be the way to go. I don't know if he has a 3-block in hand.
He has a Soul Beat
Strike.
Yeah. Soul Beat in there.
We may even see him choose to just block with
1 card.
Yeah, block with a card, give up 2, and then just come in with that Ember Blade.
If he has a blue, right? Because I mean that's the big thing. It's like he still has to overcome a Frostbite.
Right.
Which is the big challenge here. Yeah, I mean it's a tough spot. He's
really thinking about that Lynx. Yep, really thinking about that Lynx.
He's trying. You gotta decide.
He pounced on it.
Some would say he pounced on it.
He definitely pounced on that.
I mean, I don't know if I would consider waiting 90 seconds to be pouncing.
It was a pounce.
It was a pounce when he decided on it. It was very Lynx, like a Lynx would wait and lurk and then pounce, not an immediate pounce.
So not only are we playing 5, we're cosplaying a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't cosplay. Don't ever say shit like that.
Jason doesn't get it.
Oh, but are we going to do it? And this is a really tough decision point here.
It's a huge part of the game.
Yep. Going to go for that block, putting the Soul Beat in front, putting the mask in front. And Brody's really going to have to leverage this turn.
He needs to do something here to not lose the value.
Yeah, this is his best window, having 4 cards here. Tunic Resource coming up. We can play through that. The Tunic coming up basically means that we will probably be able to play through the Stalagmite here. Good opportunity to just, in response to that Frostbite, remove the counter, give us the resource to pay for it.
Michael also, in return, has a Tunic Resource for his crown. Which means he's basically going to get a block out of his Tunic without giving up his Tunic. So his Tunic potentially gives him 5 cards and blocks for 2 this turn if he wants it to.
Yeah, and having your Tunic Resource in this matchup really gives you a lot of freedom to block with that Stalagmite on the first attack, Ice React him, and still have a lot of cards in hand. Here comes this Artivore.
Okay.
Oh boy. This is a powerful card to be coming in with here. Paying for it with his Tunic.
He's got to. So you need to rub the card on the mat a little bit more before you grab it, just to make sure it's what
you
you
got to
need
transform
it to be.
Yeah, you're wiping away what's actually on there and having it turn into a snatch.
I was playing Peter. I had him touch my card when I drew one, and he actually turned it into the blue I needed. So
there you go.
My favorite is it's like when you don't like. I think a lot of people. I personally like when I play at locals, like at armories. I don't typically even bother cutting. I'll just give people a tap. But if you do that to Cody, Cody will demand that you cut his deck. Will absolutely demand it.
Yeah, he just.
Cut it. So sometimes just to mess with them, I won't cut. Be like, I'm not gonna cut it. He's like, no, you have to, and I'm like, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
He's like, but you have to, and I'm like, you cut it.
Or but that's the case. I take the top card, I put it on the bottom, and the bottom card goes on the top. That's it.
I'll give him the 1 card swap, and then when he goes to
then he goes barraging out for Rampage, and you're like, oh shit.
I should have cut differently.
Yeah. Maybe I should have put 2 to the bottom. One Renegade coming for 4.
Taking it like a champ.
And we're going to really see Michael be patient with his blocks here.
Yeah, you don't want to commit the blocks early and then get blown out by something late.
Mm-hmm. And this really is a matchup where you have to toe that line. You have to hit them. If you play overly defensively, they'll have too much ability to set up. And this is the last headlong. Yeah,
it's headlong number 3.
I'm curious here too. Like
coming in for
Brody,
5.
Brody has.
Who bumped my camera?
Yeah, Brody has a razor here. And if he has a blue, that's a really sneaky way to respond
onto the ice react.
If Michael gets absolutely which
you could lose the game because of that.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot.
Yeah, so see how Michael chooses to navigate the situation.
Yeah, big decision. I mean,
this is the most time he's taken on a block in a long time in this game.
Really
it's
considering
a huge
this
spot.
block. Yeah, it's important. I mean, if you're going to take 4 in that first one and you're being presented with a 5 here, you got to really think about what.
So he's in the tank, folks.
If we're waiting to crown here, that's really telling me that we want that card that's in our arsenal.
Yeah, whatever's in his arsenal, he's put a few defense reactions in there
and
played them out from there, but he usually tries to time them. But if he had a 0 for 4, Ronin Renegade would have been a great card to do it on just for the value sake of knowing that you're getting a full coverage.
Yeah, when you see the Art of War, you're probably going to get another 4. It's very likely that with Phi is going to have another 0 for 3. And here's that crown.
Yeah.
Michael deciding that it is not wise to leak too much damage here. Get good value.
Wasn't sure what that card was, but he's.
And it looks like it looks like there's a pummel in his hand. Potentially at least 1 ice card, probably 2.
I'm sure what else is in there.
And it really feels like this is sort of flipped on its head here. Brody coming in with his Art of War turn has really applied some pressure.
Thought about the stalagmite there.
Yeah, we may see the stalagmite come in front, a 3 block, cover this up, throw out an ice react.
Yeah, I mean the stalagmite paired with the ice react is better than just the ice react, because if he gets razored, then he stops the sword.
Yeah, this is a matchup where you really want to combine your disruptive effects. One's not going to be enough. They figured out how to tune their deck, build their resource curve.
He's playing correctly around everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I love this game right there. The mix and match is going back and forth.
The back and forth here is, and I mean, this is just further proof of how
healthy the game is.
Healthy the game is in terms of you have, a good disruptive, control-y, mid-rangey deck taking on the probably the best aggro deck.
Yeah, the premier aggro deck.
The premier aggro deck. It's very good. Yeah, it's 2 Oldhim and 2 Phi, Brandon. That's what's left. In the other matchup, we have the War of the Brothers. The Magnuson brothers are playing, and it's Oldhim and Phi in both matchups. So we'll see who comes out on top. Oh, Michael has a pulverize.
Does he?
Yeah.
He's probably gonna have to put that down.
I mean, he probably has. I don't think he can just keep it, but yeah, I mean, he wants to play it real bad.
Yeah, well, and I think that kind of speaks to why he kept on that resource.
There's that.
Yeah, he was just sitting on that tuning resource. He was trying to play that pulverize. He was hoping.
Yep, here comes the stalagmite. Choosing if we want to block with anything else here. Currently, we'd be taking 3, going down to 6, giving Phi that frostbite. But I would expect Michael to commit a little bit more defensively here, unless he has a hand that requires all of his cards to pivot offensively.
Which the pulverize, the pulverize does require
a lot of
3 blues and a red to go with that. And I mean, it looks like he has a pummel, so it looks like he's
blocking 2, taking 3 right now. That's what
he's here. He's gonna get the frostbite. He's shown you. You want to take this? You want to do something?
You want it? I got this little present for you. Baked it myself.
Yeah, he might just be looking to play a little bit more defensively with the ice react. Wait longer, use it on the Ember Blade.
He's just hanging on. He wants to pulverize. Any good guardian just is dreaming of the pulverize here. Just laying it down.
Well, at this point in the game, Phi's not really in a position where they can take it and move on with their life.
Yeah.
Like we saw earlier in the match, while Michael did have the pulverize, his opponent came back, just threw out the Phoenix Flame to eat up the hit trigger, and then still swing a really powerful turn in its wake, Brody will not have that option here. Being at 11, he's going to have to give at least 2 cards.
I mean, being at 11, just taking a pulverize is really ballsy.
Yeah,
it's
a little bit ballsy.
It's a hell of a strategy to try and approach.
Wouldn't suggest it.
Wouldn't suggest it. I don't think it's the right decision.
I think we might need to revisit our algebra assignment.
I mean, that's basic math. We don't even need to get to algebra.
Yeah, just arithmetic.
Yeah, just basic math.
Are you smarter than the 5th grader?
Yeah.
Second grader, maybe.
Somebody you're like, take 14. Like, would you like to start taking
take
it
14,
down?
go to negative 3?
Ooh, we may have to, we may have to see him take his shoes off to do that math.
Yeah.
Uses the toes.
Counting
there.
digits. You gotta count them all.
Can I borrow somebody else's hand here real quick?
I'm gonna need 2 hands. Need an old priest. An old priest and a new priest. This is huge. Let's see if it happens.
Is he gonna do it?
It's gonna happen.
I wonder. So that must have been 2 reds left in hand.
Yeah, that it wasn't.
And yeah, Michael playing nice.
Oh wow.
Going with
Is he gonna
nice hammer.
heave the?
I don't think you can do that.
Heave it here, yeah. I think he's just gonna. He's just gonna try to play to the pummel. I think what he's hoping is that Brody will commit a card or 2, right? Like the tunic and a card.
If we have 4 cards here, do we have multiple pummels?
I think.
Why else would we keep that extra card?
I don't know.
We may have multiple pummels, or we are looking to heave.
Oh, a heave would be just insane.
That would be ballsy.
I don't think you can do it at this point in the game, can you?
I just don't know that you
without your shield to protect you. I think that would be a little risky, because especially since we might just see Brody say no blocks and be fine with this, taking that frostbite. And if Michael, I think what really will happen is if Brody puts cards in front of this hammer, we might see a heave. But if he chooses no blocks, I would be surprised to see him heave after.
Right.
Yeah. He does have 2 pummels. He has 2 pummels. He does. And
he has the resources to pay for it.
Like he has the resources, so
it could happen, guys. Just
everybody
calm down.
This is calm down. If Brody no blocks this,
that's the game.
He dies.
Yeah. This is huge.
I would definitely, if I'm sitting across from Oldhim, he's kept 4 cards. I'm really thinking multiple pummels.
You got to give him at least 1 pummel.
You know
he's minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum 1.
He has 2.
We'll see if Brody's able to sniff this out.
This is a golf commentating moment until it actually happens, because now I'm very nervous to say anything too loud.
That's why I'm not. That's why I said.
Yeah.
I want to be really quiet here.
Yeah, and I think this is like a situation where Michael's gonna get the better end of it no matter what.
Yeah.
Right. If Brody blocks with just 1 card here, we get 1 pummel, then we arsenal the other, and we can kick it to the next turn. If he tries to overblock to it, we get to really choose our fate here.
Yeah.
Choose your destiny.
I think.
So if he blocks with 1, you throw 1 pummel at him and save the other, I would assume.
Yeah. If I would push the damage so that the next pummel is going to be essentially lethal off the hammer.
Right.
And you're gonna get the frostbite through.
Yeah. So a 1 card block gets you 1 pummel. No card blocks gets you both.
I mean, because here's the thing, right? So like, if you look at this, Brody is doing his math too, because did he arsenal a razor?
I believe so.
So it's possible that right now Brody is considering the fact that he could double reaction to win the game next turn, and demand that, because Michael isn't playing staunches and stuff.
Not in this matchup.
Yeah.
You might see some blues in this matchup, just as you want to keep. Yeah,
They're
he's
on the
got.
list,
Yeah, he's got.
I haven't seen one pitched right
Yeah, no, I would be surprised. He's got the split I like, the 1 red, 2 yellow, 2 blue.
Yeah.
So we might see you might see some blues in this list, but that's really only if he's feeling short on blues in the matchup and wants the extra resources.
Yeah, and Brody has a blue here.
He's got Art of War. Is he double Art of War? Does he have double Art of War?
He doesn't have a double.
No.
I think one of those is. I think one of those is a mountain anger.
Okay.
But he has a. I think that card in his hand is a razor. But I think a razor is in his arsenal too. I think he's playing. He's potentially playing to a reaction win as well. Like it's crazy right now that they both.
Oh, he blocks with the razor.
Blocks with the razor. There comes the pummel.
And
That's
pummels.
double pummel. 12
That's 20.
to 2.
Put him
Be down to 1.
Frostbite.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think if you've kept the extra card, you're really committed to using that second pummel. If you choose to keep a card in hand, you're just losing too much value.
I think the issue there is that if he keeps a card in hand, he has to keep the pulverize.
Yeah, true, is Blizzard.
Yeah, only one of in the list, but it would be very important here.
No, that's Glacial for sure.
He's
There.
got Glacial. Might be Cranial Crush.
Interesting to see how Brody chooses to play this turn out. Looks like we have a Soaring Strike, a blue Flusterfist, and then a mystery card.
It looks like a Mounting Anger.
Yeah, and those one costs are not what we want to see right now.
They're tough. They're tough with the Frostbite, especially if he hits him with the Blizzard right here.
Yeah.
Looking through.
Brody counting his deck. He's probably just doing a little bit of math odds here.
A loose calculation of where he's at in his pitch.
Well, and just to see, like, okay, what are the odds that if I try to kick the can down the road?
If I take a turn and just play lightly, that he just opens me.
Right. What are the odds that he's got? Because like we were saying before, we've gone through all of our pummels now.
Yeah.
We blocked with 2. Maybe we have one more pummel in the deck.
There's
four.
3
He's got
reds.
4. How many yellows are there?
There's
No
no yellows,
yellows.
2 blues.
Okay, I'm pretty
There's
sure
5 total.
He has 5 total. I think he's gone through 4 of them.
Yeah, so we might just have that blue pummel left in the deck. And here we see the Mounting Anchor.
Yeah. I mean, this is interesting too, because like Michael, double checking got a card.
Yeah, and it looks like he opted to arsenal this Mounting Anger,
Oh, yeah.
keep the Razor Reflex in hand from the previous turn.
So you have 2.
So he just had 1 in hand. Yeah.
He blocked with 1.
I thought the Razor was in hand. I thought the Razor was an arsenal, but apparently it was a Mounting Anger.
Yeah.
So he's trying to.
And yeah, having one cost in hand.
Really hurting through this Frostbite. And I mean, this is where you get, you have to have a 3 block, just having your Tunic up to get through 1 hammer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to need a 3 block on the next turn. And that's if Brody is even able to guarantee. Yep, here Michael's reaching for the Tunic. Yeah, we're not going to get that resource. And this extra 1 damage is going to be really impactful here.
Yeah, I mean, Michael just needs to. He's in that cycle the hammer until he gets a better hand. And
yeah, if Brody's really going to probably owe, and Rising Resentment is really nice to see here. It's exactly what we want.
got another one.
So, do you think if he goes for the Icy Hammer at 1 life, he'll put the Frostbite up like last time?
I mean, I hope he continues.
I think that psychic damage is pretty potent. Yeah, just zapping your opponent behind the eyes is about as powerful thing as you can do. Yeah, but here we see Endless Winter coming out of the chain.
Maybe what Michael is doing there is that's a gift. Maybe he's saying if I hit you with this hammer, you can keep this Frostbite.
And do you think like it's like a snow cone? He'll put a little cherry on the top.
Cherry on the top.
Yeah,
give it to him. Yeah,
tasty one.
Yep, and they're just shortcutting there. Brody saying he's going to activate his Phi, attack with it. Michael's not going to block.
Yep.
So we're shortcutting that damage
and
there.
Michael's just giving him a hammer back.
Yep. And I think it's all but guaranteed that we see Brody. If he's got a 3 block, he's going to reach for that 3 block in the Tunic.
Oh, Easter.
He's got looks like Art of War Snatch.
That would be bad.
An E-Strike would be pretty nice.
Yeah, but he's not going to get it off because he's going to have to block.
Soul Beat Strike though.
He's going to have to block with 2 cards.
Yeah, but he could.
Or a 3 block in a Tunic.
The Soul Beat in the Tunic, right?
Yeah. I think we would see an E-Strike draw a card, snap it, play a Snatch out, play out another 0 for 3. We don't want to leave ourselves vulnerable to Ice React, but at this point in the game, it is a real cost for Michael to go for that Ice React.
Especially with no arsenal.
Yeah.
But if Michael's able to get back around to his turn and still swing the hammer, I think he's going to be in a really good position.
Michael with the classic. He's like, I'm just going to tuck my pitch. You block however you want to block. I know you're going to block for 4, so he's just waiting to draw.
And
Might
I'm
even
just
put
gonna
his-
just gonna go ahead and do the draw
Yeah.
too.
And
Soul bead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Soul
give it
bead
a
in the tunic.
Yep, soul bead in the tunic.
and here's Brody's window.
Yep. Yep, they're just showing the block for everybody. Okay, look, we did it. Don't worry, guys, we got you. We know.
There's professionals here. We figured it
Yeah.
out. I'm not one of them, but there's two
Ooh,
out
and
there.
just- yep.
Oh, jeez, he's like, sorry.
Yeah, my Michael cannot throw that out fast enough.
Yeah, he can't possibly.
That might be one of the greatest sync belows ever.
Yes, it's
And
very
the
important
irony
here.
is like he 100% is like gifting him, right? He's like throwing. the
Yeah, and we're just
sync
throwing. If we have a red in our hand, we are throwing that to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure. It looks like we have another sink below in hand.
That's huge.
Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be really important here. 2 cards left. Brody's probably going to be coming in with this
He's
7.
He's trying for 7.
Is there any point in the world where you want an arsenal?
I don't think the arsenal is going to
I
matter.
don't think it's gonna matter.
You may opt for the arsenal because it doesn't. He's going to hammer you. If you leave him with 2 cards, he's hammering you no matter what.
Yep.
But if you choose a 5 here, then Michael can opt to instead just block with a 3 block, come in with his hammer, and arsenal a sink below.
Yeah.
And I think that puts Brody in a pretty tough position.
I mean, Michael has an autos touch, so he's got a clean 7 block and the ability to swing the hammer straight back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely an eager play there. He's very excited about having the exact 4.
Having that for the snatch is extremely important. And
Brody-
especially in a deck where you're low on earth, if you are high earth count, you block or activate earth and you are perfectly happy. But the sink blow is very well timed here.
I noticed one thing Brody does a lot of 5 players don't do, and that is block.
Then think about which card to block.
Think
with.
about which
Yes.
card. Yeah, he's taking his time here, especially.
Yep, and here, and he
Draw.
is
He does
opting
draw.
to draw a card.
I mean, this. I mean,
I don't think that's a horrible idea.
Yeah, I think it's fine in this situation because
Because you're gonna have to
you're
block
gonna
with
have
2
to
cards.
give 2.
Yeah.
yeah.
You're gonna have to give 2, so he's trying to keep his density high on the following turn. Still come wide on the chain.
If he can, he wants to attack 3 times.
And you know he's getting 1 card.
And if Michael has multiple 2 blocks in hand,
Which
he might be
happens in Oldhim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and we are gonna activate.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has sink below. That's
Yeah,
disgusting.
the ice
to
is
think.
ice is really gonna
Take
punish
the
him here.
1, and then he's gonna hammer him for 4. He's
Yeah.
gonna
I
get it
still
anyway.
don't think that's a horrible call.
Yeah, I mean, you're demanding that he has
Because either he blocks it out or he does that. I mean, the end result's really
Yeah, I
similar.
think with the 7, you know what happens.
Yep.
He blocks for 2, takes 1, hammers you, and
Yep.
you still you feel like you lose the game.
Right.
The same-
With
the
this,
same
this
thing
is
happened.
he's
More-
going for the game.
Right, more of a potential win plan
Yep.
to draw that card.
Brody taking time while he's thinking about his blocks to clean his sleeves. Just making sure his sleeves are clean. He's checking the insides. Oh, he's got the belittle here. That feels bad when you got to give up 2
Yeah,
cards.
he's probably, I would see
He's gonna
him.
give it up here. Yep.
Yep, black with the belittle, black with the flame call.
Means nothing. He's got a winds of that winds of eternity he has in his deck is in there. Yep,
There we see the flame call.
Yep. I think he's just trying to go again into the sword. I mean,
Yep,
Michael,
and-
yep.
Yep.
It's just
He knows-
Michael is
they both
fine
know
with
it's
rinse and
coming.
repeating this
Yeah.
all day long.
Yep.
And all he needs to do is get like an autumns or anything.
And here it is.
That's-
Yep.
This is
that's
going to get a
deadly.
card. I mean, this is going to. I mean, he's probably going to come back. Only going to be able to come back with 1 attack.
Yeah,
I love Winter's Bite as the Oldhim player. I hate it as the other player.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, and it's really good. It's one of those cards that you pitch it all game long, and then when you get into these situations where you're at a 2-card hand, it's
These
really,
late
really
game
good.
scenarios, it is
But I think-
really powerful.
I think this matchup shows why we don't need a big banner errata list.
Yeah.
I think this matchup is these decks can be tweaked to do well into your worst matchup.
Yeah.
And this deck is doing great. The Spy is doing great into Oldhim. Into
yeah.
a very they're both very, very good players, but to have this strong of an Oldhim player and you got him to this point.
Yeah. I mean,
The-
Michael said earlier that almost every he's gonna Arsenal. Oh, it's Glacial. That's game, right? I mean, does he have the can he pay and oh, he's just gonna fuse that.
Mhm.
That's an 8.
Endless Winter for 8. Lots of frostbites. I don't think he has very many cards left in his deck either.
Yeah, this is also going to make him pass back up essentially.
Yeah, there's 8.
Yep. He's gonna get a
Arsenal
frostbite.
Blizzard.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And he can offensively crown here. Yeah, Brody's just gonna pass it back. He's got the.
So he's just
option
looking
to
for the glacial.
offensively
Does he have
crown.
glacial?
It looks like there's a
He's
macho.
got a glacial.
He's got a macho.
glacial in a. Jeez, I can't talk.
Yeah.
He's got cards.
Yeah, he's just gonna macho.
He's got a macho
and there it
footsteps.
is.
Is it? No.
Yep,
Nice
there it
game.
is.
And a good
Wow.
game.
Excellent.
Wow.
Excellent.
Little golf.
Yeah.
Michael Fang making it to the finals with Oldhim.
Now the question is, who does he play?
I don't know.
A Magnuson, for sure.
A Magnuson for
He
sure.
can put his, swap over what we figured out.
Oh yeah, they might need that. Take that one back. All right. Yeah. Yeah.
You can just give that back too. Yeah.
A close
Yeah.
one there.
Another
A close one.
I mean, that's.
Find out
says,
who's.
Yeah.
Give us the matchup while you're in there.
Oh yeah, yeah. If we can get the matchup, that would.
Yeah.
I assume he will. But
It definitely is a tight matchup, and it really came down to those well-timed.
177 watching. Wow.
We got the finals.
Yeah.
If you are watching the game,
It's gonna be.
it's Phi Oldhim again.
Phi Oldhim for the third straight game, people.
So we got Phi Oldhim in the finals. We got Luke Magnuson.
What seed was Luke? Luke was the 3 seed.
Yeah, Luke was the 3 seed.
So 3 seed versus the 1st seed in the finals. If you're watching, go ahead, tweet it, Facebook it, send out. The finals are coming. Subscribe. Send money to our Patreon that we don't have. Mail
Yeah,
us
yeah.
$1 bills. All of the above.
Jason loves $1 bills.
$1 bills.
So they're not very useful with the vending
Yeah,
machines
I mean,
yet,
You need
I just
like
want to
40
buy,
of them.
like, if I could get 4.5 of them, I could buy a pop again. It'd be great.
Nice. Yeah, you just rip it in
Great
half
deal.
and put it in there for
Great
50
deal.
cents.
Yeah, yeah.
Fang got 6 PTIs. Fang's trying to see how many PTIs he can get. He's trying to earn all of the PTIs.
Yeah, and
Pay up, y'all.
Pay up,
See, I
y'all.
like these people.
I like it. I like it.
60 people send $1. You guys break you.
break even.
I
on
don't
that.
even know if we break even at that point. You know what? I'm just happy that they put an event in Minneapolis.
Yeah, we're excited to show it.
We're gonna call it 100. There's 98, but I
Oh my
round
God.
up. Oh, we hit 1600. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
So if we can get 400 more people to sign up before the end of the stream,
yeah.
Blake will give away his soul. So I mean that's pretty cool.
You give something away you don't have.
That's why I said it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Totally. I'll do it.
Yeah, you don't have to pony up on that one.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But
So thank you for everybody for watching, hanging
Yeah.
out, listening to these two all day. I know it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, at 1,600, that means that this week we have we got to give away to a subscriber is going to get a playset of the Heralds.
Yeah, there's gonna be some promos.
Yep.
You're correct, Brody. There will be
Yep.
some promos.
We did it. We finally get to.
That took us forever. Like the first 1,000 went faster than between 1,500 and 1,600.
Yeah,
It was-
1,500, 1,600 is like one of the
I
longest.
think our
stretches.
quality really took a dive somewhere in there. Just a lot of horseshit quality. We just
did-
we weren't on our aim game
I
or
did
something.
I missed this week, and I feel like that really hurt.
That really
Yeah.
really hurt.
you had too many people that are like, F these guys.
Yeah. Did
So-
they fire Blake? I'm out.
What we're gonna do again soon, and I don't want to do it on Saturday morning, but when we record one of our Thursday podcasts, we're gonna do it live again because we've done 2 live podcasts.
Yeah.
They're awesome, just like the interaction that we get with the chat for doing these live streams. Obviously, we can't do many live streams because, unless LSS gives us another huge event that we obviously are prepared
Like a calling.
to stream it. We
Or
can do
better.
it.
Or better.
That
Pro Tour in
yeah,
Minneapolis.
we like doing live stuff.
Yeah.
We do all of our spoilers live, our previews, and we're thankful to continue to get
Yep.
them. Our preview for Dynasty November 2nd will be
Yep.
another live preview.
Another live preview. Yeah. We're
I
excited
think we've
to
had
do
as
it.
many as like 100, 200, 300.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if we could get like 1,000 to watch us live, that'd be great. So
I
tell
mean,
your friends.
I think when we get to when we do that live stream, and anytime we do a live stream now, it's nice to give stuff away. We're closing in on. We've got some mats to give away too, because we still have some mats that we've been given. So we got lots of stuff that we can give away. So
Right.
we want to give stuff away. I think I'm willing at 2,000. I have a 1 of 1 Outcast Haven single player mat. That's basically half of this mat, but also has the logo on it on the one side. So
we should see if we can get them to open the. Nobody opens the cards anymore, do they? They try to sell them.
Well, they
we
may
can ask
open
them.
it. We can
Yeah,
ask
we'll
them.
ask them. Yeah. If they open it, we'll ask them to do it on stream.
Yeah,
we can have
right
them come out here.
because then I can tear down that stuff while they're out here.
Time for Older to take it, no contest. We'll see.
I don't know. That was a close match.
Luke
has played a lot of this matchup.
I mean, he plays into his brother almost.
Yeah, and I would say that John is one of the best Oldhims in the world.
Yeah,
obviously with his where he's
credentials-
at, his yellow, his PTIs.
His credentials speak for themselves, and a top 8 at a calling,
top 16 at the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
It got 10th place at Nationals last weekend. Bubbled, unfortunately.
All of them on Oldhim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And John is
played it so many different ways.
Yeah. For those that don't know, John is the innovator of Tunic Oldhim. Should bring up at the calling last year, playing Tunic with his Oldhim list. Was really the first person to do that.
Yep.
And top 8ing that event at the calling Orlando last year.
I mean, even John in his like off time. His off time from Oldhim when Starvo was the thing, John refused to play a normal Starvo.
Yeah.
And you may have seen on our channel or heard of Channel Mount Heroic Starvo. Well, that was also John's creation.
And we can't forget Earthlord Bounty, Potion of Luck Starvo, that he took to a ProQuest win at the end to qualify for Lil.
Yep.
Where he went in the game for the finals. I was judging that event, and I remember he revealed, played a Pulverize for free, and on popping his Potion of Luck, and then on the next turn revealed, played another free Pulverize.
Yep.
So there's gonna be some spice in there.
John is always going to play it, but the thing about John is that like we've said it. I said it when I did the deck tech with him. The thing I love about John is that some people build spicy to build spicy, and I think John has that nature in him, right? Like he's as a human, his human nature has him desperately wanting to do that. But I'm more impressed by the fact that he always seems to find a way to do it in a way that it still has an incredible efficiency.
Right.
Like,
we still can do basic math.
Yeah.
We don't play the spice just for the spice sakes. But Michael going to get the choice here in this matchup. And this will be the test. These two decks really are seeming to rise. As
from the ashes, would you say?
Well, 5, but really from the ashes. I mean, he was, in a lot of people's minds, he was down and out. I was thinking, if we go back to Battle Hardened Columbus, an event like that had, it felt very controlling. Iyslander, Dramai, Oldhim, absolutely dominating the top tables at that event. We've really kind of come full circle now where aggro has found a way to push through these disruptive ice decks and still be able to cross the finish line. But yeah, hoping on Monday that we do see no changes. I would like to see this meta continue as it is. I think too often we get a little, especially in Flesh and Blood, I think there should be a little bit more consideration that the format is not solved and there are still things out there. There are still answers.
And I get that. Originally, early on, it was harder to innovate because the pool of cards was much smaller. Like we talk. I talk all the time personally about like the depth of the pool. We needed that to grow to really like see the game flourish, and I think that's what we're seeing now. Is like as we're getting more and more cards, the pool of cards is getting so much deeper that you can start to build, as opposed to hero width, where it's like, oh cool, we have a ton of heroes, but all of their card pools are so shallow,
right?
That we're
We're all playing in Light and
interesting-
Strike, Command and Conquer, and you could really have any hero doing those things. We are really seeing heroes have their identities, and how they want to play the game. And I expect Michael's going to put Luke on the play, as he has done in the other 5 matchups.
That seems to be what he prefers in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think having that first swing, that first hand tax, is really important in this matchup.
It's in there. Is it?
Yeah.
Yep, coming in with 4 here. Oh, just immediately
Ooh, and a
gonna
blizzard.
it. Yeah.
Seeing this on the first turn though, Luke is now knows.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows the deck.
We do not have to worry about Blizzard for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Bernie, I would agree with that. He said he thinks that the only issue with the game right now is that the 1 in 1.5 decks seem to have a decent gap between some of the decks beyond it. Like decks like Bolton definitely feel a long ways off.
Yeah.
And I am curious. I would like to see decks like Bolton get. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Obviously, I would love to see decks. Like all decks get a boon. Like let's give everything a boon. Like, well, I'll take an ice Guardian card for all of them. That'd be crazy. But I also feel like while I would like that personally, I do love the idea of seeing, like some of these charge. Oh my God, no way. Okay, hold on.
We will get this.
Yep.
So
Do you want to go see if that's something on? Did something get touched, or is that from me? We just need to know if the camera's still working. Sorry, guys. That's, of course, we knew this was going to happen, because this is always how it goes. We have something happen in the very end. We're trying to resolve it right now. I am going to see if maybe I can do something on my end. Not sure what is going on here. Seamless until the I know this is like the game for all the games, and of course we lose it here. Huh? Is it on? No. Is the camera on? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try something quick. I'm gonna see real quick if I can do something on my end here, everybody. Sorry. This is, of course, how it's gonna go. Always how it resolves. Give me a second. Okay, we're back. Will you go tell Nick that I got it? Give us 1 second. I found it. Just trying to resolve it right now. We're just having a little bit of an issue that I don't know if this is the capture device, if the laptop is.
I just unplugged something, plugged it back in, so.
Okay.
That's always a good idea.
Bam.
Yep. Sorry, now I'm just trying to resize it so that way it looks nice when it comes back.
And to fill you guys in, what we missed is Michael coming in with a Terra Sunder and a Frostbite Hammer, and Luke opting to take the 5, discard his 2, and move on here as we come back in. Now Luke coming in with the Ronin Renegade, pitching a blue to break the Frostbite, play this Ronin, and now Michael with an arsenal with 4 cards in hand. The world as his oyster to figure out how to block this.
Oh, jeez. Michael got really still there for a minute. I was like, no, not again. He's got the open mold in hand here.
We saw him block with 1 on the first turn. Yeah.
We got it all resolved. Yeah, it sounded like we had some player issue there. Dane was messaging me that the players were hearing, so we got. I think we're good now. Hopefully, things are fine. We lost picture for a minute.
Usually the unplug, replug.
Yep, we did.
Yeah,
Unplug, replug, got the audio back, so I think we're good now. Michael had an Oak and Oldhim hand, and it looked like he had an Autumn's Touch. Curious if he has the fuse here, and that's why he is. We're gonna see a fused Oak and Old. That's the question.
Will we finally see one?
Yeah, I feel like have we seen Michael fuse an Oak and Old?
Not today.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, with 5 total Earth cards, including Pulse, I don't think it's happening very often.
Hard to see it, yeah.
And a really interesting take, not having the Go-Agains and not necessarily having the Earth package. But feeling like, especially maybe it really seems like a list that is tuned to beat the Mirror.
Yeah.
Prepared, having the density of 3 blocks, and not being jammed with too many of those dirtily cards.
Yeah, he just continues to take the damage. Yeah, taking that as well. I mean, he took the Ember Blade, and he's just willing to go down. Gonna grab the Phoenix Flame. Is he gonna use it here? Is he gonna arsenal? Yep. Just gonna put it out there. He has a pummel in hand. He has. Looks, yeah.
Yep, Michael could tend to just take this here.
Yeah, I mean, which. Yep.
I'm gonna see the links here.
Yeah. Okay.
And it
looks like Luke is trying to decide maybe whether he wants Lava Burst. I think Luke does run Salt to Wound.
Yep, so Insult the Wound would be more damage here.
Number, yep.
Coming in for 7.
Yep, and he just.
And Luke is just,
Michael's
just taking it.
Ticking. Oh, you know what? Does he have? He has the Endless Winter. Does he have? Is he going Pummel Endless and just trying to like even it up? I'm just not sure because it looks like an Endless Winter. So I mean, I don't know if he has the Fused Oaken. What does he have? But Michael in these, we've seen him all day play. Like he knows exactly what he's doing in these situations. He's very content when he takes lots of damage. He always bounces it back.
And he was saying this is sort of the plan in the matchup.
Yep.
Is we will find ourselves often going down on damage early, and then trying to make that up with our big pivot plays in the mid game.
Oh, did he just get it? Nope.
Looks like we're going to leave that 2 floating.
Yeah,
with the pummel here.
Gonna threaten the pummel here. He's been. I mean, I think he has been viewing Oak and Old as just it's 3 for 7.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 1 card pitch for 7. It's a 2 card 7, and then in
here
this
comes
case,
his pummel.
So now it's going to go to 11. I mean, the life totals still aren't going to be even, but he closed the gap a lot. He's going to get a discard. So now it's just a matter of what does this discard here?
Endless Winter. Yep, discarding a Cinder Skin. Probably a superfluous blue here.
Yeah. Looks like we drew another Oaken. Soaring Strike here. Yeah, Michael continuing to just be willing to take some of these blows with his evening up, evening it up.
When I think we're really going to want to see Michael, he's really looking to enter the end game at parity, where the strength of his hammer can really start to take over the game, having the strong, powerful weapon.
And he's maintaining all of his armor block again. He's got he's got another pummel in hand with an Oaken yet again. So
yeah, we'll probably see him pitch 2 cards to this Endless Winter, pummel it, arsenal that Oaken, and see if we can pair it with a Pulse.
Luke going to get the Phoenix Flame. Gonna put it out there.
And Luke presenting some strong turns here.
I mean, that's 7 damage he's pushed so far this turn.
Yeah, Michael really feeling like he's on the back foot in these situations, not having hands that where the blocks line up very well. And now just evaluating, do we want to go for a potential Ice React here?
It is interesting. I assume the Macho Grandes are 100% just here for. They are in the deck, right, for the dominate effect. But it is always interesting because there are more affordable Guardian blues. You wonder if there aren't some of those, but those are clearly in there just for the.
Dominate. It's really reasonable, especially in the mirror. I think the Macho Grande is exceptional in the mirror to work yourself into a situation where you either black with 1 card and play your Macho Grande out of your tunic, or you black with 2 cards, play the Macho Grande from Arsenal.
Yeah.
And it's a really safe way to go for the end game. Because as Oldhim, when you go for your end game, you don't want to take too much damage, and then they have the opportunity to cover it up.
Yeah. Got another pummel here. So just playing these. He's saying you can do 12, well I can also do 12. So.
And the Endless Winter tax here is really relevant in this matchup.
Yep.
We're going to get a Frostbite on the Ember Blade. We'll get a Frostbite on the Phi ability, and basically saying that you will not be able to activate Snapdragons this turn.
Now he's going to discard a card.
hand, though. Interesting if we choose that. We will probably see that Phoenix Flame hit the bin, unless Luke needs that to start off his Draconic Chain Links. We want to take the tempo. Maybe just feeling that we're not going to have the opportunity to play that this turn.
Yeah. See what Michael has a Winter's Grasp.
If we don't have a fuse here, we'll probably just see Michael use his Tunic, send that Oaken to bottom.
I couldn't tell if that's an Autumn's Touch or no. It doesn't look like it. Looks like he has a Disable in his hand and a Winter's Grasp. Maybe another Pummel. Is he just swimming in pummels here? Trying to figure out what that. Oh, what's that last card? Oh, is that a Sink Pummel? That quick hand shuffle, man, it's getting me. I'm too tired for that quick hand shuffle. My eyes aren't ready for it.
Running back in half speed.
Yeah.
I definitely have Ice card.
He has a Winter's Grasp. He's got, looks like a Sink Below and a Disable. I think it's a Pummel. I think he's got a Pummel.
Yeah, and with his Tunic resource up, maybe go for the...
Might just be playing to the Oaken Pummel. Oaken from the arsenal. Pummel over the top.
Yep, here we see the Crown Seeds.
Yep. What do you get? Chokeslam. You okay? I mean,
and if we have a Pummel, yeah, that's a great threat to pair with it.
Yep. Chokeslam Pummel is, if it's a red Pummel, it's lethal here. You assume at that point.
I think if Luke has a good hand, we'll probably see him throw the Shuko in front of the Chokeslam no matter what. It's going to turn it off anyway.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that come onto the chain.
The pitch deck, the dash who topped 8 was Ben Cumming. He's a local here. It was the Gobert dash. It was there was the boost dash that we had on in the win-in round. So he was the last round of Swiss here for us.
Yep. Look, that usually likes to start that Teklo Pounder and pound him into the dirt.
Yep. He's a Teklo Pounder dash believer. See what. Yep. Looks like just passing. Got a snatch. Got an ancestral. Yep. Just gonna present the 8 with the 2 floating. Man, Michael, if you like presenting damage with 2 floating, you should just try Bravo. It's the Bravo special, yeah.
Yep, and here comes...
Gonna throw the Pummel. Is that one of his blues?
Yeah, it looks like a blue.
Yep, just trying to get the hand rip there, I think.
Oh, maybe not.
He went 12. Yeah, he went 12 to 7.
Oh, yeah, so, just a blue Pummel then.
Yep. 5 damage there. More importantly, he got that hand disruption.
And we've seen Art of War hitting the bin here. And Luke just going to throw out this Phoenix Flame. We may have not wanted to do that. If Michael sniffs out with this last card, he may opt to just Ice React here. Put that last card back on top.
Yeah.
But prioritizing getting this Phoenix Flame out of the hand, we definitely do not want it going into the next turn.
Yeah, when you get to that low life total, it becomes very high risk. I'm trying to see here what is in Michael's hand. It looks like a Macho Grande. Couldn't see. We got a Winter's Bite. Yep. Ice React.
Can see the Ice React.
I put it on top. He says, "Yeah, results. What do you want to do now?"
Yeah, nothing. You got me.
Under a choke slam.
Phoenix form for 0. Okay.
Yeah,
Phoenix Flame from Arsenal for 0. Oh.
Now what does Michael have?
He's got a disable in his hand again there. Just the Ice Hammer.
Interesting.
Does he have a pummel?
Ice Hammer? No. Or no ice here.
Yeah, I mean, which is...
It's Scream and Pummel. But
It's
this
Scream and
might be
Pummel,
the
but-
bait.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have one. I can't see those other
It
two
looks like
cards.
a pummel. Yeah, it looks like a Macho Grande and a pummel.
Mm-hmm.
Just not sure. Yep, there's the pummel. That's a red one. Yeah, it didn't have an ice card. Yep, Luke was just...
Unable to play around it.
Yep. You play around it, or you don't. There's your... You know, like that's a situation where you're kind of, you know, trapped in the loop.
Yeah.
Not a
If
lot
you
you can
don't
do
go
about it.
if you don't go for it, if you try to overblock, then he just kicks the can down the road and goes for it later.
Yeah, I think he's just talking to him about it right now. I think Luke was... Oh, he was literally just trying to... He was hoping that basically playing to win next turn, hopefully.
Yep.
Because, I mean, he goes...
Pitch that blaze.
Yeah.
Go
His
get a blue.
Tunic, his tunic is up.
Oh, yeah. Tunic out that belittle.
Tunic to belittle, reveal the flame call. Go get the blue, then you get the flame call.
But yeah, we would really be after the races.
That would have been a turn. And I mean, I think playing 2 is probably kind of where you're at now. All right, so let's switch it over here. Let's see if we can get... oh, Jason's taking it down. Okay, we're going to switch. Jason's got that camera wobbly. Do we want to see if Michael wants to open his thing?
Oh, yeah. Ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask him if he wants to open the cold foil or if he's going to hold on to it.
Yeah, that was rough. He was taking a beating there. So, Jason is taking the stream down in there, but we're gonna see if Michael wants to come out. We did get to talk to him a little bit earlier, which was nice. We will see if he wants to come out. I think Zach is gonna ask him quick. We still gotta tear down. Ask the guy behind you what he thinks. He left. We lost him. We lost our extra. He was just hanging out. He might be interested in Flesh and Blood now.
Yeah, maybe we have a little convert. But
yeah, we'll see real quick if
a good day for Michael.
Yeah.
He's gonna hold it.
Yeah.
He's gonna hold
Sorry,
it.
Sorry,
He usually does a box break stream and then he opens it on there.
Oh, so he's gonna make his
Yeah.
own content.
He's gonna make his own content.
Can't
Jeez.
blame him for that.
Yeah, I mean, he was only responsible for like 6 hours of our content.
Yeah,
today,
yeah.
so we can't.
4 stream games, whatever.
Yeah.
Give us more, Michael.
Come on, Michael. Give us
a
everything.
great showing from him.
Yep.
And we really just saw today felt like the war between Fi and Oldhim. They really rose as the cream of the crop today. But onwards and upwards.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for getting us to 1,600. That's exciting. We'll be doing a giveaway this week on the podcast. We have lots to talk about there. And if you enjoyed it, you know, let LSS know how much you love us. How
much more you guys want to see us in the future.
They appreciate. Yeah, let them know about the 2 of us. We spent all day with you. Let us spend some time at other events.
Yeah, you know, something bigger. Maybe you want to see my face. Maybe I'll be a little more dapper.
I could put a suit jacket on for the right event. I officiated a wedding a couple weeks ago. Went full suit. So I'm just saying, I have sport coats.
Or Blake has a pretty convincing Qui-Gon Jinn.
I do
outfit. So
I do.
you might see us as Jedi. Who knows?
I may or may not have officiated a wedding as a Jedi in my life once. It was this year. And I did, and I 100% did. If you poke and prod me enough about it, I might even we might share it on the podcast.
Flash it up there for a minute.
We'll flash it real quick so you can screenshot it and save it forever. Or I'll just share it on
we'll hide
my
it.
tweeters.
Look it out for it on the next stream. Maybe there'll be a single frame of that picture if you can hunt it out.
It'll just blink. Blum. You'll be like, what just happened? What just happened?
Yeah.
Was that Blake as a Jedi?
Yeah.
Might be. So thank you everybody for tuning in. I think it's time to shut the stream down so we can all go home. It is 8:30 here. We still have to clean up. We still got to get home.
and I'm ready for some dinner because so far what I've eaten today is
Egg sandwich.
6 cups of coffee
Yeah.
and an egg sandwich. So thank you all for hanging out. We will see you all next time.
Thanks, everybody.